Chapter 51, Chapter 51, C-Rank Mission. 6 months ago. Chapter 51, C-Rank Mission.
Sakura, it hurts.
Naruto clutched his head.
Kaido, how could you learn to lie like Kakashi-sense? Huh, really?
Kaido feigned innocence. While they were chatting and laughing, Kakashi strolled over casually, holding his orange book.
Yo, you all here. Kakashi-sensei, you're late again.
Naruto shouted.
Oh, sorry. I was helping an old lady cross the street and lost track of time.
Kakashi said, rubbing the back of his head. Kaido facepalmed. Naruto.
Why are you all looking at me like that? I'm starting to think Kaido might be your biological son. You're both always late and your excuses are exactly the same.
Naruto said, rubbing his chin and eyeing the two.
Hearing you say that.
Sakura added, now examining both faces. Even Sasuke, who remained silent, glanced back and forth between Kakashi and Kaido with suspicion.
All right, that's enough. Let's go pick up today's mission.
Kakashi walked ahead, muttering to himself, guess I'll need a new excuse next time.
Find the cat, clean the river, pick up trash, harvest rice. What kind of garbage missions are these?
Naruto grumbled, frustration written all over his face.
Stop complaining.
Kakashi sighed.
You just graduated from the academy. D-rank missions are meant to build basic teamwork.
He held out the mission scrolls.
I grabbed 2 simple ones for today. Shouldn't take long. Find a cat and pick up trash.
Naruto pouted. Ignoring the whining, Kakashi declared.
Let's start with the cat.
Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a month had gone by. During that time, Team 7 had completed nothing but D-rank missions. Naruto never stopped complaining. Even Sasuke began to show signs of frustration. One day, when they visited the mission hall again, Naruto suddenly broke away.
Kakashi-sensei, wait for me. I'm going to ask the old man Hawkage for a tougher mission.
What an idiot.
Sakura yelled, though secretly she admired Naruto's guts. Nice one, Naruto. Kakashi sighed.
This might be trouble. Let's go check in with the Hawkage.
With that, he led Kaido and the others toward the Hawkage's office. Kaido stared at Kakashi's back thoughtfully. With his speed, he could have stopped Naruto easily. He doesn't want to do these D-rank missions either, huh? Hokage's office. Naruto stood defiantly in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi.
Grandpa Hawkage, we've been doing boring D-rank missions for a month now. Give us something tougher. Naruto.
Hiruzen sighed, smoke drifting from his pipe.
Kakashi should have explained. D-rank missions are for developing teamwork. No way. If you don't give us a higher-ranking mission today, I'll stay here and pester you non-stop.
He plopped onto the floor, clearly in it for the long haul. Snap. Just then, Kakashi walked in with Kaido and the rest.
Sorry for the trouble, Hawkage-sama.
Kakashi said, clearly embarrassed.
It's all right.
Hiruzen replied, then scanned the group behind Kakashi. His eyes paused momentarily on Kaido, but he quickly returned to his usual calm. Sigh.
Looks like I don't have a choice.
The Hawkage said, giving in.
I do have a C-rank escort mission. Interested? Yes, yes, yes.
Naruto shouted, nodding so fast it looked painful.
Please don't change your mind. Come in.
Hiruzen suddenly called toward the door.
Huh, Grandpa Hawkage, what are you talking about? We're all here already.
Naruto said, looking around in confusion. Kaido's eyes narrowed. Here it is, the Land of Waves mission. Swish. The door creaked open. A man stumbled in, drunk and clutching a wine bottle.
What the hell? These are just a bunch of little brats.
The next moment was pure chaos, with Naruto exploding in outrage.
Mr. Tazuna.
Hiruzen said, suddenly serious.
Are you sure the mission you submitted is only C-rank? Why, yeah, totally C-rank.
Tazuna stammered, taking a swig to hide his nerves. Hiruzen glanced at Kakashi. The veteran Shinobi nodded ever so slightly.
Very well.
The Hawkage said.
I'm assigning this mission to Kakashi's team.
Neither Hiruzen nor Kakashi were fooled by the drunk's poor acting. Even Kaido could tell, but he chose to remain silent. After confirming their departure time, Hiruzen dismissed them, leaving Kakashi behind. Once they were alone, the Hokage opened a drawer and pulled out a scroll.
This contains the real intel on the Land of Waves situation. I was wondering who to assign it to.
Chapter 52, Trap.
Goro, I think I've heard of him before. He's infamous, controls a lot of maritime transport, and is a well-known tycoon.
Kakashi said, narrowing his eyes as he stared at the name on the scroll.
That's right, it's him.
Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded solemnly. All of the Land of Waves maritime transport is under his control. He's got a group of thugs at his command and basically acts like the country's tyrant. Because Gato monopolizes their maritime routes, the Land of Waves has remained isolated for a long time. Years of exploitation have left the economy in shambles.
So what does the Hokage mean by this mission?
Kakashi asked with a frown. Sarutobi took a slow puff from his pipe, then continued.
This time, Tazuna is going back to complete construction on a bridge. Once it's finished, the Land of Waves will finally reconnect with the outside world. Gato's monopoly will collapse. Knowing Gato's nature, there's no way he'll let Tazuna live to finish that bridge. You're likely to face hostile shinobi during this escort. This mission isn't a simple C rank. It could very well escalate to B or even A rank. That's what gave me a headache earlier. If it weren't for the strength of Kaido and your team, I wouldn't have approved it. Your mission,
Sarutobi said with finality,
is to protect Tazuna and ensure that bridge is completed, and, if possible, establish friendly relations with the Land of Waves. Understood,
Kakashi said with a nod.
Good, dismissed.
Sarutobi waved them off. The next morning, Kaito woke up early. After gathering his things, he headed straight for Konoha's front gate. The moment he stepped outside, he was surprised to see Ino and Hinata waiting quietly.
I told you I was heading out for a mission and would be back soon. You didn't have to see me off,
Kaito said gently, reaching out to ruffle one of their heads.
We just wanted to walk you to the gate.
Ino said softly. Hinata nodded in agreement, looking down.
All right. Let's get going then. No need to look so down.
It was rare for Kaito to see the two girls this dejected. He didn't say anything more, simply held one of them by each hand and walked slowly toward the village gate. He did his best to cheer them up along the way, but nothing seemed to work. When they arrived at the gate, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and even Kakashi, who was usually late, were already there.
Sorry I'm late,
Kaito said with a sheepish grin. He turned back to the girls.
All right, I'm off. Take care of yourselves while I'm gone.
Yeah.
They said in unison. Kaito gave them a final wave, then walked up to Kakashi.
Kakashi-sensei, we can go now.
Kakashi closed his comic, giving a lazy but sharp-eyed glance at the group.
Everyone's here. Let's move out, Mr. Tazuna. Ready when you are.
Tazuna nodded. With a final wave to the girls, Kaito officially left the Hidden Leaf Village for the first time. Hinata and Ino stood watching until the group became mere dots on the horizon, then slowly turned and walked back into Konoha. The Land of Waves wasn't far. For a trained ninja, the journey would only take 2 or 3 days, but with someone like Tazuna, a civilian, it would take twice as long. A day later, in a quiet forest, Naruto ran ahead, laughing and hopping around like a child. Sasuke and Sakura remained beside Tazuna, maintaining a protective formation, while Kakashi read his book leisurely from the back. To any outsider, it would look like a picnic, not a mission. But Kaito frowned, thinking. He remembered that in the original story, the demon brothers appeared somewhere in a forest like this. Suddenly, his electromagnetic sensing picked up 2 human magnetic fields ahead. Looking up, he spotted a large puddle lying suspiciously in the middle of the trail.
Seriously?
Kaito thought.
Even a basic trap should at least look believable.
It was nearly noon, blazing hot, and it hadn't rained in days. There shouldn't be any water on the ground. If there had been, it would have dried up hours ago. He glanced at Kakashi, who simply shook his head slightly, a silent confirmation. Kaito stepped in front of Naruto without a word. As he neared the puddle, chakra surged subtly to his feet. Then in a flash he stomped down. Boom! The ground trembled violently as a wave of chakra exploded downward, shattering the dirt and tearing cracks through the earth. Dust and gravel flew, and within moments, a crater opened up where the puddle had been.
What the hell, Kaido?
Naruto yelled, running toward him in shock. Sasuke and Sakura immediately pulled out their kunai, standing protectively in front of Tazuna. Kakashi sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose.
Another one who doesn't follow the script.
Chapter 53, One of the Seven Swordsmen. That's right, he must have inherited his master's wife's temper. Kaido remembered her as hot-headed, impulsive, and quick to anger. She was known as the Red Pepper for a reason. As Kakashi was thinking this, Kaido walked calmly out of the pit, leaving behind two lifeless bodies.
It's fine, just cleaned up some trash.
He said indifferently.
Kaido, you killed someone.
Naruto ran to the edge of the pit, eyes wide in panic.
Idiot Naruto, look at their forehead protectors. They're not from Konoha, they are from the Hidden Rain village. They're enemies.
Kakashi explained flatly. Kaido walked up to Tazuna and asked coldly.
Mr. Tazuna, care to explain why we encountered enemies Shinobi on the road? This doesn't match the description of a standard C-rank mission.
Kaido continued, voicing the question Kakashi was clearly about to ask. He had no time to waste. He just wanted to finish the mission and return to Konoha, back to Hinata and Ino. As the saying goes, a day apart feels like 3 years. Before leaving, he didn't think much about the girls, but ever since he'd left, their images had occupied his thoughts. From there, the plot unfolded just like the original. Tazuna acted the part of the desperate victim and confessed the truth: he had no money and was being threatened by the tyrant Goro. Naruto, still full of idealism, burst out with a declaration of justice. He vowed to go to the land of waves and defeat Goro so Tazuna could rebuild his bridge in peace. Kakashi used the opportunity to give a lesson on the responsibilities of a shinobi during missions. Then, after a brief pause for dramatic effect, he agreed to continue protecting Tazuna. After those brothers' incident, the group moved forward without trouble for a few days. Eventually, they arrived in the land of waves. Stepping off a small boat, they followed Tazuna through a thick forest. Tazuna pointed ahead excitedly.
Just follow this road, my house is right up ahead. Finally, we're here.
Naruto cheered. Just as he was about to run ahead, Kaido stopped him with a firm hand.
Kaido, what gives?
Naruto complained. Kaido narrowed his eyes and looked toward a patch of woods.
Come out.
Using electromagnetic sensing, Kaido detected a human chakra signature and, not far from it, another presence. It had to be the real threat in the land of waves: Mamachi Zabuza, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, and Haku, the ice release user. To be honest, neither of them posed any real threat to him at this point. As soon as Kaido spoke, Sasuke and the others instinctively moved beside Tazuna, kunai drawn, alert. They trusted Kaido's words without question. After all, they'd seen plenty of evidence of his abilities already, and Kakashi had hinted that Kaido might be a sensory-type ninja. A minute passed, then another. The forest remained eerily quiet.
Kaido, are you sure?
Naruto asked, starting to lower his guard. Staying tense for so long was exhausting. On a shadowed treetop in the distance, Zabuza crouched silently, his face mostly hidden behind bandages. There was a flicker of surprise in his eyes.
Oh, copy ninja Kakashi.
Then, without warning, he hurled his massive blade toward the group and vanished. Swish, swish. The blade sliced through the air with a howling screech, flying just above their heads before slamming into a tree. Zabuza landed on the hilt, towering over them.
Well, look who it is. Konoha's famous copy ninja Hatake Kakashi.
His voice was calm, but the killing intent it carried was chilling.
That sword.
Kakashi's expression tightened.
Naruto, form the seal formation around Tazuna. This guy's no pushover.
With that, Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan.
Kakashi-sensei, who is that guy?
Naruto stammered, teeth chattering. Even without knowing who the man was, his presence alone felt suffocating, like staring down a monster from legend.
He's a rogue ninja from Kirigakure.
Kakashi said grimly.
One of the 7 ninja swordsmen Mamachi Zabuza. He once tried to assassinate the 4th Mizukage and fled the village.
Gulp. Naruto froze. He might not have been the best student, but he knew the leaders of the 5 great nations. The Mizukage was on par with the Hokage. Anyone who dared attack a Kagent lived was no ordinary ninja. A bead of sweat slid down Naruto's face as he stared at Zabuza, dread creeping in.
Kaido, stay here and help protect Tazuna too.
Kakashi ordered.
No need, Kakashi-sensei.
Kaido replied.
I'll handle this. Let's end it quickly and get back to Konoha.
In a flash of lightning, he shot forward. Chakra surged into his fists as he lunged straight at Zabuza.
Arrogant brat.
Zabuza growled.
You think a fresh academy graduate can touch me?
He vanished from the sword's hilt and reappeared behind Kaido. In one hand, he held a double-edged kunai, and a wicked smile crossed his face.
1.
Chapter 54, Chapter 54, Killing Zabuza, 6 months ago. Chapter 54, Killing Zabuza. Zabuza turned his head, looked at Kakashi and sneered.
This is your student? Pathetic. There's no comparison with our generation. Kaido.
Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura shouted in panic.
I don't know about the rest of this team.
Kakashi replied calmly, showing no sign of distress over Kaito's apparent death. After all, he knew Kaito's strength. There was no way he'd be killed so easily by Zabuza. Cracked. Red sparks danced like serpents. Lightning surged violently as Kaito's right fist gleamed like a crimson gem. Zabuza, hearing the noise behind him, turned sharply, eyes narrowing in surprise as he spotted the young man, very much alive and ready to strike. He quickly glanced back to the spot where he thought he'd landed the fatal blow. There, only splintered trees lay on the ground.
A substitution jutsu.
Boom! Kaido stepped forward. His lightning-infused punch exploded toward Zabuza's chest. Splash! Zabuza's body dispersed into water the moment it was struck.
A damn substitution jutsu.
Zabuza snarled, regripping his massive sword.
Is that a compliment?
Kaido replied with a grin. Suddenly, Kaito appeared above him in midair. His left leg raised high, crackling with chakra-heavy lightning, forming a devastating axe kick. The black-cloaked strike, howling through the air like a falling meteor, crashed downward toward Zabuza.
This brat's speed.
Zabuza's eyes widened in shock. There wasn't enough time to use any jutsu. In desperation, he raised his sword overhead to block. Boom! The two collided in a fierce clash of power. A sharp crack ran through the blade of the executioner's sword as the pressure intensified. More cracks spread like spiderwebs. Snap, snap. The massive blade finally shattered, fragments clattering across the ground. Zabuza stared at the remains of his prized weapon in horror, but his instincts kicked and he clasped his arms together in front of his forehead, preparing to defend himself. Kaido smirked. His whip kick, still overflowing with power, became a blur and slammed down again onto Zabuza's arms. Boom! A violent jolt surged through Zabuza's arms. His muscles spasmed uncontrollably from the impact. Pain flooded his body. He couldn't even scream. The force drove his own arms into his head, followed by a massive shockwave that split the ground beneath him. Snap, snap. The cracks widened, snaking outward like angry serpents. Cracked. Zabuza's face paled. He was pinned, both arms locked in defense, unable to form hand signs. If he could, he would have already slipped away with the body flicker technique. Red lightning coiled around Kaito's legs, like a living net of plasma, enveloping Zabuza entirely. Cracked. As soon as the lightning touched him, his body convulsed violently. His strength gave out completely, and a foul, charred scent began to rise from his skin. Sensing the opening, Kaido pressed his foot down with brutal force. Boom! The ground burst beneath Zabuza. Earth flew in all directions, forming a shallow crater on impact. Crash! Zabuza's limp body hit the pit. But the pressure didn't stop. He was launched backward like a ragdoll, plowing a deep groove into the earth like a cannonball fired at full force. Don't worry about the red lightning, it'll be explained later during the fight with Hayashi. Gulp. Naruto and the others stood frozen, overwhelmed by what they'd just witnessed.
Kai!
Naruto mumbled, dazed. Sasuke's face was pale with disbelief. He had always seen Kaido as a rival, someone to surpass one day. Now, watching this scene, he realized the gap between them was far wider than he had imagined.
Kaido's strength!
Sakura, meanwhile, was starstruck.
Wow,
Kakashi kept a composed face, but inwardly he was just as shocked. He had assumed Kaido's strength was on par with a standard Jonin, but now…
Hey Kakashi-sensei, here's Zabuza's body. Mission complete, let's move on.
Chapter 55, Gado.
Well, your strength is really something.
Seeing that the threat had been handled, Kakashi slowly pulled his forehead protector back over his Sharingan.
Now that the fight's over, let's get moving. But Zabuza is a rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist Village. We need to seal his body and the executioner's blade, then turn them into the Hokage.
Kakashi pulled out a sealing scroll and prepared to store Zabuza's body. Just then, a masked figure appeared silently before them. Kaido, who had anticipated this moment, remained calm. Here we go.
Thanks for helping me capture Zabuza, the missing nin from the Hidden Mist. We've been tracking him for a long time.
He walked up to Zabuza's body and checked his pulse. The calm on his face vanished in an instant.
His
voice cracked with emotion, tears welling up in his eyes.
You actually killed Zabuza-sama.
His face twisted with grief and guilt. If only I had stepped in when he was fighting that Konoha shinobi.
So what, you want revenge for Zabuza?
Kaido asked flatly. Haku pulled out a few senbon needles, body trembling, face devoid of expression.
I was Zabuza-sama's tool, now that he's gone.
So you want us to kill you too, so you can follow him into death?
Kakashi's voice wavered slightly. The bond between you two must have run deep.
Yes, I hope you'll help me. There's no meaning in life for me anymore.
Haku's voice was calm, as if already at peace with his fate.
Oi, what's going on? Isn't he an Anbu from the Mist Village? Why is he turning on us now?
Naruto asked, still not grasping the situation.
Idiot.
Sakura snapped.
That's not a real Anbu. He's working with Zabuza. Didn't you hear him calling him Zabuza-sama?
Kaido stepped forward, not wanting to stay in this heavy atmosphere.
I'll go on ahead. He's yours, Kakashi-sensei. If talking doesn't work, and it really comes down to it.
A trace of pity flickered in his eyes.
Thank you,
Came a faint voice behind him. Kaido paused, then replied.
You don't have to live for someone else. Live for yourself.
No, I've lived with Zabuza-sama for nearly 10 years. He saved me from the cold and gave me purpose. He was everything to me, now that he's gone.
Haku removed his mask, revealing a face as delicate as a girl's. His eyes held nothing but memories. Kaido said softly, then turned and walked away. The further he spoke, the more it felt like he was the villain in this story. 1 hour passed, then 2. As the golden sun began to dip behind the horizon, Kakashi and the others finally caught up to Kaido. Tazuna led the way ahead and the group walked in silence, the air thick with sadness. Even Naruto was uncharacteristically quiet. At the edge of the forest, a modest seaside house appeared before them.
This is my home,
Tazuna announced.
Dad, you're back.
A graceful woman stepped out to greet them.
These must be the Konoha shinobi here to protect you.
Tsunami, our guests from Konoha will be staying here until the bridge is completed. We'll count on you for food and lodging,
Tazuna said with a grin.
Of course, father.
Tsunami replied warmly. That evening, Tsunami prepared a lavish dinner to welcome Kaido and the others. Despite the Wave Country's poverty, she did her best. While it wouldn't be much in Konoha, it was a rare feast here. Later that night, everyone was given a room to rest in. But Naruto and the others still carried heavy hearts, unable to shake off the weight of what happened between Zabuza and Haku. Kaido understood. Naruto was the protagonist of this story. He would move past it soon, turn sorrow into strength, grow from it. Quietly, Kaido created a shadow clone to stay behind while his real body slipped away. elsewhere in a large, lavish villa in the Wave Country.
Where the hell are Zabuza and his little sidekick? They said this job would be over quickly.
He had been all talk, boasting how fast he'd get the job done, and now, still nothing.
Boss, I've got news.
A hired thug entered bowing.
Tazuna and the Konoha ninja are at his house now. What? Damn that Zabuza, bastard.
Gato slammed a hand on the table.
Go find him and his brat. Tell them they've got 1 day. 1. Yes, boss.
Chapter 56, 10 billion Ryo.
Damn Zabuza and his lackey. They're really starting to get on my nerves.
Gato shouted angrily, his voice echoing through the room. Just then, a sharp scent of blood wafted in from outside, making Gato wrinkle his nose in disgust.
Why does it smell like blood? Go outside and check it out. Are the peasants from the land of waves stirring up trouble again?
He barked. Several of Gato's bodyguards nodded and quickly headed out. 1 minute passed. Then 2. But the blood in the air only grew stronger, thicker. It was suffocating. The eerie silence outside made Gato's chest tighten. A flicker of panic flashed in his eyes, a creeping dread forming in his gut.
Someone, anyone, is everybody out there dead?
He screamed toward the door. The only answer he received was dead silence.
You're right, they are dead.
The voice came from the other side of the room. Sitting casually on a leather sofa was a young man with a bloody kunai in hand and a calm, chilling smile on his face. To Gato, that smile was like the grin of a demon.
You're.
Gato's voice trembled as he spotted the Leaf Village forehead protector on the boy's head.
Correct, let me introduce myself, Ayanami Kaido, Genin of Konohagakure.
He said with a casual smile. After returning from Tazuna's house, Kaido had asked around for Gato's whereabouts and come straight here. His reason, simple: money. Kaido controlled the entire shipping industry in the land of waves and was involved in countless shady operations. In the world of Shinobi, he was known for his wealth and his cruelty. But in Kaido's eyes, he was nothing more than a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Ninjas take missions for money, after all. In a world ruled by strength, what good is wealth in the hands of the weak? Kaido had been planning this move ever since he left Konoha. Now, with everything lined up, his pulse quickened with anticipation.
Look into my eyes.
Chapter 57, Chapter 57, Hyuga's Hayashi, 5 months ago. Chapter 57, Hyuga's Hayashi. As he exhaled a puff of smoke, Hiruzen Sarutobi pondered in silence.
So you're saying this entire mission was essentially completed by Kaido alone, and the rest of you were just there for support. It may sound harsh, but it's the truth, Lord Hawkage.
Kakashi said seriously.
Are you certain that Zabuza Mamachi, the rogue ninja from Kirigakure with the strength of an elite Jonin, was taken down in just a few moves, and with red lightning? Absolutely. When I realized it was Zabuza, I activated my Sharingan right away. I saw everything clearly, honestly.
Kakashi admitted with a solemn expression.
I see, I understand. Thank you for the report. Take a few days off. I'll also reclassify the mission as A rank. Go and rest.
Hiruzen waved his hand dismissively.
Yes, Lord Hawkage.
Kakashi responded and turned to leave. Once Kakashi was gone, the office fell into silence. Hiruzen sat alone, smoke curling from his pipe, his gaze thoughtful and intense. After a long pause, he finally muttered.
Ayanami Kaito.
At that moment, Kaito stood in front of his house, noticing the lights inside were already on. He frowned slightly, and in an instant, electromagnetic waves spread out from his body, scanning the entire house. Sensing 2 familiar electromagnetic signatures, he relaxed and smiled.
So it's them, huh?
Then he slapped his forehead. He'd been away in the land of waves for so long, he was forgetting the obvious. Would a burglar really be this obvious? With a small chuckle, Kaido pushed open the door and walked in. Inside, Ino was mopping the floor while Hinata cooked in the kitchen. The atmosphere was warm and homely, the 2 girls perfectly in sync.
Kaido, you're back.
Ino looked up happily when she saw him.
Welcome back, Kaido.
Hinata stepped out of the kitchen, holding a new pair of shoes.
Here, put these on. Ino and I picked them together. I hope the size is right.
If you two picked them, they're definitely the right size.
Kaido took the shoes, smiling gently, not even bothering to try them on.
How did you know I was back?
He asked a little curious.
I saw Sakura earlier, and she told me. So I called Ino, and we decided to welcome you home.
Hinata said softly, her apron still on.
Well, since you're back, let's eat.
Hinata beamed as she brought out the food she'd prepared. Ino quickly went to help. Kaido moved to join them, but both girls shooed him away, insisting he relax after just returning.
With girls like this, what more could a man ask for?
Kaido murmured with a soft smile as he watched them bustling around. The three of them ate together, chatting and laughing. Even Hinata, usually shy, was animated. The moment felt peaceful like a real family. Around 9 o'clock, Kaido finally walked the girls out. Ino stayed behind, but he insisted on escorting Hinata personally. The Hyuga estate was far, and even though Hinata was now a capable Chunin, he couldn't help but worry. Under the crescent moonlight, the two of them walked quietly. Hinata seemed shy and silent, but Kaido was used to that.
Hinata!
Kaido said, pausing.
Okay.
She nodded, blushing. She'd always admired the way Kaido carried Ino so casually, even if she never showed it on her face. She'd been quietly envious. Then suddenly, something soft and warm pressed against her lips. Hinata's eyes widened. Her face flushed deep red, steam practically coming from her head as her mind went blank. Seeing her stunned expression, Kaido chuckled inwardly, so soft.
I'll carry you today.
Hinata's voice was barely a whisper, her expression peaceful and content. Neither of them spoke again on the walk. They simply enjoyed the quiet moment together. What should have been a 10-minute walk turned into 30. When they finally arrived, Kaido looked up at the massive Hyuga compound. As expected of Konoha's most prestigious clan, the territory was huge. 2 stoic Hyuga guards stood at the entrance, faint chakra pressure radiating from their bodies, both at least Chunin level. Seeing Kaido carrying Hinata, their eyes narrowed. Kaido gently tucked a strand of hair behind Hinata's ear and smiled.
We're here, go on in.
Okay.
She nodded softly and walked into the estate. As soon as she disappeared from view, Kaido turned and walked off. But as he entered a darker street, he suddenly stopped.
Come out, you've been hiding long enough.
Tab tab. Footsteps echoed behind him. A man emerged stern, composed, and clearly related to Hinata.
You know who I am, don't you? I do. What happened before?
Chapter 58, A Deal. Ever since learning that Kaido might be Jiraiya's disciple, Hyuga Hayashi had silently accepted Kaido and Hinata being together. To be cautious, Hayashi sent members of the Hyuga clan to secretly investigate Kaido's background. After all, this concerned his daughter's future. But what he found made Hayashi furious and jealous on Hinata's behalf. It turned out the boy was a two-timer. Not only did he like Hinata, he was also enamored with the little princess of the Yamanaka clan. How could he tolerate that? If it weren't for the respect he had for Jiraiya and the third Hokage, Hayashi would have dragged Kaido out for a proper reckoning long ago. But tonight he had a chance. He would force Kaido to make a choice: Hinata or Yamanaka Ino. Hinata was the heiress of the Hyuga clan. Letting her marry outside the clan was already his bottom line. But 2 women serving 1 man? That would destroy the Hyuga clan's reputation. He would never allow it. 2.
I already told you last time, I won't give up on Hinata. And frankly, I don't care about your Hyuga clan politics.
Kaido's tone was calm, even dismissive, very different from how he spoke to Yamanaka Ino's father.
You know our traditions. You have to choose Hinata or the Yamanaka girl.
Hayashi pressed, finally revealing his true purpose.
What if I refuse?
Kaido smirked, a trace of arrogance in his expression. Anyone who knew him well would recognize that smile. He was angry.
You won't give up. Who do you think you are? The first Hokage, Uchiha Madara?
Hayashi's eyes narrowed, a terrifying pressure emanating from him. There are generally 3 types of aura, one born of countless kills, one from holding authority for years, and one heightened in battle. Hayashi's aura was the first kind. A veteran of the second and third great ninja wars, he had taken many lives. The air thickened with killing intent. Hyuga Hayashi now resembled a demon who had stepped out of a battlefield soaked in blood. That murderous aura crushed down on Kaido like a mountain. At this moment, Hayashi was truly furious. His murderous intent spiked. He'd teach this arrogant brat a lesson, make Hinata leave him once and for all. And if Jiraiya came back, at worst he'd get a beating, but Jiraiya wouldn't kill him. Your apprentice is just as shameless as you are, Jiraiya. If I don't let my daughter marry him, you're welcome to kill me. That's.
Oh, this pressure.
Might Guy, who had been training nearby, felt the presence and used his body flicker technique to move at once. It wasn't just Kakashi and Guy, several high-ranking Jonin in the vicinity were alerted and immediately rushed toward the Hyuga estate. After the Hinata kidnapping incident, tensions had been high. Now, with this kind of aura flaring up near the Hyuga compound, it was only natural for them to investigate. Unaware that his flare of killing intent had drawn attention, Hayashi continued pressuring Kaido. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One after another, Jonin, elite Jonin, and even some Chunin silently appeared on the rooftops nearby. They had come expecting a serious battle, but to their surprise, Hayashi's opponent was a young man. They all recognized him top of his class at the Ninja Academy. While his combat prowess was uncertain, his reputation with women certainly wasn't. Two girlfriends, both from prestigious clans Yamanaka and Hyuga. And remarkably, both women got along. No rivalry, no drama. Because of this, Kaido had earned a nickname among Konoha's bachelor ninja, the Girl Whisperer.
Oh, now this is interesting. Is this the classic father-in-law lectures son-in-law scene?
Asuma asked, leaning near Kakashi with a cigarette in his mouth, smirking.
I thought it was an emergency, but now I see a love-struck kid getting a life lesson. It's worth the trip.
A senior ANBU commented quietly. Whispers of amusement spread among the onlookers hiding in the shadows. Back on the ground, Kaido stood tall, unshaken.
Please, don't compare me to the first Hokage or Uchiha Madara. But let me make one thing clear, I'm not giving up Hinata or Ino. They're mine. Even if Tsunade herself stood here, I'd say the same. You little...
Hayashi's face twisted. He barked out 3 short words.
Fine, fine, fine.
He was laughing, but it was the kind of laughter born of fury.
If you're going to be this stubborn, don't blame me for what happens next. And when Jiraiya returns, I doubt he'll say much in your defense. What if I defeat you?
Kaido's eyes gleamed with mischief.
If I win, will the Hyuga clan stop interfering with Hinata and me?
Hayashi paused.
If you can really defeat me.
Chapter 59, Chapter 59, Scaring the Patriarch, 5 months ago. Chapter 59, Scaring the Patriarch.
I also have a condition. If you lose, leave Hinata alone and don't bother her again.
Hyuga Hayashi sneered. He didn't believe the boy in front of him could possibly be a threat. Even if Kaido knew the Great Ball Rasengan, how many times could he use it with the chakra reserves in his body? So Hayashi agreed without hesitation.
Deal.
Kaido responded calmly. He didn't hesitate. If he defeated Hyuga Hayashi here, the Hyuga clan would no longer interfere in his relationship with Hinata and the others. That alone would save a lot of future trouble. On a nearby rooftop, Kakashi silently watched the scene unfold below and shook his head with a sigh. Others might not know Kaido's strength, but he did. Or rather, he couldn't figure it out at all. If Kaido could take down Zabuza in a few moves, then Hyuga Hayashi didn't stand a chance. Not to mention, Kaido clearly had cards he hadn't yet revealed. Knowing his personality, Kakashi was certain Kaido wouldn't fight a battle unless he was absolutely sure of victory.
Chief Hayashi.
Kakashi muttered under his breath.
Boy, prepare yourself.
Hayashi shouted, his hands snapping into motion. With his palms extended, an invisible formation field expanded around him, covering the deserted street completely. The range of it was several times larger than what Hinata could produce.
Gentle fist art, 8 trigrams 128 palms. You're already in my range, you won't escape now.
Hayashi declared, his voice cold and confident. His 10 fingers flashed like lightning as he launched rapid, pinpoint strikes. Chakra burst from his fingertips, like bullets flying toward Kaido's points. This was Hayashi's modified version of the traditional 8 trigrams technique. As long as his opponent was within the formation, he could strike with precision and even enhance his attacks through spatial manipulation. But Kaido remained still, his right fist tightened. Crackling. Scarlet lightning crackled along his arm, wrapping it like a cloak of red thunder. Without warning, he slammed his fist into the ground. Boom! The earth trembled violently, a quake-like force exploding outward from the impact point. The street beneath Kaido shattered in an instant, web-like fissures crawling across the pavement, surging outward along with arcs of red lightning. Chunks of concrete and stone burst upward from the street as the entire block buckled under the force. Nearby buildings were annihilated by the shockwave, reduced to rubble in seconds. Hayashi's chakra bullets were instantly deflected by the flying debris. In the next moment, dust and debris filled the air, obscuring everything around Kaido in a thick, blinding cloud.
What just happened? I can't see anything.
Gasped one of the onlooking Jonin, stunned by the destruction. Whoosh! A blur shot into the sky from the dust cloud, a figure surrounded by chakra, veins bulging around the eyes. Byakugan fully activated.
You think this smoke can stop me? My Byakugan sees through everything.
Hayashi called out proudly.
Let's end this. 8 trigrams vacuum palm.
His palms surged with chakra as a compressed wave of force shot outward, clearing the dust instantly. But Kaido stood completely unfazed. He smiled faintly.
Yes, let's end it.
With a subtle motion of his hand, a massive red thunder dragon emerged behind him. It radiated overwhelming power, its very presence distorting the space around it. It roared silently, like an ancient beast from myth, and the air crackled with its approach. Hayashi's eyes widened. The dragon opened its jaws and devoured the incoming vacuum palm in an instant. Kaido gave the command mentally, and the thunder dragon shot skyward like a flash of red lightning, then circled to strike. Hayashi hovered in midair without footing, and now without a plan. An ominous chill spread through him, his instincts screamed at him danger. Without hesitation, he funneled all the chakra in his body.
8 trigrams rotation.
Chapter 60, Chapter 60, a talent like this must be under my control, 5 months ago. Chapter 60, a talent like this must be under my control. Looking at the dense red arcs crackling in the pit, Hayashi Hyuga felt his scalp tingle. He recalled the thunder dragon formed by those arcs earlier, its power far exceeded what was left behind. A flicker of regret rose in his heart. Why had he agreed to duel this kid? Why had he accepted those terms? Now that he thought about it, Kaido had clearly come prepared. That innocent act had been a trap, and Hayashi had walked right into it.
Is this your kekkei, genkai?
Hayashi asked after a long silence.
Yes.
Kaido nodded. After 5 years of training, Kaido had compressed his chakra far beyond the norm. What had once been deep blue chakra had now advanced, taking on a purple hue dense and potent like mercury. If the dark blue chakra was like water, then this new purple chakra was like liquid metal, far heavier, far more powerful. Kaido believed that next time, he could compress it further, perhaps into a solid state. 1 drop of purple chakra held 10 times the power of dark blue chakra, which itself held 10 times the energy of regular chakra. In other words, Kaido's chakra was now 100 times more concentrated than that of an average ninja of his level, enough to rival the power of a tailed beast. With this breakthrough, his control over the thunder fruit also evolved, shifting from dark blue lightning to crimson red. The power had increased tenfold. The lightning techniques Kaido could now unleash reached over 100 million volts, true devastation incarnate.
I've lost this battle.
Hayashi declared.
I will honor our agreement regarding Hinata. I will not interfere.
His face was unreadable, a mixture of frustration, disbelief, and resignation. Turning away without another word, he headed back toward the Hyuga compound. After witnessing the red lightning up close, Hayashi had no choice but to acknowledge it. Kaido's strength was real and it was terrifying. To be honest, he had wanted to go back on his word, but too many eyes had seen the duel. As clan head, he couldn't risk dishonoring the Hyuga name. The Hyuga's strongest was only at elite Jonin level. Kaido had crushed that standard. Hayashi suspected the boy might already be at the cage level. Even the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, hadn't shown such power at this age. A 12-year-old capable of defeating a seasoned elite Jonin? It was unthinkable. With such talent, Kaido would no doubt rise to Konoha's highest ranks in time. Especially that final punch the Red Thunder Dragon had left a deep impression. Hayashi clenched his fists. Only an ancient Hyuga ancestor or the mythical Thousand Eyes Byakugan could produce such monstrous talent.
But Hinata will suffer in the future.
Hayashi muttered through gritted teeth, a flicker of sadness in his eyes.
It seems Hanabi will become the next heir to the main family.
Kaido had no idea what Hayashi was thinking. As the Hyuga had left, he dismissed the red lightning arcs lingering in the pit and quietly vanished. After he departed, the shinobi who had been observing from afar cautiously stepped closer. The 100-meter-wide pit was scorched black and glowing red-hot in places, resembling the aftermath of a meteor strike. A gust of hot wind swept over the approaching ninjas. Asuma muttered solemnly as he stepped forward.
Was this really done by this year's Academy top student? Feels like a dream.
I thought he was just a show-off who liked flaunting his relationship, but now...
Murmurs of awe rippled through the gathered shinobi. Hokage's office. An ANBU knelt before Hiruzen Sarutobi, reporting everything that had taken place. Hiruzen, already aware of most of it, gave a calm order.
Have Earth-style ninjas repair the crater, I'll handle the rest. Dismissed. Yes, Lord Hokage. What a troublesome brat.
Hiruzen muttered.
Just got back and already causing a scene, and yet...
Kekkei genkai, elite Jonin level, not bad at all.
Even Tsunade didn't have that kind of talent at his age.
He sighed, then laughed heartily.
Haha, Tsunade finally did something good for Konoha.
No matter what, Kaido was his student. He had come from Hiruzen's own teachings.
Maybe,
he said, eyes gleaming with purpose. Fool.
Ayanami Kaido.
Danzo growled, crumpling the paper in his fist.
I didn't expect this. After just a few years, the kid now has the power to defeat an elite Jonin, and that red lightning, his kekkei genkai.
His tone turned icy.
A talent like this must be brought under control, my control.
With him under me, I'll have another cage-level powerhouse in the future.
We'll see how Hiruzen and his faction contend with me then.
He hissed.
Ayanami Kaido.
Chapter 61, Danzo-sama. There were various expressions in the crowd: praise, flattery, envy. In short, Kaido, this once-born genius, was not someone you could afford to provoke. If you did, you were on your own. Are you kidding? He defeated Hyuga Hayashi, a veteran Jonin with a powerful kekkei genkai. And it wasn't just about his strength, his connections were even more terrifying. Since Hayashi's defeat, whether he admitted it or not, Kaido had effectively become Hyuga Hinata's fiancé. Add to that the fact that the Yamanaka clan's little princess clearly had feelings for him too. With just those two clans behind him, Kaido could already walk through Konoha without fear. Not to mention the Inoshikacho trio, they were inseparable. This was a power play, and it was working. At this point, the only person in all of Konoha with the authority to challenge Kaido.
Oh, looks like they're calling you in.
Kakashi said lazily, as if he'd been expecting it.
Well then, I'm off. Naruto, everyone see you later.
With that, Kaido followed the Anbu toward the Hokage's office. Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked carefully at the young man before him, nodding with subtle approval. Remaining calm under his gaze, this one had a solid character. He took a deep drag from his pipe and exhaled slowly.
Come to think of it, this is the third time we've met. Yes, Lord Hokage.
Kaido nodded, calm and composed.
No need to be so formal. Tsunade is my student, and that makes you my grand disciple.
Hiruzen said warmly.
I called you here for two reasons. First, I've already taken care of last night's incident for you. Second, with your current abilities, staying in Kakashi's squad isn't ideal. I believe you understand that. My original plan was for you to remain on Team 7 until the Chunin exams in a few months, then join the Anbu. But after what happened with Zabuza, and again last night,
Hiruzen added with a smile.
I'd like to think it over.
Kaido said calmly.
All right, you've got 3 days. Your squad is on break. Use the time to relax and decide.
Hiruzen nodded.
Understood. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, Lord Hawkage. Go ahead.
Hiruzen said, waving him off. After leaving the Hawkage office, Kaido returned home, lost in thought. The conversation had disrupted his rhythm. Hiruzen still didn't understand his true strength-thinking Anbu missions would make him stronger. But that wasn't the issue. If he could break through to a higher level just by training or fighting more, it would have happened already. The only thing that came to mind was Sage Mode, something he planned to pursue once Tsunade became Hawkage. But for now, it didn't matter if he was on Team 7 or with the Anbu, neither would help him grow much stronger. Still, the Anbu offered some advantages: more combat experience, travel, and free time after missions. That would let him balance both missions and time with Hinata and Ino. With that thought, Kaido made his decision. He'd remain with the Anbu until the Chunin exams, then withdraw once Orochimaru assassinated the third Hawkage and Tsunade took office. Having made up his mind, he felt lighter. Hiruzen's 3-day window was perfect, like a short vacation. As for Kakashi, a shadow clone could handle that. While thinking this over, Kaido reached the entrance to his home. As soon as he stepped in, he paused, eyes narrowing.
Interesting,
He muttered. His electromagnetic sensing had picked up a static magnetic field inside, completely motionless. Someone was here, and not just anyone, someone skilled and bold. Click. He opened the door and stepped inside. Sitting silently in the room was a pale, bandaged old man with a cold expression. Kaido blinked once.
Well, look who it is. The infamous Warhawk Danzo.
As for why he was here, Kaido already had a pretty good guess.
Who are you, and what are you doing in my house?
Kaido asked with a frown, feigning ignorance.
I'm Danzo Shimura, senior advisor of Konoha, leader of Root.
Danzo said with a thin smile. That smile made Kaido's skin crawl. Honestly, not smiling would have been better.
Ah, Danzo-sama, to what do I owe the pleasure? I heard about what happened last night. Impressive, you should join Root, we need talents like you.
Kaido inwardly scoffed. Root had tried to recruit him before, and when he refused, they sent agents after him. They didn't make it back. But after his public display of strength against Hayashi, Danzo's interest had clearly reignited.
You're too late, Danzo-sama. I've already accepted Lord Hawkage's offer to join the Anbu.
Chapter 62, Chapter 62, Danzo's Men, 5 months ago. Chapter 62, Danzo's Men. If he really joined Root, he would be an idiot. Kaido knew exactly what Root was like.
Don't worry, as long as you join Root, I'll personally speak with Hiruzen and Himura.
Danzo said confidently, as if he had everything planned out.
No need, I think it's better to join the Anbu.
Kaido refused firmly.
In that case, I'll take my leave, but I believe you'll change your mind.
Shimura Danzo said meaningfully before striding away. The moment Danzo left, Kaido's expression turned cold. That last line was clearly a threat. But with his current strength, no number of Root operatives Danzo sent would make a difference. The only 2 people who could be used to threaten him were Hinata and Ino. Knowing Danzo's rabid dog personality, he wouldn't hesitate to target them.
Danzo!
Kaido muttered coldly. His voice was icy, like a bitter wind blowing from the depths of the netherworld.
Shadow clone technique.
Kaido formed the seals, and 2 shadow clones appeared beside him. Each clone held a third of his chakra and was as strong as an elite Jonin.
You 2 watch over Hinata in secret. If you encounter anyone from Root, eliminate them on the spot. If you're overpowered, one of you buys time while the other gets her out of there. Understood.
The 2 clones vanished instantly. Meanwhile, Kaido dashed toward Ino. The Hyuga clan was the most powerful family in Konoha, and Hinata was Hyuga Hayashi's daughter. It was unlikely that Danzo would make a move there first. Ino, on the other hand,
They're here.
he disappeared from the branch and appeared directly in front of the two masked root members.
You looking for Ino?
Kaido asked coldly, his killing intent heavy in the air. One of the agents said expressionlessly.
Perfect, then you can die here.
Kaido smirked and struck. Lightning burst from his fists as he lunged forward. Trained killers as they were, the root agents had sensed his hostility the moment he appeared. Without hesitation, they drew short blades from their backs and counterattacked. But they'd underestimated the force behind Kaido's thunder fist. Boom! His lightning-infused fists slammed into their weapons. A wave of electricity erupted from the impact, blasting the blades to pieces, and the remnants surged straight into their bodies. Crack boom! The two root agents barely had time to scream before they were reduced to blackened corpses. The entire encounter took less than a second. Far away, Ino turned her head at the sudden noise. She looked toward Kaido's direction with confusion in her eyes. Kaido no longer had a reason to hide. He flashed over and appeared before her. He took in a deep breath near her hair and smiled gently.
Nothing to worry about, just dealt with a couple of thieves. Let's get you home.
Ino looked skeptical, but she understood he was trying to protect her.
Okay.
She said playfully.
Deal.
He hoisted her onto his back and dashed toward the Yamanaka household. Danzo had already made a move. There was no telling what might happen next. He felt certain that Hinata was still safe at least for now. The two shadow clones hadn't dispelled yet. After dropping Ino off and giving her a few quiet instructions, he left again without delay. Ino watched him go, silent and obedient. It was the first time she'd seen Kaido so serious. Something was clearly wrong. She clenched her fists. Now wasn't the time to play or be spoiled. She had to get stronger.
He didn't tell me because he didn't want me to worry.
Next time, I'll stand beside you on the battlefield, she thought with determination. With electromagnetic sensing, Kaido quickly locked onto the location of Hinata and the two shadow clones. In a flash of blue lightning, he arrived near them in seconds.
Yo, the original's here.
One of the clones greeted. Kaito nodded, then noticed two masked bodies nearby.
Those Danzo's men.
Chapter 63, Chapter 63, Attacking Roots, 5 months ago. Chapter 63, Attacking Roots.
That's right, the real body. It's someone from Root. We checked and found that both bodies had Root's curse mark on their tongues. Thanks for the help, I'll handle the rest.
After speaking, Kaido released the shadow clone technique and appeared in front of Hinata in an instant.
Kaido, who are they? Were they here for me?
Hinata asked, unusually serious and not her usual shy self.
No, just some sewer rats. Nothing important, I'll take you home.
Kaido said, gently stroking her lavender hair with a soft smile. He knew Hinata had likely noticed the two shadow clones. With the Byakugan's prowess in reconnaissance, it was hard to hide anything from her. But this was the dark side of Konoha, something he didn't want her involved in. As long as Hinata was safe and happy, that was enough.
Oh, I understand.
Hinata replied quietly, a bit frustrated.
Oh.
Hinata let out a soft yelp as Kaido suddenly picked her up in a princess carry. Blushing furiously, Hinata curled up in his arms. Kaido didn't care about the looks and whispers around them, continuing on confidently. Hinata, however, buried her head into his chest like a shy little quail, not daring to look at anyone. At the Hyuga compound, Kaido gently set Hinata down and leaned in to whisper.
We're home, Hinata.
Her face turned crimson as she ran toward the house without saying goodbye, disappearing through the gates. Kaido chuckled warmly.
Too cute, a few more years and she'll be mine.
The two Hyuga guards stared daggers at him as he walked off calmly. The moon hung high in the sky, stars scattered like glitter. Standing on a rooftop, Kaido closed his eyes. Electromagnetic waves spread from his body like a tide, enveloping the entire village of Konoha in an instant. He was searching for Danzo. As the leader of Root, Danzo kept his whereabouts extremely well hidden. Even most Jonin didn't know where he was based. Maybe only the other village elders did. But Kaito wasn't worried. When Danzo had shown himself earlier, Kaito had already scanned and memorized his unique magnetic signature using his electromagnetic sensing. As long as Danzo was still in the village, he wouldn't escape tonight. One by one, the human signatures passed through Kaito's mind. He filtered them until there it was. Danzo,
You filthy rat.
Kaito muttered with disdain. He pinpointed the location underground, surrounded by other signatures. Root's base,
Full moon again, perfect night.
he said coldly, looking up at the sky. With a flash, he vanished. In a quiet forest area on the outskirts of Konoha, Kaito silently eliminated the root sentries standing guard. Activating Moonstep, he rose into the air, hovering with ease. He wore a root operative's animal mask, stolen from one of the downed guards. On the ground stood a shadow clone, fists crackling with red lightning, chakra flaring like a full moon. The sheer intensity distorted the air around it. This wasn't like the thunder fist he used during his spar with Hayashi Hyuga. This was its full potential.
How many of you are ready?
Kaito asked, turning his head to look at the shadow clones now appearing beside him in the air.
Already real body.
One of them replied. Each of the 4 shadow clones held a massive Rasengan in hand infused with both wind and lightning chakra.
Then let's begin. Tonight, Root disappears from Konoha.
Kaito said in a chilling, emotionless tone. He extended his hand. Red lightning crackled to life in his palm, growing brighter and more volatile with every second as he pumped more chakra into it. Crack crack boom. The red lightning surged upward, shooting straight into the night sky like a flare. A beacon. A warning. Or a declaration. The sudden eruption of energy caught the attention of countless Konoha shinobi. Those who recognized the scale of the chakra rushed toward the source.
Let's begin.
Kaito ordered his shadow clones. He increased his chakra output even further, and the lightning beam expanded, dense and blinding like a red pillar piercing the heavens. He knew the longer this took, the more Anbu and Jonin would arrive. He had to move quickly. Deep underground in the root base, Torun was chewing on a banana when his expression changed.
This chakra.
He vanished instantly. Inside the dim root command room, Danzo leaned on his cane, gazing at a photo with a heated glint in his eyes.
Bring those 2 girls back.
A sinister grin spread across his face as he imagined capturing Kaito's companions.
Lord Danzo, something's wrong. There's an S-rank ninjutsu being activated right above us.
Torun shouted as he reappeared. Chapter 64, Chapter 64, Kaito's Retaliation. 5 months ago. Chapter 64, Kaito's Retaliation. The roar of thunder exploded in the sky, shaking all of Konoha. The once empty ground suddenly began to crack, expanding outward in every direction. In the blink of an eye, a kilometer-wide area had collapsed into rubble. Dense, red lightning, surging with heart-pounding power, rained down like a flood. Root members who couldn't dodge in time were instantly swallowed by the red lightning reduced to charred corpses. Chaos erupted within Root headquarters. In midair, Kaito hovered, calmly surveying the destruction below.
It's your turn.
He said coldly.
Clear.
4 shadow clones hurled massive Rasengan infused with wind and lightning nature into the underground facility without hesitation. Deep below in the root base, Danzo's face twisted from red to blue, then purple with rage. He laughed, though it was filled with madness.
Fine, fine, I swear I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
By the time he shouted the last words, Danzo's eyes had turned blood red.
Damn it, get Danzo-sama out of here.
A Yamanaka root member grabbed Danzo and pulled him to the side, sensing that 4 more S-rank jutsu were descending from above. But red lightning flickered everywhere, there was no safe place to hide. He had no choice but to yell.
All Earth release users put up defenses, now. Earth-style, Earth wall. Earth-style, fortress wall.
One after another, the root ninja unleashed their most powerful Earth-style jutsu. Even Yamanaka Feng joined in. One layer, then another, and another several thick barriers of earth rose to protect Danzo at the center.
I'll kill him, I will.
Danzo roared again, eyes wild with fury like a cornered beast. His entire life's work was crumbling before him. Boom, boom. Before Danzo could finish ranting, the four massive Rasengan charged with both wind and lightning slammed down from above. The roar of the impact was deafening. The wind-infused Rasengan was sharp enough to shred steel. The lightning variant crackled with raw, destructive force. Together, they weren't just an addition of powers, they were devastation incarnate. The entire root facility was enveloped by the violent storm unleashed by the four Rasengan. Even the few who survived the initial onslaught were now reduced to scorched corpses. The Earth-style defenses erected by Danzo and the others shattered under the pressure obliterated by the combined force. Aside from a few high-ranking root officers, every single operative was wiped out in a matter of seconds. At that moment, red lightning snakes pierced downward, flooding through every corridor of the root base. Only the areas near Danzo and a handful of survivors remained untouched. From above, the facility now looked like a pit of hell flashing with red lightning like a living abyss. High in the sky,
He's still alive.
Kaido smirked.
That ends now.
The full moon overhead was completely obscured by black clouds. Within them, flashes of lightning danced, thunder growling constantly. With a wave of his hand, Kaido called down bolts of lightning, each as thick as a tree trunk. They crashed down from the sky, one after another, too many to count. Lightning release, thunder prison. Not far away, a large group of Konoha shinobi arrived, coming into Kaido's view. At the head of the group was none other than Hiruzen Sarutobi. Behind him, the village's elite Jonin watched the scene with grim expressions. Hiruzen's heart sank as he looked at the devastation. This level of destruction was beyond even his peak.
Danzo!
He muttered with a heavy sigh, a trace of sorrow in his voice. Even back when he was younger, this much power would have been difficult to endure. Now, thunder still raged above with no sign of stopping. His old comrade was likely already dead. The realization hit him like a weight.
Hokage-sama, should we intervene?
One of the Jonin asked. The moment the words were spoken, every shinobi turned toward him with disbelief. Did this guy really not recognize the red lightning? Hadn't they seen this just yesterday? Who else could it be but Kaido? Among them, the most conflicted were Yamanaka Inouchi, Kakashi, and Hyuga Hayashi. None of them had expected Kaido to wield such terrifying strength. With power like this, unless Jiraiya-sama intervened personally, no one could stop him from doing whatever he wanted in Konoha. Is it just me, or is Jiraiya weak AF?
Sigh.
Hiruzen murmured.
I thought you were calm and composed unlike your teacher, but I was wrong. A dragon has a reverse scale, whoever touches it.
Kaido said coldly.
That old bastard Danzo dared to lay a hand on Hinata and Ino. He needed to pay for it.
Chapter 65, Chapter 65, Stalling for Time, 5 months ago. Chapter 65, Stalling for Time. Guessing in your mind is one thing, but confirming it with your own eyes is another.
Hey, go away. Leave Konoha and find your teacher. Fine, but before I go, I've got a few words of advice. Old man of the third generation, you're past your prime. You carry the title of Hokage but not its strength. With you still in charge, Konoha will never thrive. Like you, it's decaying.
Kaido's tone was calm, yet every word landed heavily. As he spoke, Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression grew darker and more somber.
How dare you, Kaido? You're just a genin. What gives you the right to talk to the Hokage that way?
Ebisu snapped, adjusting his glasses. In Ebisu's eyes, the Hokage had given everything to Konoha. To him, Hiruzen was a symbol of dedication and sacrifice. How could he be spoken to like this?
Right, you want qualifications.
Kaido scoffed, biting his thumb. Chakra surged through his palm, dense and vibrant. Summoning jutsu. Bang! With a thunderous burst of smoke, a giant slug emerged at the edge of the battlefield. Kaido landed smoothly atop its head, his posture confident and relaxed.
Lord Kaido, what would you have of me?
The slug asked gently, its antennae swaying with slight confusion. It glanced at the surrounding Konoha shinobi, puzzled to see the third Hokage among them. Had Kaido turned against the village?
That's a...
Kaido could actually summon slugs, that meant.
He's Tsunade-sama's disciple.
Upon realizing this, several shinobi who had been ready to engage Kaido immediately backed down. They couldn't afford to make an enemy of him. No wonder the Hokage had let Kaido get away with destroying Root instead of ordering his execution. So this was all an internal clash among the Hokage's own students and successors. Ebisu immediately retreated, shrinking like a frightened animal as soon as the slug appeared. Familiar faces like Hayashi Hyuga, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Kurenai Yuhai were already numb from all the displays of power Kaido had shown.
Nothing serious.
Kaido said with a grin.
Just wanted to get some fresh air.
As he spoke, the storm above began to fade. Everyone's attention shifted from Kaido to the distance towards the ruins of Root. Eventually, the clouds parted, revealing a bright full moon. Moonlight poured down. The entire Root base was scorched black, glowing faintly with red arcs of electricity. The heat still radiated intensely, and the air stank of burned flesh. A deep, charred abyss stretched downward, unnatural and foreboding. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure shot out from within the abyss. In his hand was a charred corpse, barely recognizable save for a few scraps of unburnt bandages. He tossed it in front of Hiruzen.
Look, this is what's left of that old dog Danzo.
Kaido said calmly, then turned and dispelled his shadow clone atop the slug.
That was a clone, so Danzo wasn't dead when we got here.
Hiruzen shouted, both shocked and furious.
Correct.
Kaido replied.
That old bastard not only implanted Hashirama's cells, but also stole multiple Sharingan from the Uchiha. He wasn't going down easy. If he were just an average man, I would have wiped out the whole of Root before you even arrived.
The moment Kaido sensed Hiruzen approaching with his chakra sensing, he had used a shadow clone to stall for time, while his real body went after Danzo directly. With the full power of the thunder fruit under his control, Kaido was now immune to lightning and could manipulate it freely. What was death to others was fuel to him. Descending into the abyss, he found Danzo alone, surrounded by the corpses of his subordinates.
Don't think I don't recognize you just because you're wearing a mask.
Danzo had shouted, his expression twisted with hatred.
Why destroy Root? No reason.
Kaido had said coolly.
You messed with someone you shouldn't have.
And with that, he vanished in a blink of lightning. Craig. He reappeared beside Danzo, reaching for his right eye and digging it out with one clean motion. A scarlet Sharingan emerged from Danzo's socket.
So this is Shisui's main Jakaya.
Danzo roared, blood pouring from his eye.
I won't let this go.
Ignoring the pain, Danzo used wind release to deflect the red lightning around him while desperately trying to climb out of the abyss, avoiding natural bolts from the sky. His desperation was obvious. But Kaido smirked coldly.
You think I'd let you crawl out of here alive?
Chapter 66, Izangi. The dense red lightning, like molten magma, seemed to respond to an unspoken command from its master. It surged violently above Danzo, and in the blink of an eye, a thick lightning barrier formed in midair. This barrier wasn't a physical shield, it flowed like seawater, intangible and pulsing with violent energy. As a result, the raging thunder hanging in the sky above Earth passed through it effortlessly, continuing its indiscriminate bombardment. Danzo gritted his teeth and suddenly opened the iron box attached to his right arm, revealing a cluster of densely packed Sharingan. The moment he exposed it, Kaido noticed that 3 of the Sharingan had already closed. In other words, Danzo had died 3 times during the battle. With Shisui's right eye and those 3 gone, only 7 lives remained. Kaido's lips curled slightly as he gripped the main Jakaya Sharingan tightly in his palm. Crack snap. In the next instant, the Sharingan was crushed into a bloody pulp in Kaido's hand. A flash of lightning arced through the sky. The bloody remnants in his palm disintegrated, turning to ash and vanishing completely. With that, the so-called most powerful illusion kata Matsukami, was forever erased from the ninja world. Having finished the task, Kaido glanced upward, amused watching Danzo scramble toward the sky like a cornered rat. For all his sinister reputation in Konoha, Danzo was undeniably skilled with wind-style techniques. Advanced wind release jutsu burst from his hands and mouth in quick succession. Each blast cleared away more of the lightning barrier overhead, carving an escape path upward. He paid for it 2 more Sharingan on his arm dimmed and closed. Only 5 remained. Kaido stepped forward and vanished. In the next instant, he reappeared high above the thunder barrier, calmly waiting. Moments later, Danzo emerged, panting heavily, looking both panicked and enraged.
Kaido, just wait.
He snarled, hatred etched across his face.
When I get out of here, I'll make sure you pay for this.
Before he could finish his threat, a sharp burst of air whistled above. Bang! A pitch-black whip kick crashed into Danzo's body, launching him downward like a missile straight back to the deepest level of root. Crack zzzt. As soon as he hit the ground, arcs of red lightning snaked toward him like venomous serpents. 1-2. 2 more Sharingan closed. Danzo's expression turned grim, filled with murderous fury. With only 3 eyes left, he knew he couldn't escape. But if he was going to die here, then he'd take Kaido with him.
Kaido, if I must die, then I'll take you down with me.
He bellowed.
For the sake of Konoha, I'll eliminate anyone who could bring it harm.
His righteous tone would have been convincing if Kaido didn't already know the full extent of Danzo's hypocrisy. Kaido ignored the theatrics. The thunderstorm above was almost spent, and Danzo had to die before it ended. With a single wave of his hand, the red lightning converged around Danzo once again. Danzo didn't waste time with more words. His body leapt upward, red lightning coiling around him. His charred skin peeled back as he bared his teeth. Wood release, violent spear tree. A surge of life force poured from Danzo's right arm. A massive tree erupted from the limb, slamming into the lightning-scorched ground like a falling tower. Danzo had acquired wood release from the transplant of Hashirama's cells, courtesy of Orochimaru. He typically avoided using it. Prolonged use risked cellular backlash that could turn his entire body into a tree. But now that death was inevitable, he no longer cared. He jumped onto the tree's trunk and formed hand seals in rapid succession. Wind-style vacuum great ball. Chakra flooded his lungs, and he exhaled violently. A massive sphere of compressed wind tore through the air like a cannon shell, speeding toward Kaido. But even as the attack launched, Danzo and the tree beneath him were swallowed by a wave of crackling red lightning. Kaido's expression remained calm. With a sweep of his arm, the surrounding red lightning gathered again. In an instant, a massive serpent of pure electricity over 10 meters tall formed beside him. Its forked tongue hissed with killing intent. With a lash of its tail, it collided with the incoming wind sphere. Snap! The wind sphere, powerful enough to slice the air, was torn clean in 2 by the lightning snake's tail. Boom! The attack exploded in midair, blasting the surroundings with hurricane-force wind. Razor-like gusts pierced the earth like hundreds of needles. But the red lightning serpent stood unshaken at the center of it all. It flickered with power as it slithered to Kaido's side, tilting its massive head with almost human curiosity. Danzo, having just resurrected from another Sharingan, caught sight of this from afar. His face turned deathly pale. Before he could act, a lightning vine coiled up from the ground and bound his body. Red lightning morphed into dozens of piercing blades, striking downward in unison. Now only 1 Sharingan remained. A moment later, Danzo revived one final time. And without hesitation, he charged toward Kaido in a mad frenzy. Kaido wasn't surprised. He knew exactly what Danzo was attempting.
Go!
Chapter 67, Leaving Konoha. At the same time, Kaido's mind moved, and the entire thunder abyss erupted into chaos. Countless lightning arrows surged down like a torrential downpour, falling toward Danzo in a devastating barrage. Danzo had only just advanced a few steps when he was instantly pierced through, his body riddled like a sieve. As the final Sharingan on his right arm slowly closed, Danzo resurrected once again through Izanagi. But before he could make a move, the thunder dragon waiting patiently struck. Its enormous crimson maw opened wide and swallowed Danzo whole. And just like that, Shimura Danzo was completely annihilated by Kaido. With a single thought from Kaido, the red arcs of electricity in the abyss, including the massive thunder serpent before him, dispersed like mist, dissolving into pure elemental energy. All that remained were scorched remains and blistering heat, radiating like molten lava. A blackened corpse tumbled down from the sky, right from where the serpent had been moments before. Kaido caught it, and his figure shot upward in a streak of lightning. The corpse in his arms was none other than Danzo himself. By the time Kaido soared above Katsuyu, the thunderstorm had dissipated. Even the dark clouds overhead had cleared, revealing the full moon's glow. That was the sequence of events leading to this moment. Hiruzen Sarutobai's face twisted in horror as he looked at Danzo's charred body tossed before him. His hand clenched tightly around his pipe, and his pale expression darkened further with barely contained rage. His gaze remained fixed on Kaido, sharp, unreadable. Kaido stood calmly, arms crossed over his chest, his presence unwavering atop the giant slug. His composed demeanor carried the oppressive air of a man standing above all. In this moment, it felt as though Madara Uchiha himself were standing alone against the allied Shinobi forces.
Go find Lady Tsunade.
Hiruzen's voice was hoarse, as if all strength had left his body. Kaido clapped his hands lightly.
Then,
with that, the enormous Katsuyu vanished. In the next breath, Kaido's body transformed into lightning, and he disappeared from sight. The Earth-style Shinobi quickly filled in the pit. Wherever possible, the bodies were retrieved and sent to the memorial stone for burial. Hiruzen's words signified that the events of the night had come to a close. As he departed, the remaining Shinobi exchanged looks before silently dispersing. As trained ninja, they understood what should and shouldn't be spoken aloud. But the events of tonight, this confrontation, none of them would ever forget. Nor would they forget the lone figure who stood above them all. Root's headquarters had been obliterated, reduced to a gaping abyss. Every member of Root was eliminated, and Danzo Shimura, the senior advisor of Konoha, had been reduced to ash before their very eyes. And yet, the third Hokage let the boy walk away unharmed. The cause of it all, Danzo dared to provoke the two women closest to that boy. Tonight, Konoha learned a hard lesson and added two more names to the list of people not to cross: Hyuga Hinata and Yamanaka Ino. Anyone who dared to target them in the future would remember this blood-soaked night. The male shinobi regarded the event with awe-seeing Kaido as a prodigious powerhouse, young, fearsome, and clearly dangerous. But the Kunoichi.
Why did you let Kaido go? Did Danzo die for nothing?
Hiruzen, pipe in hand, sighed heavily. His gaze was distant.
what choice did we have? Danzo's gone. Are you suggesting we kill Kaido in return? Even if we tried with that strange body flicker technique and the strength he displayed tonight, who in Konoha could defeat him? Kakashi? Asuma? Guy?
Hiruzen shook his head.
Even if we succeeded, how many elites would we lose in the process? Konoha isn't strong enough to afford that kind of sacrifice right now.
So we just let it go.
Koharu growled, her fists clenched. Danzo had been her comrade for decades. Though they'd done questionable things in the shadows, their bond ran deep. Now he'd died in his own territory, and they could do nothing.
How can we let this go?
We need to focus on stabilizing the Yamanaka and Hyuga clans.
Hiruzen said gravely. Koharu scowled.
Appease them? Why? And both clans are made up of sensory-type shinobi. When you arrived, Danzo was still alive. Why didn't they warn you?
Chapter 68, Fifth Hokage.
What else can we do? Isn't it Danzo who tried to take Yamanaka Ino and Hyuga Hinata as hostages to force Kaido into joining Root?
Hiruzen Sarutobi said grimly.
If he hadn't taken the daughters of two clan leaders without permission, would any of this have happened? Do you know what Kaido said? Danzo tried to use Ino and Hinata to threaten him.
Hiruzen's face darkened further. He had painstakingly positioned Asuma to become the junior head and instructor of the Ino Shikacho formation, hoping to build long-lasting ties with the clans through him. But today, Danzo ruined everything.
You're saying that because of this, the Ino Shikacho trio and the Hyuga clan have now formed an alliance.
Koharu Udatane asked, realizing the gravity of the situation.
Exactly, that's why I let Kaido go.
The Hyuga are now the most powerful family in Konoha, and the Ino Shikacho trio have been here since the village was founded. If those four join forces.
And don't forget what happened with Hayashi back then. The Hyuga were humiliated by the village. Now Danzo tries to take Hinata too. What do you think they'll do? What will that alliance do?
The Ino Shikacho have always been loyal to the Hokage. We've treated them and the Hyuga fairly over the years. They wouldn't rebel.
Muttered Himura Mitakado.
Yes.
Hiruzen's words left both Himura and Koharu speechless. They understood instantly how deep this ran.
Well,
Koharu asked,
I'll step down as Hokage after the Chunin exams. Kaido was right, we're old.
Hiruzen sighed, a look of weary resignation in his eyes. Short Book Street, Tsunade's villa. After leaving Konoha, it took Kaido only a few minutes to arrive. Since he left her care, Tsunade had settled down here. In a small detached villa, Kaido appeared in a flash. As he opened the door, he saw Tsunade and Shizune preparing for bed. Even after 5 years, Tsunade hadn't changed. She was still stunningly beautiful, not even her figure had shifted thanks to the eerie preservation granted by the strength of 100 seal.
what brings you here, brat?
Tsunade asked with a spark of joy in her eyes. She pulled Kaido into a crushing hug. Kaido grunted under the weight, not again. Kaido said a little awkwardly. Tsunade narrowed her eyes.
All right, spill it. What kind of mess did you make in Konoha this time?
Though they hadn't seen each other in a while, Tsunade still understood him well. Kaido was calm and polite on the surface, but once pushed, his temper could be worse than hers. Even Shizune looked uneasy. Kaido scratched his head.
Well,
Tsunade's eyes widened.
yeah.
Tsunade blurted. She immediately hugged him again, squeezing with both arms and laughing as she did so. Her face lit up with glee, eyes crinkled with joy. A few minutes later, just as Kaido was on the verge of blacking out, she let go and stared at him with interest.
All right, talk. Did that old bastard hurt you?
Kaido gave a full and honest account of what had happened. Tsunade listened intently, then looked at him with an amused smile.
Not bad, kid. Married already, huh? But don't worry. As long as you're under my roof, no one in Konoha will dare lay a hand on you.
She said, giving his shoulder a firm pat exuding her usual overwhelming presence.
Nope, I'm in a good mood today. Time for a drink.
Tsunade declared, bolting toward the door.
Don't wait up, just head to bed.
Chapter 69, Chapter 69, News of Root's Demise, 5 months ago. Chapter 69, News of Root's Demise. One was disappointment in the top leaders like Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the other was fear, that he might lose control and act on impulse. Kaido sighed, turned around and followed.
Forget it, just take it as something I owed you in a past life.
Just as Kaido arrived at Tansho Street, word of the Root's destruction had already been quietly relayed to the major ninja villages by spies embedded within Konoha. Kumagakyur, the hot-tempered fourth Raikage, let out a derisive snort after reading the intelligence report.
Red Lightning Kekkei Genkai, Hiruzen's doing again, huh? Another genius pushed out. At this rate, they're making our job easier when it's finally time to strike Konoha. Lord Raikage, do you think this boy with the red lightning is connected to the one who appeared during the Third Great Ninja War?
A man dressed in a gray secretary uniform asked calmly.
Otherwise, with the connection between Hiruzen and Danzo, it wouldn't make sense to exile someone so easily, especially if that person was Tsunade's student.
He added,
Who knows if the kid is related to him?
Lightning crackled in the Raikage's eyes. Rage twisted his features as he clenched a fist. Craig. The desk beneath him shattered into splinters.
He humiliated me, Killer Bee, and the entire land of lightning during the war.
Lord Raikage,
Mabui said calmly.
we may not need to act. Others may be even more desperate than we are.
You're right.
The fourth Raikage sneered.
Let's wait, see how he reacts. Yes, sir.
Iwagakure. Anoki slammed the report down on his desk. He would never forget the mysterious man from the Third Great Ninja War who annihilated more than half of Iwagakure's elite forces with devastating lightning release. Afterward, the man vanished, taking with him countless lives, including Anoki's own candidate for fourth Tsuchikage. So many years had passed, and now,
If anyone's to blame.
he spat, hatred contorting his features.
Father, that was over a decade ago.
Hyuntu, Kuretsuchi's father, said with a frown.
It's not worth it. We finally have peace. If you go after him, you might start another war.
What do you take me for? Some warmongering relic?
Anoki asked slyly.
Then what are you planning, old man?
Hyuntu asked cautiously.
Place a bounty on him, 100 million ryo for his head.
Kitsuchi paused. Sunagakure. The fourth Keizkage Rasa laid the report flat on his desk with a heavy sigh.
Konoha's brimming with talent.
He paused, then his gaze narrowed.
Maybe.
Kirigakure. The fourth Mizukage, Mei Terumi, stood tall and poised, a half-smile blossoming like spring on her lips as she read the report.
Lightning release kekkei genkai. Seriously, Konoha never learns. Well,
She stretched, her graceful silhouette illuminated by flickering candlelight. Beside her, Chijuro blushed fiercely and averted his gaze.
that bastard.
She muttered softly, fingers gently brushing her forehead, her red lips curving into a mischievous smirk. After a moment, a knowing smile bloomed. There, on her forehead, was a diamond-shaped mark, the yin seal, the very technique Tsunade once pioneered. If Tsunade were here, she would have been shocked to see her secret technique perfectly reproduced. Meanwhile, Kaito, unaware of the storm he had stirred, was simply drinking with Tsunade. While Tsunade was drinking, Kaito just sat and watched. Her gambling was atrocious, and her drinking wasn't much better. After a dozen bottles, she was slumped over the table, out cold.
No one drinks this much and stays alive.
Chapter 70, Sage Mode.
Go back to your room.
Kaito frowned in thought. Now that his strength had reached a plateau, the next step in his growth was clear: he needed to learn Sage Mode. Originally, he had planned to travel to the Shikatsu Forest after the Chunin exams. But now that he had left Konoha, there was no reason to wait any longer. The next morning, Kaito informed Tsunade of his plan. Tsunade, rubbing her temples from fatigue, looked up with a frown when she heard him.
You want to learn Sage Mode? Yes.
Kaito nodded seriously.
Hey, you should know that Sage Mode isn't easy to learn. It takes real talent. I, your teacher, once went to Shikatsu Forest to try learning it myself.
It's a pity I didn't have the talent for it. I trained for almost a year without any progress before giving up.
Tsunade admitted with a touch of frustration. After a brief pause, she changed her tone.
But you're different. With your talent, you might just be able to learn it like my grandfather did.
Then I'll head to the Shikatsu Forest now. Please take care of yourself, Lady Tsunade. Go, go!
Tsunade waved him off, already sounding exasperated.
Lady Katsuyu, I want to learn the Sage Mode of Shikatsu Forest. Please help me.
Kaito bit his finger and performed the summoning technique.
Sage Mode. Understood, Lord Kaito. Please place your hand on me. Once you're ready, I will use the reverse summoning technique.
Katsuyu said gently.
I'm ready.
Kaito nodded.
Goodbye, Lady Tsunade.
Katsuyu said politely, before vanishing in a puff of smoke. When the smoke cleared, both Kaito and the slug were gone. Bang! Just like starlight falling from the sky, Kaito's body reappeared in a damp clearing. Surrounded by sticky earth and small slugs, Kaito wrinkled his brow.
So this is the Shikatsu Forest.
He recalled everything he knew about the place. Shikatsu Forest was one of the three great sage regions, alongside Mount Myaboku and Ryuchai Cave. It had existed since the days of Kaguya Otsutsuki. Unlike the other two regions, Shikatsu Forest was a single unified entity. Every slug within it was an extension of the slug sage. Even the Katsuyu summoned by Sakura and Tsunade was a part of the same being. If he had to rank the three sage regions, Kaido would place Shikatsu Forest at the top. After all, the slug sage had built its reputation alone, and that alone showed its power.
Lord Kaido, please follow me. This is where the natural energy is most concentrated.
Said the slug on his shoulder, interrupting his thoughts.
All right.
Kaito nodded and followed.
Katsuyu, shouldn't the slug sage appear to greet me?
He asked as they walked.
The slug sage is already aware of your arrival through me.
The slug replied.
Right.
Kaito suddenly remembered. Each of Katsuyu's clones was also the slug sage itself. After a while, guided by the slug, Kaito arrived at a particularly humid area thick with vegetation. The towering plants grew so densely that they blocked out the sunlight. The forest grew darker, but a faint, pleasant fragrance lingered in the air.
This place smells.
Kaito muttered to himself.
Shouldn't a place like this reek of rot?
Unable to make sense of it, he chalked it up to the mystical nature of the slug sage and moved on.
Lord Kaido, allow me to explain sage mode to you now.
The slug on his shoulder said.
All right, go ahead. Sage mode involves absorbing natural energy from the environment. It's a completely different training path compared to your regular chakra-based techniques. But once mastered, Sage mode greatly enhances your physical abilities. Your strength, speed, reflexes, and the power of your jutsu will increase significantly.
Chapter 71, Chapter 71, Natural Energy, 5 months ago. Chapter 71, Natural Energy. Kaido frowned and looked up. The sky above was pure darkness, so where was the colorful energy coming from? After a moment, Kaido opened his eyes and voiced his doubts to the slug.
The dark world you're in can be understood as a world seen with your eyes closed, a world of perception. In fact, the first step in training Sage mode is sensing the natural energy in the sky. You should already know this.
If you've practiced sensory ninjutsu before, then your initial ability to sense natural energy will be stronger. Those who train in sensory techniques usually have higher spiritual energy.
The slug said softly. After a short pause, it continued.
What's the maximum range of perception in this dark world you're in? Around 400 or 500 meters.
Kaido muttered.
That wide, not bad at all. It looks like your spiritual energy is stronger than you realized.
The slug said with a hint of surprise.
Do you know what Tsunede's initial perception range was when she trained in Sage mode? How much?
Kaido asked curiously.
10 meters? Even after years of on and off training here, she only reached a range of just over 200 meters. That's why she wasn't suited for Sage mode.
But you're different. You're already twice as strong as her. It won't take long before you can sense the natural energy in the sky.
The slug said without holding back its praise.
Then slug, can I ask?
Kaido hesitated before asking.
Him, don't even think about comparing yourself to him. He may have looked slow, but he was incredibly gifted. I'm not sure if he used sensory ninjutsu, but his initial sensing range was massive. In his words, it was at least 7 or 8 kilometers. He sensed the natural energy in the sky in just half a day, and it only took him a month to master Sage mode.
The slug said with a sigh, not sugarcoating the gap.
I see.
Kaido nodded, unfazed. After all, he was just an ordinary person. Why compare himself to the first Hokage?
You've now stepped into the dark world. Your next task is to expand that perception as far as you can. Ideally, stretch it toward the sky, where natural energy is densest. Once you've sensed the natural energy in the sky, try to feel it around your body as well.
But for now, focus only on the sky.
The slug explained patiently.
I understand.
Kaido nodded firmly.
Lord Slug, can I train using shadow clones?
He recalled how Naruto used shadow clones for training in the original story.
Of course, how many can you create? I'll go gather the slugs nearby. 30, that's my limit.
Kaido grinned.
Perfect, I've summoned the slugs nearby. Got it.
Kaido nodded and quickly formed hand seals. Chakra split through his body into 30 parts as he shouted.
Shadow clone technique.
Bang! A cloud of smoke burst into the air as 30 identical clones appeared, standing in formation. From the forest came the soft sound of movement. Slugs began crawling toward them from the shadows. Before long, the slugs had reached each of Kaido's clones.
All right, everyone, focus on sensing the natural energy in the sky.
Kaido commanded, and the clones all entered a meditative state. Time passed quickly, 10 days blinked by. Kaido's life during these 10 days had been monotonous but focused. By day, he trained with the help of the slugs, and by night, he entered the god-level space set to the coordinates of the Shikatsu forest and continued sensing natural energy alone. The difference was that at night, he had no slug to guide him, so his efficiency dropped. Still, with the 10-1-time ratio in that space, the results balanced out. Over these 10 days, Kaido made significant progress. Just the day before, he finally succeeded in sensing the natural energy of the sky. While training, he also discovered something unexpected. His electromagnetic sensing range had increased alongside his perception. Previously, he could only sense as far as Konoha village. But now, even after covering the entire village, there was more. His reach extended even farther. His ability wasn't a sensory ninjutsu per se, but rather an application of his mastery over the thunder, fruitan advanced form of electromagnetic induction, sensing his surroundings via reflected waves from objects and people. He usually referred to it simply as electromagnetic induction, and those he sensed were described as having a human magnetic field. Who would have thought training in sensing natural energy would also enhance that ability? Though he was puzzled by the connection, he had no intention of stopping. If developing Sage Mode helped with this as well, then so be it.
Master Kaido, now that you've sensed the natural energy in the sky, try absorbing it.
Chapter 72, Chapter 72, Gaara, 5 months ago. Chapter 72, Gaara. Having reached this point, Kaido could no longer continue training in the Sage realm. Without the aid of the slugs at this stage, he risked turning into a stone statue if he lost control for even a second. 1 day, 2 days, an entire month passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout that month, Kaido had been trying to absorb the natural energy in the atmosphere, yet he never succeeded. Still, he wasn't in a rush. He had time. After all, even Jiraiya had taken decades to master only an incomplete version of Sage Mode. On this particular day, in a damp and quiet section of the jungle, Kaido sat cross-legged, eyes closed, focusing on balancing the natural energy in his body. However, a voice pulled him out of his meditation.
What's the matter, slug?
Lady Tsunade has sent a message. She's asking you to return, the slug said softly.
Tsunade-sensei.
Kaido frowned.
What could she want now?
Then it clicked.
Wait!
He muttered. If he guessed right, Tsunade calling him back was probably tied to Hiruzen Sarutobi.
All right, I'll head back immediately. Thanks for the message.
It was a welcome change of pace after such intense and monotonous training. Besides, he didn't want to miss the events surrounding the Konoha Crush plan. Yes, Lord Kaido. With a puff of smoke, Kaido's figure appeared inside Tsunade's room.
Thanks again. You can return now. I'll call you if I need anything.
Tsunade said, dismissing the slug with a wave. Goodbye, Lady Tsunade, the slug replied before vanishing into smoke.
Tsunade-sensei, what did you want to talk about?
Kaido asked as he opened his eyes.
Konoha is holding the Chunin exams in collaboration with the Sand and Sound villages.
Tsunade said.
Hiruzen-sama wants you to participate.
I already left the village. Why bring me back now?
Kaido asked with a slight smirk.
Well, I suppose I could show up for old man Sarutobi's Seikand to remind the other villages not to underestimate us. Yeah, that sounds like something Hiruzen would plan.
Tsunade nodded thoughtfully.
So you'll go. Why not? It's been a while since I've seen Ino and Hinata. Besides, it's a good chance to show them what kind of students you've trained.
He knew well that Hiruzen's time was running short, and he had no reason not to be there in his final moments.
All right then, I won't stop you. With your strength, the exam will be nothing. Just make sure to uphold my dignity, beat the hell out of them if you can.
Tsunade gave him a hearty tap on the shoulder.
Got it.
The exam was scheduled for the 18th of the month 5 days from now. Since he had nothing better to do, why not head out today?
Okay, I'm off then.
Without another word, Kaito turned into a streak of lightning and disappeared into the sky. At the gates of Konoha,
You ran into me, brat. That hurt, you know.
Naruto and Sakura stood frozen, unsure of what to do.
Guess I'll steal the spotlight.
Kaito muttered with a grin. In a flash, he appeared behind Kankuro. His eyes were cold, and his grip firm as he placed a hand on the boy's shoulder.
My advice, don't mess with that kid. You wouldn't want the consequences.
That's Sarutobi Konohamaru, the third Hokage's grandson. If you lay a finger on him, your entire squad from the Sand Village might not make it home. Kankuro's eyes widened in panic. Sweat formed on his brow. He had messed with the wrong person. Realizing the danger, he immediately released Konohamaru.
Apologies, we were in the wrong.
Kankuro stammered. Temari glanced at Kaito, strong. She stepped forward and gave a polite bow. They weren't in the Sand Village now. Picking a fight in Konoha, especially with someone connected to the Hokage, was asking for trouble.
It's okay, big sis.
Konohamaru squeaked and darted behind Naruto.
With that cleared up,
Kaito said, turning his gaze to a nearby tree. Everyone froze, someone else was there. Following Kaito's line of sight, they spotted Sasuke and Gaara perched quietly on a branch.
Sasuke,
Naruto shouted, grinning.
when did you get back, Kai? Just now.
He replied calmly.
I'm heading home, things are handled here.
But as he turned to leave, a quiet voice stopped him.
You're strong.
Gaara said.
Strong enough for me to know your name. I'm Gaara of the Sand. And you?
Name's Ayanami Kaito.
Chapter 73, Chapter 73, Ino's Longing, 5 months ago. Chapter 73, Ino's Longing.
Kaito, good, I'll remember you. You actually made that guy feel a little fear. I will definitely kill you.
Gaara growled darkly.
What's your name? You're strong enough for me to remember it.
Gaara turned to look at Uchiha Sasuke.
Uchiha Sasuke.
Sasuke answered coldly.
I'll remember you.
Gaara nodded, then snapped at Kankuro.
Let's go, you loser. What a disgrace.
Just like a joke, the situation ended because of Kaito's unexpected intervention. In the forest behind Konoha, a man stood smoking as he watched 3 young ninjas training intensely below. There was a rare trace of approval in his eyes. Since Kaito's departure, the trio seemed to have received a wake-up call. They trained with renewed determination, especially Ino. Her effort made even Asuma, a seasoned Jonin, feel slightly ashamed. I'll register them for the Chunin exams in a few days, Asuma thought silently. Just then, Ino, who had been training, suddenly froze. Her body trembled slightly, as if overwhelmed by something. Asuma, always observant of his students, frowned and called out with concern.
Ino, are you okay? If you're tired, take a break.
Whoosh! A sound like thunder tore through the air. In the next instant, a figure appeared in front of Ino. He held her in his arms.
Okay, don't cry, little Ino.
As he spoke, he pulled out a tissue and softly wiped the tears from her eyes. When Asuma saw who it was, a knowing look crossed his face. Only this guy could make Ino react like this.
Hey, Asuma-sensei, Shikamaru Choji, long time no see.
Kaito greeted them casually.
Ino and I have some things to handle, so we're leaving for today.
Without waiting for a reply, he carried Ino off in a flash, vanishing from their sight. Asuma, Shikamaru, and Choji. Asuma muttered, chewing on his cigarette, eyes following Kaito's disappearing figure thoughtfully. You all better get ready. I'll talk to the third Hokage about signing you up for the Chunin exams.
Make sure to inform Ino tomorrow and meet me back here. I'll hand out the application forms then.
With that, Asuma headed toward the Hokage building. At Kaito's home, he gently placed Ino's legs down, intending to let her go and find Hinata, but Ino clung to him tightly, as though afraid he'd vanish again. She wasn't wrong. Ino had suspected the truth behind his sudden departure. Though no one had told her directly, she pieced things together. That night Kaido fought off two mysterious ninja, a lightning storm erupted, her father returned with a dark expression, and then Kaido vanished. Hinata had quietly told her that two men had tried to kidnap them, but were stopped by Kaido's shadow clones. Ino wasn't as brilliant as Shikamaru, but she wasn't dumb either. When she lined everything up, the answer was clear. Someone had targeted her and Hinata to threaten Kaido, and he had struck back hard. Her father had claimed Kaido had gone off to train with Lady Tsunade, a flimsy excuse at best. Ino knew better. Tsunade had been gone from the village for years. Kaido had mentioned her a few times in stories, but she only returned recently. That story didn't add up. No, Kaido hadn't left to train, he'd been exiled or worse. Even if she couldn't prove it, she knew the truth. And with no power to do anything, all she could do was train harder, push herself beyond limits. She also noticed Hinata doing the same, pushing herself with the kind of desperation only someone who knew the truth could feel. So when she finally felt Kaido's chakra today, she couldn't hold back the tears. For the last 2 months, she'd lived in fear, worrying something terrible had happened to him. She had poured all that longing and sorrow into training. The moment she saw Kaido again, everything in her world lit back up. She hugged him tightly, not wanting to let go, not even for a second. Then, without warning, Ino let go of his waist, cupped his face in both hands and stared into his eyes. She bit her lip, then kissed him full on the mouth. Kaido was stunned. Ino had never been this bold before. Then surprise gave way to delight. The girl he liked just made the first move. There was no way he was going to turn her down. 1 minute passed, then another. Half an hour later, Ino finally pulled away, face flushed, lips a little swollen. She looked like she wanted to scold him, but couldn't help smiling.
I'm going to kill you.
She muttered, cheeks burning. Kaido grinned proudly.
HMPH, we wasted half an hour already. Go grab Hinata so we can have a proper lunch together. Got it!
Chapter 74, Chapter 74, Chunin Exam, 5 months ago. Chapter 74, Chunin Exam. At the same time, she shouted.
1 palm, 2 palms.
Her palms moved so fast they blurred into afterimages, slicing past the simulated bullets. Snap bang. With the final strike, the entire training dummy coated in iron exploded into pieces and scattered across the ground under Hinata's relentless assault. She took a breath, then shifted smoothly into the next routine, practicing the physical techniques that Kaido had taught her. Kaido stood nearby, watching with concern as she pushed herself with fierce determination. What worried him most was the heavy weights strapped to her arms and legs. He recognized them immediately, worn the same kind before. He stepped forward and suddenly appeared in front of her, pulling Hinata gently into his arms. Startled by the movement, Hinata instinctively tensed. The chakra in her abdomen surged, spreading rapidly through her chakra points, her body ready to activate at a moment's notice.
Don't worry, it's me,
said Kaido softly. The familiar voice instantly calmed her. Her tense muscles relaxed and the chakra flow dissipated. Hinata stood there dazed, letting him hold her without resistance. The warmth, the scent, the heartbeat, it was all unmistakably Kaido. Overwhelmed, pearl-like tears welled in her eyes and fell silently.
You're back.
She whispered through a sob.
Yeah.
Kaido replied, nodding gently. Hearing those words, Hinata clung to him tightly, her body trembling. Unlike Ino, she hadn't tried to guess what had happened that night. She had seen it all with her Byakugan. She had just finished fending off an attack by 2 rogue ninjas when the sky in the distance had lit up with intense lightning. She knew immediately who it had to be. Lightning release was Kaido's specialty. She had sprinted toward the battlefield without hesitation, heart pounding with dread. By the time she arrived, however, Kaido was already gone. She didn't understand why he'd vanished like that, but she was certain it had to do with the 2 who ambushed. From that night on, Hinata left Kurenai's squad and returned home to train alone and obsessively. She knew she wasn't strong enough to help Kaido then, so all she could do was push herself until she was. She had sworn to leave the village to find him once she was strong enough. She never imagined he would appear before her again just over a month later. Shocked, overjoyed, and overwhelmed didn't even begin to cover it.
When?
Hinata asked softly, still clinging to him.
Just now, let's go home. Ino's already waiting for us.
Kaido said, pressing a light kiss to her forehead.
Meh.
Hinata nodded, blushing deeply.
But before that, take off the weights. You don't need to push yourself so hard anymore.
Kaido said, frowning.
No,
Hinata said quietly but firmly.
I'm used to it.
It was a rare moment of defiance. Kaito looked into her serious eyes and realized how deeply his absence had affected her and Ino. He said with a gentle smile, brushing his hand through her lavender hair. He took her hand.
Let's go.
This time he didn't sneak her out, he left openly. The Hyuga clan was known for its sharp senses and surveillance skills. Kaido was sure they detected him the moment he stepped onto the compound grounds. The fact that Hayashi didn't intervene meant only one thing: he had tacitly approved their relationship. And he was right. As Kaido led Hinata out by the hand, several Hyuga clan members watched quietly. Some whispered, others pretended not to see, no one stopped them. Hinata clung tightly to Kaido's arm, her head lowered like a shy bird. It was as if she had become his little wife. By the time the two returned home, it was nearly 10 p.m. Later, Kaido took both Hinata and Ino out to the market. They bought plenty of vegetables and fresh meat before returning home to prepare lunch together. Lunch was a feast. Kaido cooked braised lion's head meatballs and soybean paste noodles, Ino's favorite, as well as sweet and sour spare ribs for Hinata. Hinata added a few of her own dishes too. The table was packed. After eating and cleaning up, Kaito laid down on the tatami floor with an arm around each girl, soaking in the peace and warmth. Soon after, the sound of gentle snoring filled the air. A trace of guilt crossed Kaido's face. He knew the past 2 months had been rough on them both. Quietly, he made a silent promise: he wouldn't let either of them suffer again. His eyes slowly closed. Aside from the soft snoring and the occasional buzz of a mosquito, the house fell into peaceful silence. Hokage's office. Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, looked over the 3 Jonin Asuma, Kurenai, and Kakashi, who had come to submit their team recommendations for the upcoming Chunin exams.
Are you certain about this?
Hiruzen asked gravely.
This Chunin exam will be much stricter and more dangerous than usual.
I believe Team 8 is ready.
Kurenai said firmly. Asuma and Kakashi added their confirmations. Hiruzen nodded and opened his drawer, pulling out 9 registration forms.
Very well, these are your team's forms, take them.
Then he reached back into the drawer and pulled out a 10th form.
This one's for Kaido, deliver it to him when you can.
He said, handing it to Kakashi.
Kaido.
Kakashi blinked in surprise. Noticing his confusion, Hiruzen added.
I informed Tsunade a few days ago. Kaido was asked to return, and he arrived in Konoha today. He should be at home, give that to him later.
He added, his tone unreadable. Chapter 75, Chapter 75, Rock Lee 5 months ago. Chapter 75, Rock Lee. At that moment, Kaido suddenly sensed someone approaching outside the door. He frowned slightly, then quickly helped the 2 girls sit upright.
Someone's coming,
he said in a low voice. The 2 girls instantly realized the situation and obediently sat at the table.
It's so late already.
Ino muttered in frustration. They had finally gotten some time alone with Kaido, and now it was interrupted. Of course, she wasn't happy.
Bye, Kyugen.
Hinata activated her Dojutsu immediately. When she saw who it was, her expression tensed.
It's Kurenai-sensei. Yuhai Kurenai, what's she doing here?
Ino asked with a confused look.
Why overthink it? She's already at the door, just ask her.
Kaido replied. As they spoke, Kurenai gently pushed the door open and stepped inside, feeling oddly nervous for reasons she couldn't explain. Ever since that night when Kaido intervened to stop the route for the sake of Hinata and Ino, Kurenai hadn't been able to forget him. His composure under pressure, the quiet strength in his smile, and the commanding presence he had while standing atop Katsuyu, those moments left a lasting impression on her. She felt a deep admiration for him. Though he was much younger, there was a maturity in Kaido that drew her attention. Kurenai reminded herself that whatever she felt, it was something to acknowledge with quiet respect, nothing more. Earlier that day, after hearing from the Hokage's office that Kaido had returned, she'd asked Kakashi for the application form under the pretense that Hinata and Ino might be at his place. She also spoke to Asuma to get Ino's Chunin exam form, though it was an excuse. Now, taking a deep breath to compose herself, she raised her hand and knocked gently.
Come in, Kurenai-sensei.
Kaido's gentle voice called from inside.
So he's really back.
Kurenai murmured to herself and opened the door.
There you are.
She said, putting on a casual smile as her eyes briefly met Kaido's.
Kurenai-sensei, why are you here?
Hinata asked curiously. Kurenai replied with a soft smile.
Kakashi, Asuma, and I have recommended our teams to the Hokage for the upcoming Chunin exams. I heard from Lord Hokage that Kaido had returned, so instead of making you come all the way to us, I brought the application forms to you directly.
She walked over and placed 3 forms neatly on Kaido's desk.
Once you're done filling these out, give Hinata's to me. As for Kaido and Ino, you'll hand yours to your respective sensei.
It was clear she had rehearsed those lines.
Kurenai-sensei, so we're really going to take the Chunin exam.
Ino's eyes lit up as she spoke, clearly excited.
Just fill out the forms.
Kurenai said with a smile. The 3 of them filled in their information, and after taking Hinata's form, Kurenai turned to leave. Before she exited, her gaze lingered on Kaido for a moment. Over the next few days, after Kaido and Ino handed in their forms, the trio stayed close together, rarely parting. Hinata and Ino were afraid that Kaido would vanish again without warning, while Kaido, burdened by guilt, wanted to stay by their side. As for the Chunin exam itself, given who they were, it was practically child's play. Time flew by, and soon, the day of the Chunin exam arrived. That morning, Kaido picked up Hinata early, then met up with Ino and the others as they headed leisurely toward the Chunin exam building. He had already told Naruto, Shikamaru, and Kiba's teams to meet directly at the examination hall.
Kaido, why are you so late?
Naruto complained the moment they walked in. Shikamaru chimed in.
You've got some nerve, Kaido. You practically snatched Ino and Hinata away the moment you came back. I'm starting to wonder if they're still part of our team.
Kaido smiled and patted Shikamaru and Kiba on the shoulder.
Relax, they're still on your team.
Their conversation was soon interrupted by a loud commotion from farther inside the building. It turned out to be a genjutsu set up near the stairs, part of a prank or test. Lee was already in the middle of a dramatic entrance. Just then, Sasuke stepped in to break the illusion and reveal the truth. Kaido and the others watched as Sasuke confidently showed off. Once he was done, they began heading for the second-floor exam hall. That's when Rock Lee appeared in front of Sasuke first, confessing his feelings to Sakura, then issuing a challenge to Sasuke. Even with the Sharingan, Sasuke was defeated soundly. His aura as the genius of the year was thoroughly crushed. After the spectacle, Kaido and the others continued toward the second floor. Whoosh! Suddenly, Rock Lee appeared in front of Kaido with a blur of movement. With his trademark thick eyebrows raised high, he exclaimed,
Gentle and handsome, always surrounded by beautiful girls.
Kaido. The first 2 parts were accurate, but the third line.
Yes.
Kaido replied with a nod. He had always liked Lee in the original story. His honesty, his passion, his dedication to taijutsu, and his unyielding spirit. So naturally, Kaido had no ill feelings toward him.
I want to fight you.
Lee said, clenching his fist, eyes burning with determination.
I want to prove that even taijutsu alone can make you a great ninja. You're not my opponent.
Kaido replied calmly. He had no intention of hurting Lee.
Please.
Lee clasped his hands together and bowed deeply, sincere in his request. With that one word, the entire hall turned its attention toward them, just as they had when Sasuke had stepped up earlier. After giving Ino and the others a few quick words, Kaido and Lee walked to the center of the hall and faced each other. Not far off, Tenten and Neji watched from the crowd.
Do you think Lee has a chance against Kaido?
Tenten whispered. Neji shook his head.
Not even close.
Really? Lee just crushed Sasuke, the runner-up this year.
She whispered in surprise.
There might only be a one-rank difference between them, but the strength gap is massive. Lee will lose badly.
Chapter 76, Chapter 76, Mastermind of the Fourth Ninja War, 5 months ago. Chapter 76, Mastermind of the Fourth Ninja War. In the hall, Kaido stood calmly, his expression neutral, but his eyes were sharp with vigilance. Whoosh! Kaido disappeared from his spot, darting straight toward Rock Lee. But Kaido wasn't like Sasuke, whose eyes could see but whose body couldn't keep up. To him, Lee's speed was underwhelming, slower than even Hinata or Ino during sparring today. He wasn't in the mood to play around. The Chunin exams were still underway. Whoosh! Lee appeared in front of Kaido in a flash, his bandaged fist cutting through the air as it aimed for Kaido's stomach. Kaido's face didn't change. Just as the punch neared his stomach, Kaido raised his hand and caught Lee's fist with ease. Lee didn't panic. He tried to pull his arm back to create distance, but as soon as he applied force, his expression changed. It was like his fist was clamped in a steel vise. No matter how hard he pulled, it wouldn't budge.
You're nowhere near my level.
Kaido said coolly. His fingers tightened around Lee's hand. In a blink, his other arm shot forward, grabbing Lee's shoulder, and then he threw him with terrifying force. Lee spun through the air like a launched projectile. At the same time, Kaido's figure vanished.
It's over.
A calm voice said from below Lee. Lee's heart sank.
So fast.
He muttered, eyebrows tightening in alarm. He was still spinning midair, unable to regain control of his body. He couldn't resist, he was helpless. Bang! A sharp pain struck his neck, and Lee's eyes shut involuntarily. The next moment, the force acting on him dissipated, and his body began falling like a rag doll from the sky. But before he hit the ground, a strong arm caught him. It was a man in green spandex with a wide grin and thick eyebrows, clearly Might Guy. To strangers, they might have looked like father and son. Might Guy enters with flair. He slung Lee over his shoulder and beamed.
Kaido, thank you for going easy on Lee. It's nothing.
Kaido replied lightly.
I like Lee's spirit. He's not my enemy, there was no need to hurt him. Oh, I really envy Kakashi for having a student like you.
Might Guy sighed dramatically.
That's just luck.
Kaido said honestly.
Most of my training came from Lady Tsunade.
She didn't teach you crap though. Well, you did learn medical ninjutsu, but that's all. Might Guy nodded enthusiastically.
That makes sense. Only Tsunade-sama could bring out someone like you.
After a few casual words with Guy, Kaido turned and walked toward Ino and the others. Seeing him approach, Naruto and Kiba finally snapped out of their daze. You couldn't blame them. The fight between Kaido and Lee ended so fast, they barely registered it had begun.
That guy just keeps getting stronger.
Kiba muttered, clenching his fists with frustration. Sasuke, silently stewing beside them, clenched his fists so hard his knuckles bled slightly. Shikamaru and Choji, more familiar with Kaido, weren't surprised. They were used to it. After a few minutes of chatting, the group headed toward the actual Chunin exam venue. They had already wasted enough time. On the second floor, they confirmed the exam room number before Kaido pushed open the door. The classroom was chaotic. Genin from the Hidden Sound and Hidden Sand villages filled the space, identifiable by their headbands. When Kaido and his group entered, the chatter ceased. All eyes turned toward them.
So these are the Konoha Genin taking the Chunin exam. Haha, their leaders got 2 girls tagging along. Lucky guy. Doesn't look like much in the real exam.
Their voices were filled with mockery and underestimation. Then, a silver-haired young man wearing a Konoha forehead protector approached them. It was Kabuto Yakushi, known in the future as one of the masterminds of the Fourth Great Ninja War and a master of impure world reincarnation. For now, he was still a spy planted in Konoha by Orochimaru. He walked over with a friendly smile.
You guys must be the new graduates here for the Chunin exams.
He said.
How do you know?
Naruto asked loudly.
Because you look completely clueless.
Kabuto said with a smirk, adjusting his glasses. Following the canon, Kabuto explained the structure of the joint Chunin exams and shared intel he had collected. Then he paused, eyes landing on Kaido.
I've read all the files, except for him.
He pointed directly at Kaido.
When it comes to taijutsu or ninjutsu honestly, he's unreadable, in one word unfathomable. You're lucky to have him in your squad.
He deliberately said it loudly, and several genin from other villages turned their heads. Then he returned to his seat, ignoring their reactions. Kaido shook his head with a silent chuckle. This guy.
I am Morino Ibiki. I'll be your proctor for the first test of the Chunin exams.
Chapter 77, 77 Chapter 77, Orochimaru, 5 months ago. Chapter 77, Orochimaru. The first stage of the Chunin exam was less a written test and more a challenge of each candidate's investigative skills. Kaido knew that the content of the test was far beyond the genin syllabus. These were questions no ordinary genin could answer. That's why some of the examinees were actually disguised Chunin, planted among the test takers to provide correct answers through subtle means. Whether one could copy the answers without getting caught was the real test. Anyone caught cheating more than 3 times would be immediately disqualified. Kaido observed the chaos unfolding around Himgara's Sand Eye, Sasuke's Sharingan, Ino's Mind Transfer Jutsu.
Before I give you the 10th question,
Ibiki said.
I want you to choose not to take it.
Gasps echoed across the room, the tension skyrocketed. If they attempted the question and answered incorrectly, they'd be permanently banned from ever becoming a Chunin, not just them, but their teammates too. If they chose not to take it, they'd simply fail the exam on the spot, again, along with their teammates. The pressure was immense. For many candidates, this was the hardest decision they'd ever faced. But Kaido remained calm. He understood Ibiki's game. As head of the ANBU Interrogation Division, Ibiki specialized in psychological warfare. This 10th question wasn't a test of knowledge, it was a test of will. His intimidating demeanor, cold eyes, and overwhelming presence created a psychological storm inside the room. One by one, some of the weaker-willed candidates began to withdraw. And just like in the original story, Naruto suddenly stood and shouted defiantly at Ibiki, igniting the spirit of everyone else in the room. Ibiki, eyes narrowed in approval, waited until silence returned.
Very well,
He said.
Since no one chose to withdraw, I hereby announce you've all passed the first stage of the Chunin exam.
A rare smile tugged at the edges of his scarred face. He then explained, the first 9 questions tested their information-gathering abilities. The 10th was a psychological trial. Just as his explanation ended, the glass windows shattered with a dramatic crash. A woman leapt into the room with dramatic flair, dragging a large black cloth behind her.
I'm the proctor for the second stage of the Chunin exam.
She yelled enthusiastically.
Follow me, brats.
It was Mitarashi Anko, loud and unfiltered, very much like Naruto in temperament. The room went silent in awkward confusion. Anko blinked, looking around.
79 people, 26 teams. Ibiki, were you holding back?
Don't blame me.
Ibiki said, shrugging.
If you want fewer people, eliminate more in the second stage.
With that, Anko gave a brief explanation of the next location and vanished just as quickly as she'd arrived. Once everyone left, Ibiki began collecting test papers. Upon seeing 2 blank ones, he chuckled.
Uzumaki, Naruto, and Ayanami Kaito.
Naruto, he could understand. He probably didn't even realize it was a trick test. But Kaido, Ibiki's gaze sharpened. Had he seen through everything from the start? As expected from Tsunede's student.
Orochimaru.
After the encounter, Kaido returned to waiting alongside the 2 girls. Not long after, the rest of the Konoha rookies arrived: Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, and the others. After some small talk, Anko finally arrived, munching on dango like always. She announced the rules of the second exam, handed out the Heaven and Earth scrolls, and officially began the second stage. Immediately, a sense of urgency spread across the genin. When the gates opened, everyone rushed into the forest. The weak sought hiding spots. The strong moved with confidence, hunting for scrolls. Soon enough, it was Kaido's team's turn. He watched Orochimaru enter the forest in his genin disguise. Kaido quickly gave a few words of advice to Naruto's group, then sprinted toward Ino and Hinata's location using sensory techniques. He wasn't worried about Naruto or the others. He knew how things played out. They'd get injured, sure, but they'd survive. After all, not everyone had plot armor. Just as that thought crossed his mind, a figure appeared in his path. Kaido stopped and frowned.
Seriously, of all people.
Chapter 78, Chapter 78, Raisen Shuriken, 5 months ago. Chapter 78, Raisen Shuriken. In front, a handsome young man wearing a sound village forehead protector stood on the treetop, as if he'd been waiting for Kaido for a long time. This person was none other than Orochimaru, disguised as a genin.
Orochimaru, why are you waiting for me here?
Kaido asked directly, a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Orochimaru's snake-like gaze narrowed, a flicker of intrigue flashing through them.
As expected from the one who wiped out the entire route, when did you notice me? You don't need to know that. Why are you here? What do you want? Nothing much. I just need Kaido-kun to stay here for a bit.
Orochimaru peeled off the human skin mask from his face, a grotesque smile forming as his tongue slithered out.
Disgusting!
Kaido muttered inwardly. He instantly expanded his electromagnetic field to scan the surroundings, and in the next moment, he understood Orochimaru's intentions. Another presence with the same magnetic signature as Orochimaru had appeared near Naruto and the others. Kaido immediately recognized it. It was a clone. In other words, Orochimaru intended to stall him while the clone targeted Sasuke. Though weakened from his reanimation jutsu experiments, Orochimaru was still a cage-level threat. Even a clone of his wasn't something Naruto and the others could easily handle.
A clever setup. The original body delays me while the clone targets Sasuke.
Kaido sneered. After a pause, he added,
Honestly, you didn't need to go this far. I'm not close with Sasuke. Even if you attacked him with your real body, I wouldn't step in as long as no one dies. Haha, so cold-hearted, Kaido-kun. Such indifference to your comrades. Are you done? If so, I'm heading off to find Hinata and the others.
Kaido said, frowning, his tone growing impatient.
I'm afraid I can't let you do that, Kaido-kun. I can't be certain you won't interfere. I've been preparing for Sasuke for a long time and I won't allow any loose ends. So you're not backing down?
Kaido's expression darkened, a dangerous aura starting to leak from his body.
Now, there's no need to be hasty, Kaido-kun. Just wait here for 5 minutes. After that, you're free to go wherever you want.
Orochimaru replied smoothly, pretending not to notice the killing intent directed at him.
Besides, I wanted to share my plan with you. I think you'll find it very interesting.
Whoosh! In a flash, Kaido soared into the air. Red lightning sparked around his hands, and within moments, a long sword formed entirely from crimson lightning took shape.
I'm not interested in your plan.
Kaido said coldly, and with a swing of his blade he struck. Snap! The sharp sword cleaved straight through Orochimaru and the treetop beneath him. The cut was clean and scorched. Boom! The tree trunk crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust.
Kaido-kun, you're so quick-tempered.
Orochimaru said with a grim expression, now standing on another tree nearby. Truthfully, Orochimaru didn't want to fight him. His plan wasn't fully in motion yet, and a battle might alert Konoha. More importantly, he feared Kaido's power. He knew just how formidable Danzo had been, especially after having implanted a Sharingan enhanced with Hashirama's cells. Danzo wasn't just strong, he had absurd survivability. Yet Kaito had annihilated Danzo and the entire route with forbidden jutsu. Which meant Kaido's strength. Kaito muttered inwardly. He instantly expanded his electromagnetic field to scan the surroundings, and in the next moment, he understood Orochimaru's intentions. Another presence with the same magnetic signature as Orochimaru had appeared near Naruto and the others. Kaido immediately recognized it. It was a clone. In other words, Orochimaru intended to stall him while the clone targeted Sasuke. Though weakened from his reanimation jutsu experiments, Orochimaru was still a cage-level threat. Even a clone of his wasn't something Naruto and the others could easily handle. A clever setup, the original body delays me while the clone targets Sasuke, Kaido sneered. After a pause, he added, "Honestly, you didn't need to go this far. I'm not close with Sasuke. Even if you attacked him with your real body, I wouldn't step in as long as no one dies." Haha, so cold-hearted, Kaido-kun, such indifference to your comrades. Are you done? If so, I'm heading off to find Hinata and the others, Kaido said, frowning, his tone growing impatient. I'm afraid I can't let you do that, Kaido-kun. I can't be certain you won't interfere. I've been preparing for Sasuke for a long time and I won't allow any loose ends. So you're not backing down? Kaido's expression darkened, a dangerous aura starting to leak from his body. Now, there's no need to be hasty, Kaido-kun, just wait here for 5 minutes. After that, you're free to go wherever you want, Orochimaru replied smoothly, pretending not to notice the killing intent directed at him. Besides, I wanted to share my plan with you. I think you'll find it very interesting. Whoosh! In a flash, Kaido soared into the air. Red lightning sparked around his hands, and within moments, a long sword formed entirely from crimson lightning took shape. I'm not interested in your plan, Kaido said coldly, and with a swing of his blade, he struck. Snap! The sharp sword cleaved straight through Orochimaru and the treetop beneath him. The cut was clean and scorched. Boom! The tree trunk crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Kaido-kun, you're so quick-tempered, Orochimaru said with a grim expression, now standing on another tree nearby. Truthfully, Orochimaru didn't want to fight him. His plan wasn't fully in motion yet, and a battle might alert Konoha. More importantly, he feared Kaido's power. He knew just how formidable Danzo had been, especially after having implanted a Sharingan enhanced with Hashirama's cells. Danzo wasn't just strong, he had absurd survivability. Yet Kaito had annihilated Danzo and the entire route with forbidden jutsu. Which meant Kaido's strength.
Fire style, dragon flame song technique.
5 massive dragon-shaped flames erupted from his mouth, radiating blistering heat. 2 of them collided with the snakes, while the remaining 3 targeted Orochimaru. Boom hiss. The moment the fire touched the snakes, they went up in flames. Amid their screeches, the snakes were reduced to charred corpses. The air carried the scent of seared meat.
Where did you learn such a high-level fire style technique?
Orochimaru croaked, full of curiosity. As the 3 remaining flame dragons closed in, Orochimaru vanished with a flicker. Boom, boom, boom. The flaming heads slammed into a massive tree, shaking the forest with their explosive impact. Snap crash. A thick tree trunk collapsed with a thunderous crash, smoke and fire billowing around it.
If I'm not mistaken, that jutsu is unique to the Uchiha clan. How do you possess it?
Orochimaru reappeared behind Kaido silently, his neck extending unnaturally, fangs gleaming as he lunged for Kaido's neck. His goal, to mark him with a cursed seal. Crack! But Orochimaru's fangs pierced nothing. His head passed through thin air, and at that instant, powerful electricity surged through his body.
A space-time jutsu.
Orochimaru's eyes widened. Enduring the shock and pain, he quickly recoiled.
I've been waiting for this.
Chapter 79, Chapter 79, Immortal Cockroach, 5 months ago. Chapter 79, Immortal Cockroach. The sharp wind-release chakra transformed into countless fine needles, piercing in and out of Orochimaru's body, slicing through his cells. Wherever he moved, waist-thick trees were shredded within a 5-meter radius, carved apart by the swirling wind chakra. Bang, bang, bang. He tore through the forest like a living hurricane, trees snapping, earth scattering in his wake. After smashing through tree after tree, Orochimaru finally crashed into a boulder. Boom! He slammed into the rock, embedding himself atop it like a grotesque human sculpture. Kaido appeared in front of Orochimaru in a flicker of light, eyes cold. He extended his hand, feeling for Orochimaru's nose. Raising a brow, he murmured,
Dead.
Then he checked the carotid artery, no pulse. Immediately, he activated electromagnetic sensing to scan Orochimaru's bioelectric field. There was no way the so-called
Immortal cockroach.
of the ninja world would die to a Rasen Shuriken, not without a trick. And as he suspected,
Ran off huh.
roughly 200 meters away, he sensed a fast-moving magnetic signature Orochimaru's chakra, signature retreating rapidly. Kaido smirked. Immortal cockroach, indeed. To take a Rasen Shuriken head-on and still escape at that speed, only someone like Orochimaru could survive that. With Orochimaru gone, Kaido turned his attention back toward the direction of the two girls. He darted off toward Hinata. Firstji was in trouble. Even though Hinata had grown stronger, the opponent wasn't ordinary. The one-tailed Jinchuriki Gaara of the sand. Shortly after Kaido departed,
Gone.
he hissed.
Not since the Third Great Ninja War has anyone but the Akatsuki been able to push me this far. But
A twisted grin spread across his lips as his snake-like eyes gleamed with anticipation. In another part of the Forest of Death,
it's you from Konoha.
Gaara's hoarse voice rang out, his eyes wide, face twisted in ferocity.
If I remember right.
I am.
Hinata replied coolly.
What's your connection to Kaido?
Her tone was calm, steady, completely different from the shy girl usually at Kaido's side. That vulnerability only ever showed in front of him. In contrast, Inuzuka Kiba was visibly panicking. They had just witnessed Gaara crush a genin team into pulp moments ago. Even Shino, ever composed, had beads of sweat forming on his forehead.
What scroll do you have?
Temari asked flatly from beside Gaara.
Earth Scroll.
Kiba answered through clenched teeth.
Another Earth Scroll.
Temari muttered before turning to Gaara.
Let's go.
As the daughter of the Kazekage and someone experienced in dealings with Konoha, Temari recognized the names. The Hyuga clan, the Inuzuka clan, not the kind of people you kill without consequence. Those genin from earlier, nobodies. But these three, if Gaara killed them, Konoha's ANBU would be on their backs before the plan could even begin. Gaara, however, wasn't listening. Consumed by Shukaku's bloodlust, his sanity was nearly gone. Murderous intent poured from his body like a tidal wave, sweeping over the clearing. Though it was midsummer, the temperature plummeted as Gaara's killing intent surged, as if they had stepped into winter. Kiba and Shino shivered violently, their faces pale. They were terrified. But Hinata stood firm. She had long since trained herself to resist killing intent. In the 2 months since Kaido's return, she had pushed herself relentlessly under her clan's guidance. This level of killing intent barely fazed her anymore. Gaara raised his right hand. The cork on his gourd popped open, and streams of fine sand began to swirl out. Just as he was about to attack, the murderous pressure around them vanished. Gaara blinked. A strange grin crept onto his face.
You're scared.
He muttered in horror.
Why are you so scared?
Temari and Kankuro stiffened. What?
Oh, you sense me already. Is that the instinct of a tailed beast?
Kaido appeared in front of Hinata with a flicker, a mocking smile on his face as he looked toward Gaara.
It's you.
Gaara whispered madly.
That thing.
I'll kill you myself during the Chunin exams. I'll see for myself what kind of monster frightens it so much.
He turned without another word, sand streaming back into his gourd as he headed for the tower. Temari and Kankuro stared at Kaido, their faces pale with fear, before rushing to catch up with Gaara. Once the sand trio had left, Shino and Kiba collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath.
Who was that just now? My bugs wouldn't even respond.
Shino finally said after a long silence.
Him, you'll find out soon enough.
Kaido said with a smirk as he turned back to Hinata to check she was okay. From inside his cloak, he pulled out 3 scrolls.
I took these off a few teams on my way here. 2 heaven scrolls and 1 earth. Which one do you need?
Chapter 80, Chapter 80, Cursed Seal, 5 months ago. Chapter 80, Cursed Seal. Kiba was stunned.
We have the earth scroll, just hand us the heaven scroll. Here.
Kaido casually tossed a scroll marked with the
Heaven.
Character at Kiba.
Are you coming with me, or heading to the central tower on your own?
Kaido asked Hinata gently.
We'll go with you.
Kiba answered before Hinata could speak. That man earlier had been terrifying. Kiba still felt shaken just thinking about him. If Kaido left, what would happen if that man returned looking for them? Kiba quickly decided sticking with Kaido was safer and ensured a smooth route to the central tower. There was no reason not to follow him. Kiba's words echoed the thoughts of everyone in Team 8. Hinata would clearly follow Kaido, and with Kiba agreeing, it was 2 votes to 1. Poor Shino, who always lacked presence, was forgotten again.
Then let's move. Something might have happened with Ino.
Kaido said, voice low.
Ino, is she okay?
Hinata asked anxiously.
She should be fine, looks like she handled it. Still, let's go check, they're not far from here.
With that, Kaido darted in the direction of Ino's chakra. Of course, he deliberately held back his speed. Seeing this, Hinata and the others rushed to catch up. Elsewhere in the forest, Ino stood tall and confident, having just taken down the 3-sound ninja led by Zaku.
How can someone like you be this strong?
Zaku stared at Ino in disbelief. She had overwhelmed them in mere seconds.
HMPH, what's wrong with being a woman? Think we can't be stronger than you?
Ino flicked her blonde ponytail, unimpressed.
Damn it!
Zaku shot a look toward the still unconscious Sasuke, then flung 3 kunai with explosive tags before turning to flee. Boom boom.
What a coward.
Ino dodged the blasts, eyes narrowing as she watched him escape. Her frustration boiled over and she stomped her foot in anger. Boom! The ground cracked beneath her as a small crater formed, a result of the enhanced strength she had gained from training with Kaido. That strength had also been passed to Hinata, though Ino had grasped it more quickly. Shikamaru and Choji stared, jaws slack, watching the cracked earth in awe. Since when did Ino develop such raw, physical power? Sakura was just as shocked. She had known Ino since their academy days. When had Ino become so fierce? At that moment, 2 figures approached. It was Neji and Tenten, with Lee unconscious on Neji's back.
Lee failed.
Neji said flatly, not even sparing Ino and the others a glance.
Let's go, Tenten.
His complete indifference made Ino clench her fists in fury. She wanted to punch him on the spot. What was he acting so high and mighty for? No matter how strong he was, he still wasn't as strong as her Kaido. Shikamaru frowned, turning toward Sasuke. Sasuke was still unconscious, but an ominous black and purple chakra began to swirl around him.
That chakra.
Ino muttered, her expression darkening. The energy grew thicker, spreading until it enveloped Sasuke entirely. Black markings began to creep across his skin from the cursed seal on his neck, slithering up his face like twisted vines. Suddenly, Sasuke's eyes snapped open. They were cold, cruel, and empty, nothing like the Sasuke they knew.
Why are you all here? What happened, Sakura?
He asked, his tone distant.
Yes, Ino saved us.
Sakura said quickly, torn between surprise and concern.
Sasuke, are you okay?
HMPH, I'm fine.
Sasuke replied, barely sparing Ino a glance.
In fact, I've never felt better. My body is overflowing with power.
He stared at his hands, fascinated.
You.
Ino was about to retort, but Shikamaru gave her a warning glance.
Sasuke's not himself. Let's see how this plays out.
He said seriously.
What's he so smug about?
Ino pouted. If not for Sakura, she would have already knocked some sense into Sasuke by now. Whoosh! Dark chakra surged around Sasuke as he blurred from view. A moment later, he stood before the remaining 2-sound ninja. His grin was eerie, his eyes full of bloodlust.
These 2 attacked you earlier, right, Sakura?
He asked.
Then they're not leaving here.
Raising his leg high, Sasuke grinned like a devil. Shikamaru narrowed his eyes.
That curse mark.
He whispered urgently.
All right, I trust you.
Choji nodded. Ino, however, was seething.
Are you serious? 2 grown men running away.
Her fists clenched tighter as she growled. You didn't even thank me for saving you. On top of that, you act like I'm a nuisance? Who do you think you are? Your chakra doesn't even come close to Kaido's, and now you think you're some kind of god because of a mark on your neck. Just like Kaido said, if some people don't get smacked around every day, they'll tear the whole house down. With rising fury, Ino yelled.
That's it, Sasuke. I've had enough of your attitude. Today I'm going to knock some humility into you, and no one's stopping me.
With a burst of speed, she vanished from the spot. Shikamaru smacked his forehead.
Oh,
Sasuke, lowering his raised leg, sneered.
you!
Chapter 81 Chapter 81 Ino's Punch, 5 months ago. Chapter 81 Ino's Punch.
You really pissed me off. I'll definitely teach you a lesson, just you wait.
Ino ran forward, catching Sasuke's disdainful words. Her face twisted in fury as she gritted her teeth and shouted back.
You don't even realize how strong I am now. Even if Ayanami Kaido was standing here, I could still defeat him easily. And you're just a waste, a pretty face. What can you possibly do to teach me a lesson?
Sasuke's sneer deepened, but his eyes glittered with bloodlust.
Fool, you'll pay for your stupidity, Ino.
He stretched out his left arm, his 5 fingers curling into a claw as he grabbed for Ino's fist, his other hand clenched, ready to strike. But Ino was far stronger than Sasuke, now easily Jonin level, far surpassing him. The moment Sasuke moved his right arm, Ino surged forward. Her pale fist connected with his stomach before he could react, his eyes widening in shock. A huge burst of chakra erupted from her fist. The violent force made Sasuke's expression change instantly as blood sprayed from his mouth. The impact sent Sasuke flying backwards, crashing through several large trees before his body vanished from sight in a blur. Gulp! Not far away, Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, and Shino, who were watching from the shadows, swallowed nervously, cold sweat forming on their foreheads as they silently mourned for Sasuke. Judging by the sheer force of the blow, Sasuke would be seriously injured if not dead. He might not even be able to take part in the upcoming Chunin exams. All of them secretly vowed never to make Ino angry again. As for Sakura, she stood rooted to the spot, still in shock.
You guys stay here. I'll go bring Sasuke back.
Kaido said to Hinata, then stepped forward and vanished in a blink.
Ino, Sasuke isn't dead, is he?
Shikamaru snapped back to his senses and asked anxiously.
He won't die, I held back.
Ino replied nonchalantly, waving a hand. And it was true. Though she'd initially planned to strike with full power, she softened at the last moment, partly for Sakura's sake and partly because of Shikamaru's earlier warning that Sasuke wasn't in his right mind. She'd withdrawn most of her chakra and strength at the last instant. Otherwise, Sasuke wouldn't have survived.
Ino, are you all right?
Hinata and the others arrived, and Hinata stepped closer, her voice full of concern.
I'm fine.
Ino smiled.
Where's Kaido? Wasn't he with you?
He went to bring Sasuke back.
As they spoke, Sakura finally snapped out of her daze and shouted.
Ino, how could you hit Sasuke like that? We're in the same class. How could you be so cruel? He might die because of you. Sakura.
Ino responded calmly.
Everyone's responsible for their own words. You said it yourself, we're in the same class. If it wasn't for that, do you really think he'd still be breathing?
Ino knew their friendship would never be the same after this, but she had no regrets. Compared to Sakura, it was Kaido and Hinata who truly mattered to her now. In the distance, a large tree lay shattered. Leaves scattered everywhere, and in front of it, a young man in a blue shirt and white pants lay unconscious, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. It was Sasuke, the one sent flying by Ino's punch. Kaido appeared beside him in an instant. He glanced at the destruction Ino's punch had left behind and winced. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. If he'd known Ino would get this strong with super strength, he might have thought twice about teaching it to her. It looked like the old
Big sister.
Chapter 82 Neji vs Hinata, Bonus Chapter. After leaving the central tower, Kaido left with the girls, bidding farewell to Shikamaru and the others. As for Sasuke, Kaido had no intention of paying attention to him and didn't care whether he lived or died. A few days later, the second round of the Chunin exams concluded. just as in the original story, but this time there was an additional figure, Ayanami Kaido. In a large, enclosed room the size of a stadium, Kaido and the others, along with genin from other villages who had passed the second exam, stood in a line. High above, the third Hokage and several Jonin watched them intently. The sickly Hate stepped in front of everyone and relayed the third Hokage's decision. Because too many candidates passed this round, a qualifying round would be held to narrow the numbers. Just like in the original, Yakashi Kabuto left the venue claiming he wasn't feeling well. The number of candidates dropped from 22 to 21. This unexpected change seemed to disrupt the third Hokage's initial arrangements, so he decided on an alternative plan. Hate coughed and took out a box.
There are 21 of you here. Since the numbers are uneven, one person will receive a bye. There are 21 wax balls in this box. Inside one of them is a slip of paper with a blank space written on it. The one who draws it will automatically advance to the finals in a month. Line up one by one and draw your lot.
Whether by coincidence or some hidden will of the universe, the person who drew the blank slip was none other than Kaido. The moment Kaido drew his slip, Kiba, Choji, and the others who knew his strength secretly breathed sighs of relief. It was a blessing this monster wouldn't be part of the preliminaries. At the same time, a trace of envy flashed in their eyes.
Lucky bastard!
Hate announced.
Congratulations to Genin Ayanami Kaido for receiving the bye and advancing directly to the finals in a month.
After a brief pause, he continued.
Now the Chunin exam preliminaries officially begin, the first match.
The electronic board above spun rapidly before two names flashed across the screen. Uchiha Sasuke vs Akato Yor. Hate glanced over them. Will the two genin remain while the others head to the second-floor observation platform? Genin Ayanami Kaido, you may leave if you wish. You have no business here until the finals. Just remember to report then. Kaido shook his head. Ino and Hinata were both here. There was no point leaving alone. Soon, only Sasuke and Yor remained in the arena. As Gecko Hate called out,
The first match of the Chunin exam preliminaries, Uchiha Sasuke vs Akato Yor, begins.
the preliminaries officially commenced. After several days of treatment in the hospital, Sasuke's injuries had mostly healed. Other than the curse mark on his neck, his body was back to normal. Predictably, Sasuke emerged victorious in the opening bout. Everything proceeded as it did in the original storyline. Second match, Aburame Shino vs Zaku Abumi Shino won. Third match, Misumi Tsurugi vs Kankuro, Kankuro won. Fourth match, Yamanaka Ino vs Haruno Sakura. Kaido reached out, ruffling Ino's hair with a faint smile.
Your turn!
Ino, do your best.
Hinata cheered softly.
Got it, watch me crush Sakura.
Ino grinned, clenching her fists before leaping from the second floor, radiating confidence. Kaido chuckled, glancing at Sakura on the field. He knew how this match originally ended in a draw. But now, the outcome was obvious. Ino was not only highly skilled in her clan's secret techniques, but had also mastered several powerful techniques Kaido had passed down to her, including the 6 styles and super strength. Compared to Ino, Sakura wasn't in the same league. As expected, the match was over in mere moments, with Ino emerging victorious. Fifth match, Tenten vs Temari, Temari won. Sixth match, Nara Shikamaru vs Kintsuchi, Shikamaru won. Seventh match, Naruto Uzumaki vs Kiba in Uzuka. In a heated and unexpectedly fierce battle, Naruto pulled off an upset victory. Eighth match, Hinata Hyuga vs Neji Hyuga. Before the match, Kaido patted Hinata on the shoulder.
It's your turn, Hinata. Go show him.
Hinata, smash that smug face for me.
Ino shouted, waving her fists excitedly. She hadn't forgotten Neji's condescending attitude in the Forest of Death, where he'd looked down on her and Shikamaru. She had wanted to fight him herself, but fate had handed this opportunity to Hinata. In the arena, Hinata and Neji faced each other. Neji's cold eyes gleamed with a sneer.
I never thought I'd have to fight you, Hinata-sama. I've said it before.
Neji continued darkly.
You're too weak. You don't belong in the clan, much less as the heir. Admit defeat. I don't want to hit you too hard.
Hinata raised her head. Her voice was calm and resolute.
Neji-san, I'm not the person you used to know. For the people I care about, I won't hold back.
Hey.
Neji grinned with a feral glint.
Then let's see how much you've improved.
His veins bulged as his Byakugan activated, and he dashed toward her like a panther. Hinata remained composed. Closing her eyes for a second, she then snapped them open, Byakugan activated. She crossed her arms in front of her chest. A faint yin-yang symbol formed around her, the gentle fist's chakra field spreading out visibly. Neji, mid-charge, narrowed his eyes in surprise. Such a broad field of chakra, even he, the Hyuga clan's proclaimed prodigy, couldn't expand his gentle fist field this far. He recognized the depth of Hinata's technique at a glance.
So the timid heiress has some talent after all.
Neji thought coldly. But his hatred for the main family, especially Hyuga Hayashi, couldn't be so easily erased.
I take back what I said, Hinata-sama.
Neji sneered.
You have potential, but if you think this alone will be enough to defeat me.
Even as he spoke, Neji had already arrived in front of her, his palms raised in a classic gentle fist stance, mirroring hers. Would y'all have preferred?
Lady.
Or?
Sama.
Chapter 83, Chapter 83, Hinata's Confession, 5 months ago. Chapter 83, Hinata's Confession. A yin-yang fish field rose from his body, but this yin-yang was much smaller than Hinata's. Under the control of the two, their yin-yang fields collided invisibly.
Let me see how powerful Lady Hinata's gentle fist really is.
Neji sneered. With chakra wrapped tightly around his hands, he quickly pressed various pressure points on Hinata's body. Hinata countered with the exact same moves. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms, 128 palms, their voices echoed in unison. When Neji heard Hinata's shout, surprise flashed in his eyes briefly before he quickly suppressed it. He unleashed his strongest gentle fist strike with both hands. But as soon as their battle began, the arrogance on Neji's face vanished completely. Hinata's speed, strength, and the amount of chakra surrounding her hands far surpassed his own. In the time it took him to throw one palm strike, Hinata had already struck twice. She absorbed his palm force steadily, and the feedback was so powerful that his arms trembled. Before completing the 64 palm strikes, his arms had already weakened under Hinata's repeated blows, and his body was covered with palm prints glowing with chakra. After the fight, Neji collapsed shaking. He knew he was defeated utterly. He had believed himself to be the strongest prodigy of the younger Hyuga generation, but never expected to lose to this usually quiet and modest eldest daughter of the main family.
Sorry, Neji-san.
Hinata lowered her hands and apologized softly. Her apology did not please Neji, but felt like mockery. He felt as if Hyuga Hayashi was slapping his face, saying, "You call yourself the strongest genius of the clan, yet you were defeated by my daughter in one move." This irony was unbearable to Neji's pride. What followed was the reenactment of the scene from the Chunin exam finals in the original story, but this time Neji's opponent was Hinata, not Naruto.
Sorry, Neji-san. I sympathize with everything you've endured. If I become head of the Hyuga clan someday, I might abolish this system.
Hinata said thoughtfully, meeting his gaze. After a pause, her expression brightened into a smile.
But that chance is slim. I will marry Kaido, and my sister will inherit the main family's leadership. Maybe I will also carry the so-called caged bird mark like you.
What? What did you say?
Neji pointed at her, his voice rising in disbelief.
You're willing to give up your status as the eldest daughter of the clan for Kaido. Do you know that bearing the caged bird mark means becoming a branch family member, where your life or death depends on the main family's word?
You don't understand. Before, my family was everything, but after meeting Kaido, there's no room for anyone else in my heart. When you meet someone you truly like, you'll understand how I feel.
Hinata shook her head lightly and turned, walking toward the second floor. The conversation between the two, especially Hinata's words, was clearly heard by everyone present. "What a girl daring to love and hate openly," Asuma exclaimed. He now understood why Kaito would risk everything for these two girls.
Alas, it's just a Chunin preliminaries, but I have to eat dog food.
Shikamaru sighed, slightly distressed but unable to hide the envy in his eyes. Looks like I'll have to find Kaito in a few years to learn a few tricks.
When did this girl get so bold? Is this a confession in front of so many people?
Kurenai felt deeply envious.
Wow, Kaido is so lucky.
Naruto's eyes lit up.
I'm going to learn some moves from Kaido too, so I can catch up with Sakura.
From the moment Hinata finished speaking, all eyes shifted to her, and Neji was completely forgotten. Unlike before, shy Hinata was calm and strong this time. There was no fear or timidity. Kaito was a little stunned. He hadn't expected Hinata's bold words. Suddenly, his figure flashed and appeared before Hinata. As a man, how could he let her bear such a burden alone? Under everyone's gaze, he gently kissed Hinata's forehead, took her tender, fragile hand and walked toward Ino and the others, talking and laughing.
Wow, Hinata, you're amazing.
Ino hugged Hinata, cheering excitedly. Her eyes shone with pure happiness, no jealousy in sight. Seeing the two girls so close made Kaito smile happily. When he came to this world, these two girls were his greatest gifts. After savoring this moment, let's return to the original story. Team 9, Goro vs. Rock Lee. This was the most intense match of the preliminaries. Both were genin, but the intensity far surpassed most. Especially when Rock Lee opened all 5 gates, his strength rivaled Chunin level and beyond. What a pity that a monster stood before him. It was unfortunate for Lee to face Gaara. Otherwise, with those gates opened, Lee could probably defeat most opponents easily. At this moment, the battle reached its climax. Rock Lee, in his 5-gate state, used the lotus flower technique to shatter Gaara's sand clone, a side effect of opening the gates. Lee had lost much of his strength but stubbornly refused to admit defeat. Gaara's face burned with anger and murderous intent from Lee's relentless attacks. Why not let Lee stay here forever? As Gaara extended his right hand, sand instantly wrapped around Lee's right leg. If entangled, Lee would be crippled temporarily, just like in the original story. Only Tsunade's uncertain medical skills could cure him. Kaito admired Lee's stubborn spirit and had no intention of letting him become useless. In a flash, Kaito appeared before Lee and stepped on Gaara's sand. His voice was calm.
Lee, admit defeat in this match. You win. It's you.
Gaara glared fiercely at Kaito, growling.
I will kill you in the finals.
Chapter 84, Chapter 84, Sleepover, 5 months ago. Chapter 84, Sleepover. After saying that, he turned and walked toward Kankuro. At the same time, the surrounding sands slowly gathered back into the gourd behind Gaara. This intense match ended with Gaara's victory. When Might Guy saw the end of the match, he hurried over to Rock Lee's side, looking at Ayanami Kaito with deep gratitude in his eyes.
Thank you, Kaito, you saved Lee.
Rock Lee was his favorite student, the proud successor of the 8 gates technique. When Gaara's sand reached out toward Lee, Guy hesitated for a moment about whether to intervene himself. But to his surprise, someone was a step ahead of him and rescued Lee. This made Guy's opinion of Kaito skyrocket.
You're welcome, Guy-sensei. You should take Lee to the hospital as soon as possible.
Kaito said with a small smile.
All right, I'll leave first then.
Guy didn't waste any more time and hurried away carrying Lee. His injuries were severe. After this, only one match remained, Toru versus Akimichi Choji. As in the original events, Akimichi Choji was defeated without much suspense. A short while later, Gekko Hade, looking visibly sickly, announced the finalists for the Chunin exams. Ayanami Kaito, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Nara Shikamaru, Aburim Shino, Temari Kankuro, Gaara, Hyuga Hinata, Yamanaka Ino and Toru, a total of 11 people. Unlike the original where both Ino and Sakura lost their spots, reducing the number to 9, this time with Kaito and Ino added in, the final list counted 11. Following this, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, gave a long speech about seizing the opportunity to improve and reminded everyone that the finals would be held in 1 month. He encouraged them to work hard and train during that time. After the announcement, the group disbanded, each seeking out a teacher for guidance. That night, the crescent moon hung high in the sky, casting a gentle light over the village. At Kaido's house, to celebrate their successful advancement, Kaido prepared a table full of dishes that Hinata and Ino loved. It was a reward for himself and the two girls. During the meal, Kaido shared his plans for the month ahead.
Kaido, you mean?
Ino asked, her eyes full of confusion. It was her first time hearing of such a place.
Then,
Hinata said softly, a little disappointed.
Sorry about that.
Kaido pulled both girls into a hug, his eyes full of guilt. But it wasn't something he could avoid. His power, despite reaching new heights, had stagnated. For someone used to rapidly growing stronger, this was hard to accept.
it's okay, it's just a month. We'll see each other soon.
Ino said with a brave smile, though it was tinged with sadness.
Since we won't see each other for a while.
Kaido teased, trying to lighten the mood. To his shock, both girls blushed and nodded silently. Kaido, who had been joking, was overjoyed. He immediately created 2 shadow clones and had them inform their respective families. That night, he rolled out the tatami mats, 1 girl on each side, and fell asleep peacefully with Hinata and Ino leaning gently against him. But neither of them knew that, on the other side of the village, Yamanaka, Inoichi, and Hyuga Hayashi's faces were dark with frustration. Hyuga Hayashi was relatively calm. He had already agreed not to interfere in Hinata's affairs after being defeated by Kaido. Still, the situation irked him. For Yamanaka Inoichi, however, it was different. Ino was his only daughter, and he was a well-known, overprotective father. How could he accept that his 12-year-old girl was spending the night at a boy's house? Even though he had already acknowledged Kaido as a future son-in-law, it was still far too early. He couldn't help but wonder whether Kaido had inherited this boldness from the 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato. After all, the 4th Hokage had started living with Kushina from their academy days too. Yamanaka Keiko, Ino's mother, on the other hand, was perfectly fine with it. Smiling warmly, she spoke to the clone Kaido had sent.
Understood. I'll leave Ino to you for tonight.
She had already heard from Inoichi about what Kaido had done for Ino and Hinata a month ago. As a mother, Keiko was fully satisfied with Kaido. After that event, she had secretly hoped to see Ino at his side sooner rather than later. Meanwhile, outside the Yamanaka home, the clone approached Yamanaka Inoichi.
Uncle Inoichi, could you step outside for a moment? I need to discuss something with you privately.
With a sharp snort, Yamanaka Inoichi reluctantly followed.
What does that kid want you to tell me now?
He grumbled. The clone smiled and quietly handed him a thick wad of banknotes.
HMPH, do you think I can be bribed with money? I, Yamanaka Inoichi, am not so easily swayed. No matter how much you pay, I'll never agree to let Ino stay at your place tonight.
But his voice faltered the moment his eyes caught the denomination on the bill. After confirming its authenticity, he swiftly pocketed it without changing expression.
I don't know anything about tonight. Now get out of here.
Without another word, he turned and left. As he walked away, the clone shook his head.
My original body sure is sharp.
Mission accomplished, the clone dispersed in a puff of smoke. Kaido, now receiving the memory of what had happened, smiled in satisfaction. He reached out to hold Hinata and Ino again, feeling their warmth, and drifted back to sleep. Unfortunately, they were still far too young. Realistically, it would be a few years, probably around the time the Shippuden era began, before he could truly take them for himself. The next morning, with the sun high in the sky, a sudden knock came at the door. The 3 of them, still groggy, instinctively activated their sensory perception. They recognized the chakra signature immediately. It was Ino's mother, Yamanaka Keiko. After quickly tidying up, Kaido opened the door. Hinata and Ino, their faces flushed red, sat demurely at the table, heads lowered.
I hope I didn't disturb you.
Keiko greeted with a gentle smile.
I made some chicken soup with dates and berries for you all, and brought it over specially.
Chapter 85, Chapter 85, Mother-in-Law, 5 months ago. Chapter 85, Mother-in-Law. After hearing what Yamanaka Keiko said, Hinata and the other girls' faces flushed even deeper.
Aunt Keiko, sorry to trouble you.
Kaido said, clearly embarrassed. He wanted to say nothing happened between them last night, but that would only anger his future mother-in-law. My daughter spent the night with you and you say nothing happened. That statement would surely infuriate her.
Hey, don't call me Auntie Keiko anymore. It's time you changed that.
Yamanaka Keiko said playfully, pretending to be annoyed.
Mom!
Kaido said awkwardly, secretly thinking how amazing his mother-in-law was. She even brought nourishing soup this morning. What a considerate woman.
Come on, Hinata. Try the wolfberry and old hen soup Mom made especially for you today.
She said as she skillfully brought out bowls, chopsticks, and spoons from Kaido's kitchen, serving the soup.
Hinata, from now on, the three of you are family. I am Ino's mother, so you can call me Mom.
Yamanaka Keiko said softly, taking Hinata's hand after they drank the soup. Kaido thought to himself, my mother-in-law is amazing. I really love her kindness.
Okay, Mother.
Hinata replied quietly, lowering her head.
Good, good. I have another daughter today.
Yamanaka Keiko said happily, genuinely pleased. Kaido didn't know that Yamanaka Keiko was born into the Yamanaka clan and had a temperament as gentle as Hinata's. Originally, she hoped Ino would be just as gentle, but Ino took after Inoichi's mischievous personality instead. Hinata's personality matched her Keiko's gentle nature. Of course, Keiko did all this for Ino's own good. She trusted Kaido wouldn't abandon the two girls and the three would stay together. Trying to break them apart was pointless, so it was better to accept it. Moreover, adopting the Hyuga clan's eldest daughter as an adopted daughter strengthened ties between the Yamanaka and Hyuga clans. This way, the young family could live happily together, so why not? This plan was the best solution Kaido, Inoichi, and Keiko had discussed all night, even consulting Hayashi. Kaido had no idea how much trouble he'd caused his father-in-law just by spending one night with Ino.
All right, you three eat first. I won't disturb you. When you have time, let Ino take you home, and Mom will cook something delicious for you.
Yamanaka Keiko smiled softly before turning and leaving, not even taking the pot with her. After she left, Kaido looked at the two girls still blushing and said with a smile,
Don't be shy, drink your soup before it gets cold.
The meal ended in shy silence between the two girls. System message, the art of spiritual communication activated. After dinner, with the two women watching, Kaido used his psychic ninjutsu to summon the slug.
Kaido-sama, what's the matter?
Slug, I want to enter the Shikatsu forest and continue practicing sage mode.
Understood, Kaido-sama.
Kaido grasped the slug's body as before, then said goodbye to the two girls. He vanished, leaving them reluctant to see him go. Back at the Shikatsu forest, Kaido returned to the place where he last trained. He created 30 shadow clones and resumed his sage mode training. In the dim forest, Kaido exerted all his strength to draw the colorful natural energy from the sky into his body. Once, twice, 10 times, 100 times. After relentless effort, the stubborn colorful energy began to shift. Kaido's face lit up with joy, he had finally cracked it. Seeing hope renewed, his motivation surged. Hours passed. A stream of colorful energy slowly descended from the sky. Kaido pulled it closer and absorbed about 1/10 of the energy. He dared not absorb more at once. This was his first time drawing natural energy, and his body wasn't yet adapted. With the slug nearby, he chose caution over risk. Outside the forest, the slug observed Kaido's efforts, nodding with satisfaction.
Tsunade-sama has indeed found a worthy disciple, mature, steady, talented.
Chapter 86 Chapter 86 Kaido vs Ino, 5 months ago. Chapter 86 Kaido vs Ino. The only thing Kaido regretted was that the 1-month time limit had already passed. After the slug's reverse spiritual communication, Kaido returned home. His sudden appearance made the two women who were cooking tense up briefly, but once they saw him, they immediately relaxed. After dinner, thanks to the explanations of Kaido and the others, high-ranking officials and dignitaries from other villages had come to Konoha one after another during the month, making the already thriving village even more prosperous. Ino learned from her father that Gekkei, the overseer for the third round of the Chunin exam, had been killed, and Toss, one of the top 11, was also dead. Kaido thought to himself that things were unfolding much like in the original story. The only difference was that the original top 8 would become the top 10 because of his and Ino's participation. Tomorrow marked the start of the top 10 matches, also the beginning of Orochimaru's collaboration with the Sand Ninja to execute the plan to bring down Konoha and the death of the third Hokage.
You're up early.
Kaido greeted them.
Oh, I couldn't help it. Today's the finals. I was a little excited and woke up early.
Ino yawned sleepily.
Same here.
Hinata added. Kaido smiled. With their current strength, apart from the two pillars of the village, the others wouldn't pose much of a threat. There was nothing to worry about. Taking both their hands, he walked with them toward the Chunin arena. By the time they arrived, 6 of the candidates, excluding Sasuke, were already in the waiting room. It was a little funny that in this Chunin finals, 7 out of the 10 participants were from Konoha.
Kaido, you're here. I'll defeat you this time. I learned a new technique.
Naruto ran up to Kaido, eager to show off.
Hey, you're back.
Shikamaru greeted lazily as he stepped forward. Shino quietly appeared behind Shikamaru, almost forgotten in the lively group. Meanwhile, Goro and the others were quiet off to one side. After some chatting, a Chunin entered from outside.
Hokage-sama, Kage-sama, and dignitaries from various countries have arrived. Everyone, please proceed to the gathering area downstairs,
He said, pointing to the passage.
Let's go.
Kaido said with a smile, leading the way. There was no doubt he was now the leader of the group. When they exited the passage, a building resembling the ancient Roman Colosseum stood before them. A roar like a tsunami echoed in Kaido's ears as they stood on the arena. In the audience nearby, a cute girl with white eyes pointed at Kaido, her little face filled with curiosity.
Father, is this my brother-in-law?
Hinata Hayashi nodded grimly.
Yes, it is him.
This girl was Hanabi Hyuga, Kaido's sister-in-law, who would grow up to be as beautiful as Hinata. Unfortunately, Hanabi was born too late. Had she been born at the same time as Hinata, Kaido might not have minded.
I declare the Chunin exam finals officially begin.
His words meant the Chunin exam had started, and that the countdown to his fate had begun. Genma Shiranui suddenly appeared, balancing a stack of books in his mouth, and pointed to the large screen.
My name is Genma Shiranui. I will be the examiner and referee for this Chunin finals exam. The competition rules are the same as the preliminaries. Whoever's name appears will proceed. Teacher Genma Shiranui, Sasuke hasn't arrived yet.
Naruto said anxiously.
It's fine for other matches, but if he doesn't show up when it's his turn, he'll forfeit.
Shiranui said calmly, indifferent to Naruto's concern. With a wave of his hand, the big screen began to shake rapidly as before. After a moment, the shaking stopped, and 2 names appeared on the screen. Ayanami Kaido vs Yamanaka Ino. Seeing the matchup, Kaido forced a bitter smile. What was this? He recalled that in the original story, the first match was Naruto versus Neji. With his and Ino's participation, the story changed, but he did not expect to be paired with Ino for the first match.
No need to fight. Referee, I admit defeat for this round.
Kaido said with a wry smile, raising his hand. What a joke, he couldn't bear fighting the woman he cared about. It would be too painful.
You don't have to surrender. Referee, I surrender. Let Kaido advance.
Ino spoke up at the same time. Seeing the 2 contestants competing to surrender, a cold sweat broke out on Genma Shiranui's usually calm forehead. Everyone in Konoha knew about their relationship, so enough with the public displays of affection. In the end, he would be the one caught in the middle. After all, he'd been a bachelor for nearly 30 years. How could he tolerate this?
I'll give you both 1 minute to figure it out and see who surrenders first.
Shiranui said, exasperated.
No need for that, I surrender. Let Ino advance.
Kaido quickly covered Ino's mouth and smiled. He knew the original story's outcome. Due to Orochimaru, only one person was promoted to Chunin as an exception, and that person was Shikamaru. Now that he knew the result, there was no reason to fight Ino for a spot. As a Naruto fan, he was familiar with a popular saying. The fight among Konoha Genin destroys the world. Jonin fight with pots and pans. Konoha Genin are not to be messed with.
In the first match, Ayanami Kaido has forfeited. Yamanaka Ino wins.
Chapter 87 Chapter 87 Konoha Collapse Plan, 5 months ago. Chapter 87 Konoha Collapse Plan. SHH. When the audience outside the venue heard Genma Shiranui's announcement, they booed loudly. But some expected it. After all, it wasn't just the ninjas who had witnessed Kaido's displays over the years, but also ordinary civilians of Konoha. The loudest boos came from those who had traveled far just to watch an exciting ninja competition, especially Kaido, the top student of the Ninja Academy. Yet as soon as he stepped up, he surrendered immediately. How could they accept this? They were furious. Shiranui Genma glanced at Kaido's reaction, noticing Ino planting a kiss on Kaido's cheek and nestling in his arms. Kaido, however, paid no attention to the shouting outside. "Why am I even looking at this?" Genma muttered bitterly. His face darkened as he shouted.
The second match starts now.
The screen flickered and 2 names appeared. Hinata Hyuga vs Shikamaru Nara. Kaito frowned slightly. It seemed that with him and Ino joining, the battle order had been disrupted.
Oh, I see now. I'm going to be tangled up with you 3 for the rest of my life.
Shikamaru sighed, covering his forehead.
Well, don't say that. Hinata will show mercy.
Kaido said with a smile, patting Shikamaru on the shoulder. On the field. Participants, please stay on the field. Everyone else return to the lounge or watch from a distance.
No need. Referee, I surrender this round.
Shikamaru lazily extended his hand. He often hung out with Kaido and Ino and knew Hinata's strength well. Her physical skill, extraordinary strength, medical ninjutsu, and family secrets, Hinata had mastered them all. It was no exaggeration to say she was at least a Jonin level. Yet Hinata complained she couldn't defeat Ino. Ino's power must be that of a Jonin or elite Jonin. Despite his high intelligence, Shikamaru knew there was no way to outsmart absolute strength. You're a genin trying to trick a Jonin? Impossible. Besides, he had no interest in winning. That would be too troublesome. Better to just surrender, and since Kaido did the same, no one would criticize him. Off the field, the crowd outside erupted. What was Konoha trying to pull? 1 surrender was tolerable, but 2. They came to watch battles, not forfeits. Was this some money-grabbing stunt? Most attendees were civilians or fans admiring the ninjas, and paying just to see surrenders angered them deeply. Genma Shiranui looked troubled, wondering how Uruka managed to graduate this group. In the second match, Nara Shikamaru surrenders, so Hyuga Hinata wins. Without waiting for reactions, he continued. The third match begins now. The screen flashed again, displaying 2 names. Uzumaki Naruto vs Temari. This time, no surrender. Genma sighed in relief. Combatants, please remain on the field, everyone else leave. With others gone, Naruto and Temari faced off.
Really? A woman?
Naruto narrowed his eyes, displeased.
Kid, don't look down on me.
Chapter 88 Chapter 88 Clearing the Path for Tsunade, 5 months ago. Chapter 88 Clearing the Path for Tsunade. The moment the audience saw feathers falling around them, they all fell into a deep sleep. Of course, strong ninjas weren't affected. At this time, the Sand Ninja and Sound Ninja launched a fierce attack on Konoha. On the rooftop of a distant high platform, Orochimaru and Hiruzen Sarutobi, without disguises, looked at each other. Surrounding them in 4 corners, Orochimaru's 4 subordinates activated the 4 purple flame formation, trapping the 2 together. These changes happened immediately after Goro shouted. Some genin and even chunin were still in shock.
Has it started?
Kaido thought as he observed the situation. He led Ino and Hinata out of a passage. These illusions meant nothing to Kaido, Ino, and Hinata.
Kaido, what is happening?
Ino asked, confused, her eyes full of doubt as she looked at the Sand and Konoha ninjas fighting.
This is simple. The Sand Ninja's participation in this Chunin exam was fake. Their real intent is to destroy Konoha.
Kaido said calmly. Whoosh! At that moment, Kakashi suddenly appeared before Kaido, wearing a serious expression.
Kaido, I'm assigning you an A-rank mission as your instructor. Konoha is under attack by Sand and Sound Ninja, and we don't have enough manpower. Your task is to stop Gaara, the Sand Ninja's Jinchuriki, from destroying Konoha. Naruto and Sasuke are already pursuing him, but I'm concerned. You and Hinata will act as reinforcements.
Kakashi spoke quickly, clearly indicating the situation had turned dire and caught them off guard.
This is my summoning beast, Pakun. It will lead you to Gaara's location.
After saying this, Kakashi vanished, heading off with Might Guy to repel the Sand Ninja. He clearly assumed Kaido was just a subordinate. Whatever, Kakashi didn't want to watch the fight between Hiruzen and Orochimaru anyway. The plan to destroy Konoha ultimately came from Orochimaru, who saw Hiruzen and Sarutobi aging and didn't want his teacher to die a natural death. He wanted him to die with honor. In the end, the collapse of Konoha was a ploy. Orochimaru orchestrated everything to bid farewell to Hiruzen and Sarutobi. If Orochimaru truly wanted to destroy Konoha, he wouldn't have killed the fourth Kazekage Rasa and pretended to be him. He still cared for Konoha.
Let's go.
Pakun sniffed, pointed with his front paw, and spoke clearly.
Okay.
Kaido nodded. He studied Pakun carefully. In the original story, Pakun, the ninja dog, was summoned by Kakashi to assist Naruto and others. Now it's in their hands. Does this count as altering the original story? Lost in thought, the three of them followed Pakun, running toward Konoha's distant forest. At the edge of Konoha, they saw two massive white phosphorus snakes ravaging buildings frantically. Around the snakes, 7 or 8 ninjas were desperately attacking them. Unfortunately, their attacks were ineffective, and they were clearly losing the fight.
You go ahead. I'll handle these 2 big snakes first and then catch up with you.
Kaido said. Konoha was in chaos. As Tsunade's disciple, Kaido had to stand out now and earn a reputation to support Tsunade's future as Hokage.
Understood.
Ino and Hinata nodded and hurried off with Puck. Kaido's figure flashed in front of the Chunins, and he said calmly.
You all move somewhere else. Leave this to me. Understood, Kaido-sama.
The ninjas knew Kaido's strength well. After saying this, their leader hurried off with the others. Konoha was under attack from all sides and short on personnel. Seeing their target disappear, the 2 white phosphorus snakes focused on Kaido, opening their scarlet mouths to strike.
You're really asking for death.
Kaido muttered. Squeak crack. Kaito extended his hand, and a surge of lightning chakra gathered, forming a 3-meter-long thunder sword. He swung horizontally. The sharp thunder sword, pulsing with violent energy, instantly sliced the 2 white phosphorus snakes in half. A burnt smell rose on the wind. The snakes flopped twice before dying. The thunder sword dissipated, and the electromagnetic energy spread rapidly, encompassing all of Konoha. Kaido frowned. Aside from this location, Konoha was under attack from the east, south, west, and north. Several Konoha ninjas had already been wounded.
This is serious trouble.
Kaito murmured, biting his finger as he gathered chakra and shouted loudly.
Art of spiritual communication.
Bang! Amid a cloud of smoke, a slug about 10 meters long appeared at Kaito's feet. The ninjas knew Kaito's strength well. After saying this, their leader hurried off with the others. Konoha was under attack from all sides and short on personnel. Seeing their target disappear, the 2 white phosphorus snakes focused on Kaido, opening their scarlet mouths to strike. You're really asking for death, Kaito muttered. Squeak crack. Kaito extended his hand, and a surge of lightning chakra gathered, forming a 3-meter-long thunder sword. He swung horizontally. The sharp thunder sword, pulsing with violent energy, instantly sliced the 2 white phosphorus snakes in half. A burnt smell rose on the wind. The snakes flopped twice before dying. The thunder sword dissipated, and the electromagnetic energy spread rapidly, encompassing all of Konoha. Kaido frowned. Aside from this location, Konoha was under attack from the east, south, west, and north. Several Konoha ninjas had already been wounded. "This is serious trouble," Kaito murmured, biting his finger as he gathered chakra and shouted loudly. Art of spiritual communication. Bang! Amid a cloud of smoke, a slug about 10 meters long appeared at Kaito's feet. "Slug, go heal the wounded in Konoha." "Understood, Kaito-sama." The slug split into smaller slugs and spread out to find injured ninjas. After dispatching the slug, Kaito ran toward another site where a white phosphorus snake was causing destruction. Today, Hiruzen and Sarutobi might die, and in a few days, Tsunade would take over as fifth Hokage. That meant these injured and fallen ninjas would be Tsunade's subordinates, so Kaito had to help them. He didn't want Tsunade to inherit a depleted force. Saving them now would secure their loyalty to Tsunade. Arriving at the second site, Kaito saw several people struggling with a white phosphorus snake. He recognized the leader, scar-faced Morino Ibiki. Seeing Kaito arrive, surprise and joy flashed in Ibiki's eyes. They knew Kaito's strength was exceptional.
Why are you here? Aren't you taking the Chunin exams? Can the Chunin exams proceed normally with this happening?
Kaito spread his hands helplessly.
Enough talk, I'll take care of this snake first. There are others elsewhere.
Before Ibiki and the others could react, Kaito's right hand transformed into a massive thunder sword, slashing the white phosphorus snake in one stroke. So simple, so efficient.
By the way, do you know about the slug? I know it.
Ibiki said doubtfully.
I summoned slugs to heal the wounded. Spread the word so no one kills them by mistake.
Chapter 89, Why Does He Look Young? Next, Kaito used the same method to deal with the white phosphorus snakes troubling two other locations. After earning considerable recognition, he hurried to where Hinata and the others were. When Kaito arrived, Hinata, Ino, and Naruto were engaged in battle with Goro. With Hinata and the other girl joining, Goro had to activate the sleeping technique early to allow Shukaku, the one tail, to fully awaken.
Oh ha ha ha, I'm finally free.
Shukaku's massive form jumped wildly and roared toward the sky.
You insignificant insects, do you think you can challenge me?
Shukaku leaned forward, his tone dripping with arrogance and contempt, clearly dismissing Hinata and the others. Hinata, Ino, and Naruto all exchanged serious looks. They now understood which other evil chakra resided inside Goro. In the distance, Temari quietly hid in the treetops, her face pale with horror as she watched the enormous monster.
Yes, it's him. Goro released it.
Wind-style air training bullet. Shukaku opened his mouth, gathering dense chakra that compressed into a massive wind ball, instantly launched from his maw. The destructive energy distorted the surrounding space slightly. Hinata and Ino, both perception-type ninjas, sensed the chakra fluctuations from the air training bullet. Their faces changed. Without hesitation, Hinata pulled Naruto and activated the flickering technique. Boom! The earth trembled with a roar. A powerful hurricane swirled wildly, its destructive force akin to a natural disaster.
Good, terrifying.
Naruto said from a nearby treetop, a mix of fear and relief glinting in his eyes.
This.
Ino murmured, frowning deeply.
For now, we can only delay and wait for Kaito to arrive.
Hinata said firmly, then glanced at Naruto.
Naruto, I'll leave Sasuke and Sakura in your care.
Got it.
Naruto nodded. This wasn't the time for recklessness.
Sorry for being late.
A gentle voice suddenly reached Ino and the others. Upon hearing it, the two women visibly relaxed. Now that he's here, we won't have to worry, they thought, their confidence in Kaito unshaken.
Kaito, you finally came. If you were any later, we'd be done for.
Naruto's voice trembled slightly, haunted by the power of Shukaku's recent attack.
Stay back, you may not withstand the next onslaught.
Kaito said softly, but with unprecedented solemnity. After all, he was about to face a tailed beast. Though the weakest, its power should not be underestimated.
Understood.
The three responded in unison before retreating.
You should stay away too. It has lost all humanity and holds a grudge against your sand village.
Kaito added, then surged forward in a flash of lightning.
How did he find me?
Temari, not far away, was shocked. She cast one last glance at the monstrous beast, gritted her teeth, and hurried away. Prepare to fight, prepare to fight, prepare to fight. As Kaido neared Shukaku, the mountain-sized beast unleashed relentless wind jutsu, resembling a natural disaster. Kaido couldn't help but marvel at the tailed beast's chakra power. This large-scale wind-style technique ranks at least A rank, possibly S rank. Ordinary ninjas can only cast 2 or 3 before exhausting their chakra. Tailed beasts, however, wield such massive jutsu carelessly, with no concern for chakra consumption.
Is that you?
Shukaku, seemingly amused, looked at Kaido with a mix of surprise and unease.
You know me.
Kaido frowned, confused. Why would Shukaku fear him?
Don't you recognize me?
Shukaku asked, pointing to himself.
Should I?
Kaido replied, even more puzzled. No recognition? That's too much. More than a decade ago, you beat me to near destruction, and now you don't even remember me? Unbelievable. I could tolerate it, but you can't. If I had the chance, I'd show you what a real fight with a tailed beast looks like.
Ah, ha ha ha, if you don't know me, then you don't know me. I've got other things to do, I'm out of here.
Shukaku laughed and retreated decisively back into Gaara's sealed space without a fight. You think I'm a fool? You easily defeated me over 10 years ago. Now, more than a decade later, you expect me to believe you don't know me.
You're probably pretending not to know me so you can catch me off guard, but I won't fall for it.
Shukaku, thinking he'd seen through everything, kept wild thoughts in his mind. Yet how is this kid still so young after all these years? If not for the chakra that matched the masked man from over 10 years ago, he wouldn't believe they were the same.
Forget it, there are countless secret techniques in the ninja world. Why worry about this? I've had a good day outside. Now I'm going to sleep.
Shukaku thought contentedly. At the same time, after Shukaku willingly returned to Gaara, sand poured from the sky like the Milky Way, lacking any chakra support. Snap! Gaara collapsed heavily. Kaido picked Gaara up casually, sensed Naruto and the others' location, and vanished instantly.
Hinata, do you think Kaido can defeat this monster?
Naruto asked nervously from a large tree.
Yes.
Hinata replied firmly, full of confidence in Kaido, though worry still lingered in her eyes.
Let's hope so, otherwise I'll have to summon the Toad Boss.
Naruto said confidently, though uncertainty gnawed at him.
Look, the monster disappeared.
Ino pointed into the distance. Indeed, it vanished. Naruto was thrilled.
Kaido is amazing. That's expected.
Chapter 90, Chapter 90, Death of the Third Hokage, 5 months ago. Chapter 90, Death of the Third Hokage. After a pause, he continued.
It's over now, let's hurry back to Konoha. Naruto, you take Sasuke and Sakura, you two move quickly, I'll go ahead. Konoha is in chaos right now.
After saying that, he tossed Gaara onto a treetop.
This is for you too, you're wasting my time.
He said, pointing at Gaara.
Ah, give them all to me. Where are Hinata and Ino?
Naruto looked dissatisfied.
Of course, they're rushing back to Konoha as fast as they can. You're the slowest among us. If you don't take responsibility, who will?
Kaido said indifferently. As for asking Hinata and the other girl to report to someone else, forget it, Kaido didn't even consider it. The three glanced at each other, activated their instant body technique, and vanished from Naruto's sight in a blink.
Are you really from the same class as those three?
Pakken stared at Naruto with his dog eyes, scrutinizing him.
Yeah, what's wrong? Nothing, it's just the gap is a bit big.
Naruto.
Kaido-sama.
They're respectful because he took down Root, that alone proves how strong he is. After all, this world respects strength. Kaido had killed Danzo and was Tsunade's disciple. His strength and status were higher than most.
Yeah.
Kaido nodded lightly. Then, pretending to be worried.
How is it inside?
I have no idea.
And Anbu said solemnly.
But the third Hokage is in great danger. Orochimaru used forbidden techniques to summon the first and second Hokage.
Besides Orochimaru, there are 3 cage-level fighters, including the third Hokage.
With your strength, You should be able to break the 4 purple flame formation.
A cold female voice appeared behind Kaido. He turned and saw a woman wearing an animal mask, her long purple hair flowing in the wind. An obvious sign she was an Anbu. Her name instantly popped up in Kaido's mind, Yuzuki Yugo, fiancé of Gekuhate. Kaido shook his head, smiled bitterly, and said,
If I were in my prime, I definitely could break it. But I just summoned the slug to heal the injured ninjas and civilians in Konoha. You have to understand, the slug's healing consumes the user's chakra. Now, I have only a trace left, and that is not enough to break the formation.
Kaido lied calmly, without a hint of nervousness. He had indeed used a lot of chakra to summon the slug to save people, but it was certainly not true that only a little chakra remained. With his current chakra comparable to that of the tailed beasts, it could not have been consumed so quickly. At least half of his chakra still remained in reserve. Ultimately, he just didn't want to save Hiruzen. He said this to improve his reputation among the Anbu. Also, to use Yugo to spread the message to other Anbu members. In short, to win their trust. After all, these people would be Tsunede's main force once she rose to power.
I thought so. So you were the one who summoned the slug below.
Yugo suddenly realized. Kaido, what a perfect assist.
Then are we just going to wait here?
Yugo asked reluctantly.
What else can I do? I have no chakra left. How about you ask Kakashi-sensei?
Kaido spread his hands, feigning helplessness. Yagao fell silent. If Kakashi had a solution, they wouldn't be waiting here. After their conversation, an eerie silence fell outside. Everyone's eyes fixed on the chakra fluctuations inside. At this moment, inside the 4 purple flame formation filled with towering trees. The battle was nearing its end. Hiruzen suddenly roared with what seemed like his last breath, the Kusanagi sword lodged in his back. Ignoring the pain, he appeared before Orochimaru and grabbed Orochimaru's shoulders with both hands. Shock and disbelief filled Orochimaru's snake-like eyes. Pressed down by Hiruzen, his entire body seemed frozen and motionless.
Orochimaru, I can't kill you now, but I will take your hands back and nullify all the ninjutsu you've learned.
In the sky behind Hiruzen, the dead demon-consuming seal slowly appeared. An ethereal hand reached to Hiruzen's abdomen and pulled at Orochimaru's soul, yanking it out. The god of death in the sky took out a long sword and slashed at the soul. Orochimaru's soul was instantly sealed within Hiruzen's stomach. At the same time, Hiruzen smiled faintly and fell to the ground, eyes closed. Orochimaru's face was full of resentment and anger.
No, give me back my hands.
Damn old man, damn it.
Orochimaru glared at his own pair of gray hands. Knowing all kinds of forbidden techniques, he understood his hands were useless now.
Hiruzen, even if I die, you must let me pull the sword out for you.
At this moment, Emma struggled to pull the sword from Hiruzen's body.
HMPH, the battle is over. Let's go.
Orochimaru said to the subordinates around him.
Understood, Orochimaru-sama.
The 4 withdrew the barriers in their hands, supporting Orochimaru as they left. So far, Konoha's great collapse plan had finally come to an end.
Stop chasing, let's see how the old man is doing first. You'll just die if you keep going.
Kaido stopped the Anbu who wanted to pursue Orochimaru, speaking seriously.
I understand, Kaido-sama.
An Anbu replied reluctantly. The rooftop was small, and Kaido, together with Yugo and other Anbu members, quickly found Hiruzen's body.
Kaido-sama.
An Anbu said quietly.
Let's find 2 medical ninjas. This problem isn't something we can solve.
Kaido sighed, feeling uneasy for some reason. In the past, he had hoped Hiruzen would die, but now that he was dead, he felt no sadness. Perhaps this was the so-called
Cheap.
Chapter 91, Chapter 91, Tsukiyomi, 5 months ago. Chapter 91, Tsukiyomi. The death of a Hokage is no small matter. Even more so when it's Hiruzen Sarutobie man who devoted nearly his entire life to Konoha and held immense respect within the village. The next day, dark clouds covered the sky and a light drizzle fell gently. Kaido, dressed in a black cloak, stepped solemnly out of the house. Waiting quietly outside were Ino and Hinata.
Here.
Ino said softly, handing him a white chrysanthemum. Her expression was tinged with sadness.
Let's go.
Kaido replied with a calm voice, accepting the flower. The streets of Konoha were filled with people clad in black. A heavy silence hung in the air, as if the entire village was mourning. At the Konoha Memorial Stone, rows of shinobi stood in formation. At the front lay the grave of Hiruzen Sarutobi. They approached one by one, placing white chrysanthemums at the base of the tomb, paying their respects to the old man who had served the village for decades. Kaido and his group stood among them. The Jonin went first, followed by the Chunin, then Genin like them. When it was their turn, Kaido stepped forward. He placed the chrysanthemum before the grave, lowered his head, and stared at Hiruzen's photo in silence. Whatever Hiruzen had done good or bad, it all seemed insignificant in the face of death. With his passing, everything vanished like dust in the wind.
Rest well, old man.
Kaido murmured quietly. Then he turned and walked away. Hiruzen's death marked not just the end of an era, but also the beginning of a new one for Konoha. The sleeping lion would soon awaken. Hokage's office,
Jirya, you already know about Hiruzen's passing.
said Koharu Udatane with a serious expression.
Konoha urgently needs a new Hokage. We need you to stay. The village needs you to take charge.
I'm not suited for that role.
Jirya said, shaking his head. His gaze drifted to the window toward the memorial stone. Sadness clouded his eyes.
I hate being tied down.
Himura Mitokado nodded knowingly.
As expected, Hiruzen knew your nature well. He was sure you wouldn't take the position.
Then why bother asking?
Jirya sighed.
He must have already picked someone else. That's right.
Koharu confirmed.
He chose between you and Tsunade, but ultimately, he wanted her to take the role.
So you're asking me to bring her back to the village?
Jirya deduced.
Yes.
Himura replied.
You have the closest relationship with Tsunade. She's more likely to listen to you.
Fine, but I have one condition.
Jirya said.
What is it? I want to take Naruto with me.
A moment passed in silence.
All right.
They agreed. Later that day inside Konoha, two figures in black cloaks patterned with red clouds strolled casually through the village. Despite their appearance, no one seemed to notice the danger they represented.
So this is Konoha.
Kasame Hoshigaki chuckled, his shark-like features making him stand out.
Far more vibrant than the hidden mist. Yes, it's been years since I returned.
Uchiha Itachi said, eating a tricolored dango. His expression was calm, though his eyes reflected memories of the past.
Finish up.
He said,
We need to locate the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Already, you're no fun.
Kasame grumbled as he paid the vendor. They soon wandered into a remote part of the village, away from the bustling streets and toward a quiet stream.
Come out.
Itachi said coldly, activating his Sharingan. His gaze locked onto a nearby tree.
You've been following us long enough. Well, I've been discovered. Not surprising considering who I'm tailing.
Kakashi Hatake said, stepping out into view. He slowly raised his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan eye.
I just want to know.
Kakashi knew he was outmatched. Taking on two cage-level opponents alone was nearly impossible. The only target worth their attention in Konoha was...
It's been a while, Kakashi-sensei.
Itachi said flatly.
I do miss our Ambu days.
His eye suddenly changed its Tamo spinning until it formed the main Jikayo Sharingan.
Let me give you a gift, Tsukayomi.
He muttered. Kakashi's vision warped. A blood-red world materialized around him, and he found himself nailed to a wooden cross. Dozens of attaches surrounded him, each wielding a blade.
No.
Kakashi realized too late he had fallen into an illusion, despite being cautious.
In this world, I control time, space, and perception.
Itachi said.
You'll remain here for 72 hours.
He raised his hand. The attaches attacked in unison, stabbing Kakashi over and over.
How many strikes can you withstand?
Itachi's voice echoed coldly.
Itachi-san is so ruthless.
Kisame said with a grin.
What a nice reunion gift for an old comrade.
Two sharp whooshes cut through the air. Yuhei Kurenai and Sarutobi Asuma landed beside Kakashi, drawn by a coded message he'd left behind.
Itachi!
Asuma demanded, his trench knives wrapped in wind chakra.
Kakashi's trapped in an illusion.
Kurenai observed instantly.
Don't bother.
Itachi said calmly.
This isn't something you can break unless your mental strength exceeds mine.
Chapter 92 Chapter 92 Dramatic Entrance 5 months ago. Chapter 92 Dramatic Entrance.
Do something. The longer Kakashi stays in that illusion, the worse it gets.
Asuma shouted, charging toward Itachi. Yuhei Kurenai quickly weaved hand signs, casting an illusion targeting Uchiha Itachi. Clang! The sharp clash of weapons echoed through the clearing. Kisame swung Samehada with ease, forcing Asuma back.
You think I'm just here for decoration?
Kisame said, voice low and amused.
I won't let you interrupt Itachi-san.
Asuma gritted his teeth, his body sliding back across the surface of the water from the sheer force of Kisame's blow. His hands trembled slightly from the impact. This guy.
Huh?
Kakashi finally stirred, dropping to one knee, panting, his hand covering his left eye. His face was pale, drenched in sweat.
Don't look into Itachi's eyes.
He warned, voice hoarse.
I mean it, don't look.
He repeated firmly. Kurenai and Asuma quickly averted their eyes, but judging by Kakashi's condition, it was clear he was in no shape to continue. They were on their own, backup needed to come fast. Whoosh! Suddenly, Kisame appeared in front of Asuma, grinning.
You scratched me earlier.
Raising Samehada high, he brought it crashing down toward Asuma's head. Eyes shut due to Kakashi's warning, Asuma reacted instinctively, raising his chakra-infused trench knives to defend himself. But even with that, Kisame's power was overwhelming. Boom! The hit landed like a hammer, sending Asuma flying across the river. His body skidded across the water's surface, crashing into the bank. His condition was unclear, whether he was unconscious or worse.
Asuma.
Kurenai cried out, still unable to open her eyes. Even if their relationship wasn't romantic, they had history. They were comrades.
Hey, that loser.
Kisame sneered.
I already smashed him with Samehada. Are all of Konoha's Shinobi this week?
His voice was close now, too close.
It's your turn.
He added, raising Samehada once more and swinging it toward Kurenai. Her body froze. She was a special Jonin, yes, but one who specialized in genjutsu. In close combat, she was barely at Chunin level. And now she stood alone, helpless, against the very man who had just laid out an elite Jonin like Asuma. Her heart sank, she could feel the weapon cutting through the air toward her. In her mind, Kaido's image surfaced. A soft smile crept to her lips. What a shame.
You're not even going to resist. Fine, let's make this quick.
Bang! A heavy, dull impact rang out. Kurenai opened her eyes in shock. A tall figure stood beside her, holding Samehada in one hand. He moved with ease, his face neutral. His hair blew gently in the breeze.
Are you all right, Kurenai-sensei?
He asked. So cool, I'll definitely have his child, Kurenai screamed internally.
I am fine.
She stammered, cheeks flushed.
I'm glad.
Kaido replied warmly. Then his expression shifted, his gaze sharpened as he turned toward Itachi and Kisame.
Well.
Itachi's calm demeanor finally cracked.
It's you.
While they spoke, another figure arrived next to Kakashi.
Kakashi, what happened to you?
Might Guy asked, eyes narrowing in concern. As Kakashi's rival and friend, Guy understood just how strong he truly was. Now seeing him like this.
No wonder.
Guy muttered.
Only someone like Uchiha Itachi could do this to Kakashi. Kurenai-sensei, take Kakashi and retreat.
Kaido said calmly.
You two will only be a burden in the next fight.
He didn't say the same to Might Guy. After all, once Guy opened the 7th gate, his power could rival Kisame's. In fact, in the original timeline, Guy had beaten Kisame using the 7 gates. At that moment, Kisame took a few quick steps back, landing beside Itachi.
Itachi-san, do we really need to fight? That kid's different.
He said seriously, the usual mockery gone from his tone. Same hata vibrated in his hands, reacting like it had smelled something it liked. It twisted beneath the bandages as if eager to feed. Even though Kisame hadn't gone all out earlier, the fact that Kaido stopped Samehata's strike with one hand was enough to make him cautious.
We're leaving, don't forget why we came here.
Itachi said quietly.
Not fighting, huh? What a shame.
Kisame replied with a disappointed sigh.
They're not ordinary opponents, let's go.
Itachi muttered as he turned and vanished into the distance. Kisame followed, disappearing just as quickly. He and Itachi had been partners for years. He understood Itachi well. The fact that Itachi used the words,
Very troublesome.
Chapter 93, Chapter 93, My Silly Little Brother, 5 months ago. Chapter 93, My Silly Little Brother.
Kaido, why would Itachi return to Konoha?
Might Guy finally let his guard down and asked as the Akatsuki duo vanished from sight.
What else in Konoha could possibly interest two cage-level shinobi?
Kaido replied calmly, eyes narrowing.
I'll find Naruto. Guy-sensei, you take Kakashi-sensei and Asuma-sensei back to the hospital.
Kaido instructed. Without waiting for a reply, he disappeared in a crackle of energy, lightning flashing as he vanished from the scene.
It's Naruto.
Might Guy muttered, turning to Kurenai.
Let's move.
Right.
Yuhai Kurenai nodded, glancing in the direction Kaido had left, her expression tinged with worry. Be safe.
This pervy sage is hopeless. Off chasing women again. When's he gonna teach me a real jutsu?
Knock, knock, knock. There was a firm knock on the door. Naruto rolled over and grunted.
Who is it? It's me.
Came a familiar voice from the other side. Naruto's eyes lit up. He rushed to the door, flinging it open.
Kaido, what are you doing here? I heard you and Jiraiya were out training. Thought I'd drop by to check in.
Kaido said casually, lying without hesitation. In truth, after leaving Might Guy and the others, Kaido had used electromagnetic sense to locate Naruto. With his speed, he arrived long before Itachi and Kisame could. But to his surprise, Naruto was alone. Jiraiya was nowhere to be seen, probably off chasing another barmaid. This idiot left Naruto alone.
Thanks, Kaido.
Naruto grinned, genuinely touched.
That means a lot.
Kaido scratched his head. Man, this kid's too easy to fool. He stepped into the room, but just as he began speaking, two familiar chakra signatures triggered his senses. His expression turned serious. He immediately covered Naruto's mouth and made a quieting gesture. Naruto blinked in confusion but nodded. Kaido walked to the door, gathering chakra in his palm. Knock, knock, knock. The moment the door creaked open. Boom! Kaido's chakra-enhanced fist blasted forward, demolishing the door. The explosive force surged outward, striking the first figure outside Kisame. Caught completely off guard, Kisame's body twisted from the shockwave. Blood burst from his lips as he was launched like a cannonball, smashing through several walls before disappearing into the distance.
Yo, Itachi, long time no see.
Kaido said as he slowly lowered his arm. Itachi muttered, eyes narrowing.
Again!
That speed.
Kaido, who are these guys?
Naruto asked, pointing at Itachi in shock.
Why does he have the same eyes as Sasuke?
Kaido sighed and rubbed the bridge of his nose.
They're enemies, they're here to capture you.
He paused, then added bluntly.
They're after the beast inside you.
Kisame, now standing at a distance, wiped blood from his mouth and slowly approached. His expression had turned sinister.
You little brat.
He growled. He gripped Samehata tightly, murder in his eyes.
You can't protect this boy on your own.
Itachi said evenly.
Hand him over and we'll leave.
Itachi wasn't confident about engaging Kaido. 5 years ago, during the Uchiha massacre, Kaido had already shown strength comparable to masked Madara, and now he was even stronger. On top of that, Itachi had no real desire to capture Naruto. His mission as a Konoha double agent always made things.
You bastard, Uchiha Itachi.
A furious voice erupted at the door. Sasuke stood there, his eyes spinning with two tamo, lightning cackling in his right hand. Chidori howled like 1,000 birds.
Sasuke, no!
Naruto yelled. But Sasuke had already begun his charge, his Chidori cutting into the wall as he dashed forward.
You're dead, Itachi.
Bang! Itachi calmly raised his hand and caught Sasuke's wrist mid-thrust, stopping the Chidori in its tracks. Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief. With his other hand, Itachi casually grabbed Sasuke's forearm and twisted. Crack! The sharp snap of breaking bones filled the room. Sasuke screamed, collapsing to his knees.
My foolish little brother.
Itachi said coldly.
You still don't understand the gap between us. Allow me to remind you.
His main Jikayo Sharingan activated.
Arg!
Sasuke screamed, clutching his face as the illusion took hold.
Sasuke!
Naruto cried out, about to rush forward. Kaido grabbed his collar and yanked him back.
Don't be stupid. They're having a family reunion.
Kaido said dryly.
Besides, Itachi won't kill him.
Naruto struggled.
But, do you want to get caught too?
Kaido snapped.
Stay still.
With his current strength, Kaido was confident he could face either Kisame or Itachi one-on-one, maybe even both together. But protecting Naruto during the fight was another matter entirely. Till Itachi slams you with genjutsu.
Thanks for the chapters.
Chapter 94, Chapter 94, Visiting Tsunade, 5 months ago. Chapter 94, Visiting Tsunade. Think of the electromagnetic sensing as observation haki. Through electromagnetic sensing, Kaido tracked Jiraiya's human magnetic field still unmoving, not far from here. After everything that just happened, Jiraiya hadn't reacted at all. This pervy old man.
Kisame, go.
Kaido's eyes narrowed. Itachi's tone was strained unusual for someone as composed as him. Kisame glanced sideways.
What's wrong, Itachi?
His expression grew serious. It wasn't often he saw this side of his partner.
Go now. Jiraiya is heading this way.
Itachi said sharply, before disappearing into thin air. Kisame hesitated. He stared at Kaido but said nothing, turning to follow Itachi. The pervy sage finally woke up. With him here plus Naruto nearby, things could get messy. Kisame understood that if a fight broke out now, they'd be at a disadvantage. The best move was retreat. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki wasn't going anywhere. Moments later, Jiraiya finally arrived carrying an unconscious woman in his arms. His gaze followed the trail of destruction left behind, then narrowed on Kaido.
They're gone. You lecherous sage.
Naruto shouted.
Where the hell were you? You just now show up.
Jiraiya ignored him, instead stepping toward Kaido with a curious look.
Hey!
Kaido nodded blankly. He had no patience for Jiraiya's antics.
Anyway, I'm taking Sasuke back to Konoha Hospital.
Before anyone could respond, he picked up the unconscious Uchiha and disappeared in a blur of speed. Jiraiya blinked.
That kid's got guts.
He scratched his head.
But why does his voice sound so familiar?
Later, Short Book Street. After dropping Sasuke off at Konoha Hospital and asking Sakura to care for him, Kaido arrived at his next destination, Short Book Street. He knew this was where Orochimaru would appear to seek Tsunade's medical skills for his ruined arms. In the original timeline, Tsunade hesitated, burdened by her trauma. But this time, Kaido wasn't going to let history repeat itself. As her disciple and now family, he intended to protect her in the future. Activating his electromagnetic sensing once again, Kaido scanned the entire street. Sure enough, Tsunade's magnetic signature registered clearly from a nearby casino. Figures. Kaido sighed, old habits die hard. He didn't rush to see her right away. Orochimaru and Kabuto hadn't arrived yet. He had time. He found a small restaurant, ordered some local specialties, and ate quietly. Despite the attention he drew by consuming enough for a dozen people, he ignored the stares, finished the meal, paid, and left. Tsunade's courtyard. When he arrived at Tsunade's courtyard, She was in the middle of a meal with her companion. Tsunade blinked in surprise when she saw him.
You again, what are you doing here?
Kaido grinned and took a seat across from her.
I missed you, just came to see how you were doing. Oh, here.
Tsunade winced.
Don't say creepy things like that. Gives me goosebumps. Really? Sounds like you got yourself kicked out of Konoha again.
She teased, cheeks slightly flushed from the sake. Kaido chuckled.
Not this time, let's get serious.
He explained everything that had happened over the past few days, Orochimaru's infiltration, the attack on the village, the third Hokage's death. Tsunade's expression grew still.
So,
Yeah.
She picked up her bottle and took a slow sip.
ironic.
She muttered.
He spent his whole life trying to control things, only to die at the hands of his student. So,
She continued, eyes narrowing.
you came here just because you missed me.
Well,
Kaido said with a sheepish smile.
Konoha's council wants you to be the 5th Hokage. Jiraiya is on his way too, I'm here to let you know.
Hake.
She fell silent, eyes distant. There was a softness in them, a flicker of old pain she'd buried for years. After a moment, she sighed and stretched, the motion accentuating her curves.
I'm tired. I'm going to bed.
Without waiting for a reply, she turned and walked to her room. Shizune, watching from the side, looked worried.
Don't worry, Shizune-senpai.
Kaido said gently.
Tsunade-sensei will bounce back, she always does.
Shizune exhaled.
You're right.
Thanks.
The waiting game. For the next few days, Kaido stayed in the area, waiting for Orochimaru and Jiraiya to arrive. On the 5th day, things finally began to move. That morning, Kaido accompanied Tsunade to a casino. She seemed in high spirits until her winning streak began. She won again and again. Kaido's eyes narrowed, her luck's never this good, that only means one thing.
I found her.
Orochimaru whispered, his slit-pupilled eyes narrowing.
And the brat is with her. Lord Orochimaru, you mean Ayanami Kaito?
Kabuto asked quietly, standing beside him. Orochimaru nodded.
That's right.
Kabuto frowned.
Should we wait until Tsunade is alone? Kaito's power is.
Chapter 95, Tsunade's Hemophobia, Bonus. Boom! A cloud of dust burst into the air as the sound of collapsing buildings echoed ahead of Kaido. Tsunade and Kaido halted mid-step, eyes narrowing. Kaido's expression remained neutral but serious. Is it starting? From within the dust, a massive white snake slithered forward, its phosphorus-like scales glinting under the sun, tongue flicking through the haze. Perched atop the serpent, a pale figure stood with eerie grace.
Long time no see, Tsunade.
Orochimaru rasped in his cold, familiar tone.
Orochimaru.
Tsunade's voice trembled with rage.
How dare you show your face in front of me?
I'm not here for a reunion.
Orochimaru said as he raised his sealed hands.
These were sealed away by Hiruzen during our battle. I came to ask you for help, heal them.
His tongue flicked across his lips.
In return,
Tsunade's breath caught, her entire body tensed as if struck.
You.
She whispered, shaken. Of all the regrets Tsunade carried, the greatest was losing her younger brother. As the last direct descendant of the Senju clan, Nawaki's death had ended a bloodline that traced back to Hashirama and Tabarama Senju. She had failed to protect him during the war. It was a wound she had never truly healed from. Then, bang, Tsunade was pulled into a firm embrace. A soft voice whispered near her ear.
Tsunade-sensei, don't fall for his lies.
Kaido's tone was calm but steady, grounding.
The technique he's referring to is called impure world reincarnation. It's not true resurrection. It forcibly summons a soul from the pure land into the living world and binds it to a host body. That host is coated in ash and chakra to resemble the dead.
He held her gently but firmly.
There's no heartbeat, no warmth, and the person's will can be overridden. They become puppets, controlled by the summoner. Even if they retain fragments of their personality, they can't pass on unless sealed.
Kaido paused before continuing, voice low and respectful.
This technique was labeled forbidden by the second Hokage for a reason. He knew disturbing the dead's rest was a violation, especially for those who gave their lives for peace.
Do you really think Nawaki would want to come back like that, as a tool for Orochimaru?
Tsunade's trembling slowed, the fog in her mind began to clear. From atop the snake, Orochimaru narrowed his yellow eyes.
Impressive, you seem well-versed in forbidden techniques, Ayanami Kaido.
His voice was soft but laced with curiosity. He's absolutely right, Orochimaru thought. The boy described every detail of impure world reincarnation flawlessly. I spent years researching that technique. How does a child know this much? He stared intently at Kaido, fascinated. Tsunade slowly steadied herself. As the greatest medical ninja of her time and one of the legendary Sannin, her mind was not easily swayed, but Orochimaru had struck a painful nerve. Still, thanks to Kaido's words, she snapped out of it. She took a deep breath.
Don't expect an answer later.
She said, eyes sharp again.
You want a response. Here it is. I won't heal your hands. I'm not interested in any deals. And most of all,
She vanished. Whoosh! Tsunade reappeared above Orochimaru, her leg raised high. Chakra surged around it, compressing with lethal force.
This one's for Hiruzen-sensei.
She swung her leg downward with devastating momentum. Orochimaru scowled. Still the same as always.
Orochimaru, do you want to leave peacefully or should I make you?
His voice was cold, even.
You should know your current condition. You're no match for me. Neither is Kabuto Yakashi.
Orochimaru's eyes narrowed again.
I'll take the kindness and walk away, for now.
He said softly, locking eyes with Kaido. The massive white snake shifted under him, and under Kabuto's command, it slithered swiftly out of sight. He's strong, Orochimaru thought. Even in my prime, this would be a risky battle, with my arms sealed and Tsunade hemophobic.
Kaido, what happened to Lady Tsunade?
Shizune rushed out, alarmed.
It's nothing serious. Her hemophobia acted up again.
Kaido replied calmly.
But that's impossible.
Shizune said, surprised.
She never goes anywhere near blood. Did something happen while you two were at the casino?
Chapter 96, Chapter 96, Using Naruto to Cure Tsunade, 5 months ago. Chapter 96, Using Naruto to Cure Tsunade.
No, we ran into Orochimaru.
Kaido said, clearly annoyed.
Orochimaru, was he here to ask Lady Tsunade to heal his arms?
Shizune immediately pieced it together. That's right, the conversation already broke down and Orochimaru was about to leave. But you know how Tsunade-sensei is. Once she found out he was the one who killed Hiruzen-sensei, there was no way she'd just let him walk away.
She flew straight at Orochimaru and tried to attack him.
Kaido sighed and shook his head.
Then that guy just bit his finger, summoned some blood, and Tsunade-sensei froze up instantly. You can guess what happened after that.
Shizune paused silently. After being with Tsunade for so many years, and knowing her temper.
By the way, Shizune-san,
Kaido added.
You're aware the elders in Konoha want Tsunade-sensei to return as the next Hokage, right? Jiraiya has already arrived here in Tanzaku town. What?
Shizune's eyes widened.
He's already here.
Kaido nodded with a sly smile.
Yup, and Tsunade-sensei's hemophobia? I'll leave that for Jiraiya and Naruto to deal with. If the two of them can cure her fear of blood, I'll make sure she agrees to become the 5th Hokage.
That grin of his made Shizune feel uneasy. Looks like Lord Jiraiya's in for a tough time.
Weird.
After a bit more wandering and grabbing food, Jiraiya finally brought Naruto to Tsunade's residence. Knock, knock, knock. Naruto eagerly knocked on the door.
Coming.
A calm, clear voice responded from inside.
Lord Jiraiya, welcome.
Shizune greeted, completely unsurprised.
Please come in.
Jiraiya blinked, no reaction at all. He and Naruto followed her inside only to find Kaido already seated comfortably, sipping tea.
You again? What are you doing here?
Jiraiya asked, raising a brow.
Kaido, you're here too.
Naruto lit up at the sight of him.
Of course, I'm Tsunade-sensei's student. Why wouldn't I be here?
Kaido said casually, setting his teacup down.
Well, let's not waste time. I assume you've already told Tsunade why we're here.
Jiraiya said, cutting straight to the point.
Has she agreed to become Hawkage? She's not out yet.
He added with a frown.
That's strange, she doesn't even want to greet an old friend.
Kaido poured tea for the two of them, and then explained what had happened earlier with Orochimaru.
I see.
Jiraiya fell silent for a long moment.
In that case, we'll come back tomorrow.
He finally said, rising from his seat.
Well,
Kaido said with a subtle smile. Jiraiya's expression brightened immediately.
what's the condition? You know about her hemophobia, right?
Kaido leaned back in his seat.
It's simple. If you and Naruto can help her overcome it, I'll make sure she returns to Konoha and accepts the role. Hemophobia, huh?
Jiraiya muttered, brow furrowed. He knew the cause. Dan Kato's death had left deep trauma. Tsunade had also failed to save her brother. As a medical ninja, that failure haunted her. Helping her recover would be no easy task. It had to come from within. Even so, Jiraiya voiced his doubts.
Honestly, that kind of trauma isn't something we can fix easily. It's all internal. Which is exactly why I thought of you, Jiraiya.
Kaido said with a smirk.
After all, you don't want the next Hokage of Konoha to collapse in the middle of a battle, just because someone starts bleeding, do you?
He had a point. If Tsunade really became Hokage and this phobia persisted, it could put the entire village at risk during a crisis. Jiraiya rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Kaito said, glancing at Naruto.
Not a guaranteed fix, but worth trying.
He pointed at the confused blondie.
For the next few days, just have Naruto spend time around Tsunade-sensei. Let him accidentally injure himself, just minor stuff, so she gets used to the sight of blood again. Exposure therapy. Ave, why me?
Naruto yelped, pointing to himself. Kaido chuckled.
Because of your special chakra and physique, you heal fast. If I lose blood, I'm out for a week. You're back to normal in 10 minutes. Besides,
He added slyly.
helping the future 5th Hokage is kind of a big deal. Just imagine telling Sakura about it, she might even be impressed.
Naruto blinked.
Really, you think she'll be moved? Absolutely.
Kaito nodded like a seasoned salesman.
All right, I'll do it.
Naruto cheered, already imagining himself bragging to Sakura. Jiraiya slapped a hand over his face. Seriously, this is Minato's kid. He glanced at Kaito, who was obviously pulling Naruto's strings with ease, and felt a weird pang in his chest. Same age.
Who are you?
She asked sharply, eyes snapping open. Her tone was serious and annoyed.
I'm Uzumaki Naruto. The lecherous sage told me to come.
Naruto said a little too loudly. That nickname and the Konoha forehead protectoria, it had to be Jiraiya's doing. Tsunade sat up slightly.
So, what did that pervert send you here for?
Naruto didn't answer immediately. Instead, he stared at her, blinking.
Wait, are you really in your 50s? You don't look a day over 20.
Chapter 97, 97. Chapter 97, the timeline is all messed up. 5 months ago. Chapter 97, the timeline is all messed up.
It's me. Now tell me what you want.
Tsunade said playfully.
As for why I look so beautiful, well, that's my little secret.
All right, you better be ready.
Naruto didn't care about her secret. He was here on a mission. Without hesitation, he pulled a kunai from his backpack and stabbed it directly into his palm right in front of Tsunade. Bright red blood began dripping from his hand, quickly staining the floor. Naruto casually pulled the kunai out, stowed it away in his ninja pouch and walked out of the room, not even glancing back. His movements were smooth, as if he'd practiced them dozens of times. Tsunade stood frozen, her entire body trembling as she pointed at the blood-stained floor, her face pale.
Blood.
Outside the room,
It's done.
Naruto said, stepping out. Kaito, who had been calmly waiting nearby, smirked.
Yeah, how'd it go? We still on for another round at noon.
Naruto nodded, clearly fired up.
Yup, let's do it. 3 times a day, right? Like a mealtime.
Shizune watched him walk off and then turned to Kaito, clearly worried.
Kaido, is this really okay? Is it all right to treat Lady Tsunade like this?
What other way is there?
Kaido muttered.
Tsunade-sensei lost her brother and her lover on the battlefield. That kind of trauma doesn't heal on its own.
Lover?
Shizune blinked.
How do you know she had a lover?
Huh?
Kaido turned to her surprised.
Who doesn't know that?
You know everything.
Shizune narrowed her eyes.
That's strange. Not many people know that Lady Tsunade had someone like that. I only overheard it once, and she was drunk at the time.
Kaido frowned. Did I mess up? That shouldn't be wrong.
What about her hemophobia?
He asked.
That's from when Lord Nawaki died in her arms. It was a huge trauma.
Shizune explained quietly. Kaido hesitated.
And Kato-dan.
You know my uncle.
Shizune asked.
Don't get the wrong idea. My uncle did pursue Lady Tsunade, but she rejected him. She said he was too weak.
Kaido's thoughts spiraled. Wait.
Lady Tsunade did have someone, but he was mysterious, showed up only once during the Third Great Ninja War, and then vanished. She left Konoha partly to find him.
Sister Shizune, could you check on Tsunade-sensei? I need some air.
Kaido said, still disoriented by the info dump. He walked off quickly. His thoughts were a mess. Everything's off. None of this lined up with what I remember.
Man, that hit the spot.
Tsunade narrowed her eyes, clenching her teeth.
This brat.
Naruto asked innocently as he stood beside her.
I am. Why do you ask, brat?
Tsunade said, already suspicious.
Oh, no reason.
Naruto immediately pulled a kunai from his pouch and stabbed it into his palm again. As the blood trickled down, he nodded in satisfaction.
All right, time to train. I'll be back tonight.
With that, he left completely carefree, while Shizune and Kaido exchanged stunned glances. From that day forward, Naruto came over to eat every day and paid for his meals with a palm wound. Tsunade would glare at him each time like she was ready to end his life, but Naruto, ever thick-skinned, acted like nothing was wrong. He even went so far as to ask her questions about training, which only made her temper flare more. Meanwhile, Jiraiya had seemingly vanished. Half a month later,
You brat, you want to see blood? I'll give you blood.
crash! The sound of a fist meeting flesh echoed, followed by Naruto's terrified screams. Outside the house, Kaido and Shizune were waiting. A moment later, the commotion subsided. Kaido glanced at her.
Think she's calmed down?
Maybe.
Shizune said uncertainly.
I hope.
Before they could say more, the door slammed open. Tsunade stepped out, dragging a bruised and bloated Naruto by one arm. His face was so swollen it was hard to tell it was him. If Kaito hadn't known Naruto so well, he wouldn't have recognized him.
Kaido, save me.
Naruto wailed.
Grandma Tsunade's gone nuts.
Kaido chuckled awkwardly.
Well, congratulations, Tsunade-sensei. Looks like your hemophobia is cured.
HMPH.
Tsunade scoffed, clearly still annoyed.
Where is that idiot Jiraiya? Right here.
Jiraiya shouted as he walked in.
Well, since your fear is gone, I assume we're heading back to Konoha.
He asked with a grin.
You bastard!
In an instant, Tsunade vanished in a blur and reappeared in front of Jiraiya, her fist drawn back. Boom! Jiraiya was launched skyward like a missile, disappearing into the clouds. Gulp! Kaido swallowed nervously at the sheer force of her punch. Half an hour later.
Assistance!
Chapter 98 Chapter 98 A Rank Mission, 5 months ago. Chapter 98 A Rank Mission. A week later, the dust-covered group finally arrived at the gates of Konoha. Originally, Kaido had intended to use lightning style to create shadow clones and escort Tsunade and the others back to the village quickly. After all, he had already spent quite some time with Tsunade, and he was eager to return to the Shikatsu forest to continue mastering Sage Mode. But Tsunade had refused outright. She insisted on walking the rest of the way back, saying,
I'm about to become the Hawkage. At least let me enjoy what little freedom I have left.
With no other option, the group made the long journey on foot.
Ah, finally back.
Naruto shouted joyfully, stretching his arms at the village gate.
Lady Tsunade, Jirya-sama, welcome back.
Recognizing them, Kotsu Hagen and Izumo Kamizuki, the guards on duty greeted them respectfully.
Yeah, thanks for holding down the fort.
Tsunade said casually, patting their shoulders like a superior inspecting her subordinates.
No trouble at all.
The two replied with enthusiasm, standing straighter. By now, the news that Tsunade would be returning to take up the mantle of fifth Hokage had already spread throughout Konoha. Her appearance only confirmed the rumors, and being acknowledged by the future Hokage left the guards visibly thrilled. As the group entered the village, it was clear the higher-ups had prepared in advance. The streets were lined with people, cheering and applauding as Tsunade passed. Leaf Shinobi stood at intervals, maintaining order like guards at a parade. All the way to the Hokage building, the atmosphere was electric. Once there, Konoha's high-ranking officials, clan leaders, and senior jonin were waiting, including familiar figures like Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, Akimichi Choza, Hyuga Hayashi, and Hade Kakashi.
Lady Tsunade, welcome home.
Everyone shouted in unison, led by Shikaku. 3 days later, under Shikaku's meticulous arrangements, and in the presence of villagers and foreign envoys, Tsunade was officially inaugurated as the fifth Hokage. Her appointment marked the beginning of a new chapter for Konoha's shift from its declining days to a future full of strength and vitality. The sleeping lion was awakening. After spending a week in the village with Tsunade and Shizune, Kaido headed to the Hokage's office. He had only one request: permission to return to the Shikatsu forest to continue studying Sage Mode. By now, Ayanami Kaido was Tsunade's personal disciple. With his status and strength, few dared to question his presence even in the Hokage building. It was like walking into his own home.
You want to go back to training Sage Mode?
Tsunade sat in her Hokage chair, flipping through a report with visible irritation. Clearly, she wasn't enjoying her new job.
Yes.
Kaido nodded. Between Hiruzen Sarutobai's death and Tsunade's appointment, he'd lost nearly a month. With the sudden appearance of Itachi and Kasame still fresh in his memory, his sense of urgency had only grown stronger. He needed to push himself to the next level.
There's no rush.
Tsunade replied, pulling out a scroll from her desk.
Finish this mission first. It's just a round trip, you're fast enough. Once it's done, head back to the Shikatsu forest and resume your training.
Kaido took the scroll and opened it.
Fujifilm crew, filming in the land of snow.
He frowned. Wasn't this from one of the movies? And wasn't it Naruto's mission originally?
That's right. A request came in from a movie production crew.
Tsunade replied, rubbing her temples.
They're filming in the snow country, and the journey can be dangerous. Your main objective is to protect this actress Fujikaze Yuki.
What's the mission rank? A rank. Got it.
Kaido said as he turned to leave.
Don't you want to know the deeper reason? No need, it's an A-rank mission, nothing I can't handle. If it comes down to it, I'll just fight whoever's in the way. How?
Tsunade chuckled, finally remembering who she was dealing with.
They're at the production site right now. Go report to them.
At a chaotic film set, Kaido arrived and immediately frowned at the noise. He disliked crowds and preferred peace, but duty called. Just then, a beautiful girl on horseback burst out of the set, speeding past him before he could react.
That must be her.
He muttered. Shaking his head, Kaido stepped inside, intending to meet the client Asama Senju. Inside the studio, things were in disarray. People were yelling, props were flying, and several crew members sprinted out after the girl.
You must bring Miss Yuki back, no matter what.
A man's voice roared. Moments later, a middle-aged man with glasses and a ponytail stumbled out, breathing heavily. Kaido immediately recognized Himasama Senju, a loyal retainer of the Kazuhana royal family, now acting as Yuki's manager. Asama looked up and saw the boy standing in front of him, a Konoha forehead protector shining on his head. His eyes widened with subtle disappointment. This was the Shinobi Konoha sent, just a kid. Still, he quickly wiped the emotion from his face. No matter how dissatisfied he was, he couldn't afford to offend a leaf ninja. Forcing a smile, he stepped forward.
You must be the ninja the fifth Hokage sent. That's right.
Chapter 99, Chapter 99, Nullifying Ninjutsu, 5 months ago. Chapter 99, Nullifying Ninjutsu.
Sorry, you may have to wait a moment.
Isama Santaru said with a smile.
Miss Yuki just stepped out. We've already sent someone to find her. When are you heading to the land of snow to start filming? We've already arranged for a ship. As soon as we bring Miss Yuki back, we can set off immediately. I see.
Kaido murmured. With his eyes slightly closed, electromagnetic induction radiated from his body, expanding across all of Konoha. Whoosh! In the next instant, Kaido's eyes snapped open, and he vanished on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already on Yuki Fujikaza's horse. He stood calmly, his expression unreadable.
You must be Fujikaze Yuki. I'm a shinobi from Konoha, and I've been ordered by Isama Santaru to bring you back.
Before Yuki could even react, Kaido struck her with a swift chop to the back of her neck. Supporting her unconscious body with one arm, he disappeared again with a flash horse and all. Whoosh! Kaido appeared in front of Isama Santaru, holding the unconscious Yuki in his arms.
Hey, I brought her back. Where should I put her? Inside, that room over there.
Isama pointed to a room with a stunned expression. He was floored by what he just witnessed. Kaido had left and returned with Yuki in barely 10 seconds. He had initially assumed Konoha was just going through the motions, but now he realized how wrong he'd been. Despite several escape attempts from Yuki afterward, Kaido caught her every time before she got far.
Why won't you let me go? I don't want to go back to the land of snow.
Yuki broke down in tears, her voice desperate. Kaido appeared in front of her again, his gaze sharp.
Are you giving up?
Huh?
Yuki looked at him in confusion.
If you give up now, your dreams, your country, everything in the land of snow will be lost forever.
Kaido said. Yuki looked shocked.
Maybe you will.
Kaido said as he turned.
Let's go.
Behind him, a shaken Yuki slowly followed. She knew that with this man around, escaping would be impossible. The next day, a large ship set sail toward the land of snow. During the voyage, Isama Santaru revealed Yuki's true identity to the director and begged him not to reveal it. The director, a bit of a maniac himself, was thrilled. Now that he knew Yuki was a real princess, he immediately decided that the final scene of Princess Gale would be filmed in the land of snow. Throughout the journey, Yuki seemed pale and distant. She didn't even try to hide her resentment toward Kaido. 3 days later, a snowy landscape unfolded before them.
This.
The director gasped in awe as he looked out at the icy expanse.
Get the gear ready, start filming. This is a once-in-a-lifetime scene.
The crew quickly began unloading their equipment.
Wait!
Kaido raised his arm, eyes narrowing.
We've got company.
In a blur, he vanished from the ship's deck.
What enemies?
Santaru shielded Yuki and scanned the surroundings nervously. Yuki trembled beside him, fear etched into her face. It was clear that returning here had stirred painful memories. High above, Kaido suddenly appeared atop a frozen cliff. His electromagnetic sense had locked onto hostile chakra signatures. 2 more were close by.
Oh, already discovered.
A tall, thin man wearing a snow ninja forehead protector sneered. This was Langya, avalanche subordinate of Kazuhana Dodo, and the man who once pursued Hate Kakashi 10 years ago. He leapt out from his hiding spot and stood atop another glacier.
I thought we'd have a challenge, but it's just some brat. What a letdown.
Forming a series of hand seals, he yelled.
Ice style, Dragon Fang Tiger Strike.
A massive ice dragon erupted from the snow, roaring toward Kaido with terrifying force. ZZZT. The sound of 1,000 birds chirping echoed. Kaido gathered chakra in his right hand, shaping it into a glowing lightning Chidori spear. With a single swing, he sliced the ice dragon clean in half. The pieces shattered with a thunderous crash. Crackling with electricity, Kaido rushed forward.
Not bad.
Langya muttered.
But you don't know anything about my armor.
He pointed to the sleek chakra armor he wore.
This armor was developed in the land of snow. It amplifies chakra, enhances ninjutsu, and creates a chakra barrier that neutralizes incoming attacks. Your ninjutsu won't work on me.
With a smirk, he formed more seals.
Ice style, one-horned white whale.
Giant ice whales surged from the frozen sea, barreling toward Kaido.
You rely too much on that armor.
Kaido said coldly. He raised his hand. Another Chidori spear shot forth, slicing one of the whales clean in half. ZZZT. Lightning rang again. This time, Kaido formed Reikiri, the signature technique of Kakashi, and lunged straight at Langya's chest.
I told you, your chakra-based attacks can't hurt me.
Langya scoffed. Craig. Suddenly, a fissure appeared in the gem embedded in the man's armor. Then, the gem shattered entirely. In a blink, Kaido's left hand pierced straight through his chest. The man froze, eyes wide with disbelief. Within seconds, it was over. Less than 30 seconds from start to finish. Just then, a female voice rang out in the distance.
Ice style, swallow snowstorm.
Chapter 100, Chapter 100, Keeping Electromagnetic Field Active, 5 months ago. Chapter 100, Keeping Electromagnetic Field Active. Kaido turned his head sharply, forming hand seals in rapid succession as chakra surged from his body.
Fire style, great dragon fire technique.
A massive, blazing fire dragon erupted from his mouth. The intense heat alone evaporated the incoming ice darts before they could even touch it. Still brimming with destructive force, the fire dragon surged toward Tsurugi Fubuki in the distance. Everywhere it passed, the flames melted large swathes of surrounding icebergs, steam hissing through the frozen air.
Avalanche.
Tsurugi Fubuki stared ahead in horror. She had just arrived at the scene, and what greeted her was the lifeless body of Langya Avalanche. Of the three of them, Langya had been the strongest, yet now he lay defeated so quickly, so easily. This enemy.
Ice style, ice prison technique.
Massive icicles surged up from the ground, forming a barrier to halt the oncoming flames. With a snap, the chakra armor's wings on her back spread open and launched her into the air. She wasn't going to fight. She needed to escape and report this to Kazuhana Dodo, this man.
Running so soon.
A calm voice echoed ahead of her.
Wouldn't it be better to stay behind and keep your companions company?
Tsurugi Fubuki's eyes went wide as the young man suddenly appeared before her in midair. She looked down, confirming she was airborne and very much awake.
You.
Only the weak question the impossible. An ant can't shake a tree.
Kaido said coldly. In the blink of an eye, he vanished again, fists clenched tightly as chakra surged into them. Whoosh! The air shimmered from the sheer speed of his movement, his afterimages dispersing in the sunlight. Kaido reappeared directly in front of Fubuki and smashed his fist into the gem embedded in her chakra armor. Craig! The gem shattered instantly under the force of the punch, and a violent shockwave sent Fubuki hurtling downward like a falling meteor. Boom! The impact thundered through the ice field as she slammed into the ground, ice fragments flying in every direction. A deep crater formed on the frozen surface. Kaido floated down slowly as Fubuki lay at the bottom of the crater, her face bloodied and her body trembling in defeat. Resentment and fear filled her eyes. He stared down at her and said flatly,
Didn't you know, you always take out the leader first?
Then, in a crackle of lightning, he vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Winter Bear Heido charged toward the ship where Yuki Fujikaze was staying. After all, she was the mission's target. As long as they captured her, their objective would be complete. The fate of his teammates didn't concern him. Victory was all that mattered.
They're almost within reach.
Heido grinned as the ship came into view.
Just a little closer. Princess Yuki, I won't let them touch you, not while I still draw breath.
Asama Santaru stood at the ship's edge, brandishing a blade. Determination blazed in his eyes as though he had already accepted death.
A lowly civilian dares to block me. You're asking for death.
Heido snarled, swinging his fist. Boom! The impact rang out like thunder. But Heido's expression twisted in disbelief as he recognized the figure now standing before him.
Him, why is he here?
A moment later, pain exploded from his arm, then spread throughout his entire body. An overwhelming force collided with him. His chakra armor cracked and shattered under the impact. Crash! Blood spurted from his body as he was sent flying like a ragdoll, smashing through multiple icebergs. He hit the ground with a sickening crunch. Spiderweb cracks spread across the ice from the point of impact. Boom, boom! Icebergs collapsed all around them, shaking the earth like an avalanche had been unleashed. It was like the end of the world. Kaido extended his electromagnetic field once more. After confirming the disappearance of all hostile chakra signatures, he calmly said,
It's done.
Why, yes, thank you. Thank you, Kaido-san.
Asama Santaru stammered, overwhelmed. He no longer doubted Kaido's power. He now understood that the fifth Hokage had not just sent a random ninja. As one of the leaders of the Snow Country's resistance against Kazuhana Dodo, he knew how strong Dodo's men were. But all three had been taken down by Kaido in moments. This wasn't ordinary strength, this was overwhelming power. For the first time, Asama Santaru felt hope. Perhaps this young shinobi truly had the strength to take down Kazuhana Dodo. The others aboard the ship stared in stunned silence. A mix of awe and fear washed over them.
So this